Well, hello there. Sorry for being so late. It was yeah, it was Jay's fault. I was kidnapped by Jay. She's a mood cuter, so give her a minute. She'll be right here. How's everybody doing today? Happy Wednesday. We were halfway through the week. I'm so sorry. I am usually never late, especially this late. Am I here? Am I live? Do you guys hear me? Am I alone? Billy Sunday, good morning. Okay, so you can hear me. When
Good
I'm
morning.
handy dandy orange juice.
Good morning, everybody. I didn't know that I automatically went live. Good morning, every day with Jay Watchers. Sorry for the lateness.
Oh, duh. I don't have my headphones on to hear Jay.
This is what you get early mornings.
There you are, bitch. Hey.
Hey, girl, hey.
No, I didn't even know I didn't have the headphones on, so no wonder I couldn't hear you. Oh my goodness.
Thank you guys for waiting. Too late,
Yeah.
Cooters. Yeah,
Sincerely appreciate it.
for real. For real.
So, is she live right now? Okay, so Dr. Moonshine, Betty did end up getting a continuance. But I was under the understanding that she still had court for her appeal. So maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. She got a continuance because she did put in appeals. And in order for her to be held criminally, they have to make sure that the protective orders stay in place to begin with. You know what I mean? So, Bob
Yeah, kind
H.
of like the cart before the horse, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, which is weird though, because I'll tell you why I think it's weird. First, I want to thank you, Bob H. I see you over in Jay's. I appreciate you becoming a member here as well. Welcome to the MFers. I saw somebody in the chat. Are you from Delco, Emily? That would be interesting.
Oh, she is. Yeah.
Oh,
She
that's
is from
cool.
Pennsylvania. Yep.
No shit.
I met her
You're
during Cavalcante. She's a local and she was like told not to come out of her house and all this stuff. Yeah.
where she wasn't out there with a TikTok then, was she?
No, she was at home with her baby. She had a little baby at the time and yeah,
Okay.
she
Well,
came into my
hey,
live and we met. She's
hey,
Chester
neighbor.
County.
That's awesome. Stephanie, welcome. Yeah, Chesco. Okay. Yeah, so we're neighbors. It was fun. I was in your neighborhood for that event. So it's nice to meet you. But anyway, in my particular situation, despite appeals ongoing, the order's still in place and any violations are still in place. Which my attorneys are working on. So but you know what I mean? So I do find it odd that I guess I don't know. Is it that odd? I guess, yeah, I guess it would. It depends. It depends on the courts. It depends on the situation. I guess in Betty's situation, they're not going to hit her with these criminal charges if there is by chance, because then she could probably end up countersuing and all the things. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. It's early.
It is what it is. So if she's in there, hopefully we'll get some updates today um on what's going on with that.
Well, I think they're saying the site goes live.
Oh. Well, you know what else?
Yeah.
What other psycho is going in front of a judge today or in front of the parole board today is
Tell
Susan Smith.
us. Susan Smith.
Yes, the infamous Susan Smith is going in front of the parole board. It is live right now, and we will go over to that when it's her turn. Right now, they are listening to some other parolees, if you will. But I've got my eyes on it. So when Susan is up, we will broadcast that.
So Betty is in Tennessee. I can
In
tell
a
you that.
hotel.
Yeah, she's in a motel, and of course she's saying breaking update. Sebastian Rogers, we're gonna find you, Tennessee.
Mm. Well,
You
I have
can't
an
even
update
find your
from a
fucking
reliable
ass.
source on
Okay,
this.
hit
Okay.
us with it, because I probably shouldn't
So,
say what I'm gonna say.
according to my reliable source,
Mhm.
court was continued,
Right.
but she is in Tennessee to quote unquote search.
Fuck out of her.
That's what I heard.
She said search for somebody to remove that tattoo before she.
She should search for some common decency.
Yeah, she should search for some Manners. I don't fucking listen. I
You-
didn't get any sleep last night.
Yeah, so Granny's running on like 3 hours of sleep. She went ahead and pulled a BJ last night, so
Oh.
you'll have to excuse her giddiness today.
You know what? Speaking of which, if I may just take a moment to be a little serious with this. So it's my understanding that once again, BJ became the victim of the circumstances she created. Shocker, I know. We're all right now like, oh, wow, really? But yes, really. And apparently, after gaslighting everybody for damn near 2 hours, she finally admitted that where she went is where she went. Was good for you, right? No, I don't give a shit. For me, it was never about where she went. It wasn't a gotcha moment because I was already fully aware because I was friends with Brittany at one point. It was the gaslighting and the lying that I can't stand. Okay. I was never calling out addiction. I will never call out addiction. I will not shame somebody in recovery, but I will call somebody out who tries to shame recovery themselves. The only person who made that situation shameful was her with her over dramatizing that she always does. All right. So that's that. Shit pissed me off. And then getting praised like, you're so brave. I'm so sorry this was done to you. She did it herself. Nobody else fucking did that. She did it herself.
Terrible. Just
It is
horrible.
terrible.
Do you think okay, so I terrible. Do you think okay, so Betty brought the dog to Tennessee. Do you think that Julia deputized Delilah?
Hey there, Delilah.
Delilah's going to be out searching.
Hope Delilah runs away.
You're going to get so much shit for that.
I don't care. Run, Delilah, run.
Poor Delilah.
But you know what? I mean, I guess I'm glad for Delilah that she's actually on the trip with her. Because jokes aside, as much as we dislike Betty, I'm sure her puppy loves her. And I'm sure the puppy gets sad having all this time spent away from her. So it is nice that Betty gets to, Delilah's with Betty right now. I mean, that's, my sincere thoughts on that. But
Delilah is cute as fuck. I mean, we love the animals. It's not their fault.
yeah, it's not their fault.
But I just wonder if Julia deputized her, so she can officially, get in with the TBI and all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and don't kick cats.
Hi, Cheesy.
Speaking of Julia. Hey, Cheesy. Did you hear the Gator?
I thought I was watching Charlie Brown special and shit.
I'm like, wait, and not only that, but it was legit word salad. It
Charlie
was
Brown
circle
Christmas.
talk.
It was.
I think I understood Charlie Brown's teacher thing a lot better than I understood her.
Well, she totally went on there too and said that, she was in contact with TBI, Sumner County, all this stuff. But then every time that Jennifer put her on the spot and asked her to verify something, it was always, I heard from somebody. Somebody told me, I don't know who it was.
Well, we know she was full of rumors to begin with, right? Because that was the biggest problem. And my big mean self that's being sued by Julia on basis of RICO because her mommy didn't like what she was doing on the internet. I was overly kind to Julia. And I swear I really was. And I spent hours consoling her, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, Julia was so overly involved and unprofessional during her alleged participation in Sebastian's case.
Yeah.
She got emotionally involved. She right away joined a hate train. She did not go in unbiased. And then she switched trains. And then meanwhile, she was in every Joe Schmo's inbox. She was talking to all different creators. She was even talking to subscribers. I mean, she was overly involved.
Well, and not only that, she's still touting that same thing. I got emotionally involved and I shouldn't have done that. And I took a step back and I went back and I looked at it with fresh eyes.
She's full of shit. I'll tell you why she's full of shit, because she is emotionally involved, because she signed her fucking name on a RICO claim. What do you fucking mean you're not emotionally involved? You're green team. You're part of an enterprise, in my opinion.
They are the enterprise.
They are the enterprise.
Good morning, everybody. I just signed into the chat so I can participate in both
She is
chats.
fake as fuck.
Fake AF.
Yeah, I seen that there. We
Crime.
did bring that up.
Crime said she wanted to take Jay to a bed and breakfast. It was an
She wanted to
Airbnb.
Oh,
She said she
did.
was paying for it. She's like, I want you and you to come to Tennessee and you and Terry Lynn and I'll get the
And
Airbnb
Stephanie.
and Stephanie.
And Stephanie. Oh, Crimson, thank you so much. Yeah. Yep. What's some weird ass shit, man? I mean, she ran around saying Stephanie was legit. She certified her. Whatever. I can't believe that. Like, and what? Just shut up. This is why I get myself in trouble. Just shut up.
No, it's true though. But she did say to me after that live with her and Stephanie, she was like, I kind of felt like something was off, but I didn't want to say anything. I think she knew exactly who Steph was and knew exactly what was going on that entire live.
Well, to me, it's the beginning of their their documentary. How we fooled the true crime community. It's going to be, how Paramount did that special where Betty thought she was a special star, but she was really just like a special moron. Oh my God, Lisa, thank you so much. And Kraken, my friend, I just saw your text. Thank you. But that was really nice of you. Thank you. What was I saying? Oh, I think they think they're going to do a similar documentary. And I think in this documentary, they're going to say how easy it was to fool a true crime, how the true crime ran along with rumors, and how the true crime community is a fucking breakout organization.
The whole true crime genre.
We're all Rico.
Rico.
We did it. That's the whole point. All I heard was something about peanut butter and jelly and drugs.
You're kind of robotic, Granny.
I'm robotic.
You were for a second. Talk again.
Well, I'll be damned.
No, you're okay now.
My microphone connected to the other microphone. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's probably why.
That's probably why.
Wake up.
Do you have fancy microphones that do that, Jay?
When I get up and walk away, like it automatically knows.
Yeah.
No.
That'd be
never heard of such.
Me
I wish I did, man. I wish I had a mic that was like a smart mic like that. But unfortunately, these Shure mics, I have the same one as Brittany. They don't do that.
Oh, you do have the same one?
Yeah. Yep.
Look at you. What
look
do
at
I
me.
have? I don't even know the name of this microphone. I know it was $20 on Amazon. That's probably why it makes all the weird noises.
Well, the Bepster went to Tennessee for no reason and got a continuance, says B. Tim.
You know what? Do you really think it's for no reason, B. Tim? Because I'll be honest, I think, no, there's not mics that do that. I think there is a reason. And I think her reason, I'm going to be honest with you. I still believe she has an appeal hearing today. I do. Don't ask me why, but I do.
Well, it makes sense because, like you said, if she's gonna appeal it, they're gonna get that out of the way before they continue with the rest of the case.
Right. And why on God's green earth? Whenever did she ever go to Tennessee just to search? Never.
Never.
Never ever. Yeah, I think something. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that Betty still has something going on, and it's not intentions of searching. Like, where are you going to search? Like, well, you know what? If she's going to search, Jay, then bless it. I'm not even going to knock it. If she's actually going to get out there, I hope she doesn't search the way she searched for that missing toddler, where she complained the whole time and bitched into her phone and didn't shut up for a minute to hear the baby whimpering. But if she's going to search, she's going to search. I am going to knock it, but I'm not going to fully knock it.
I don't know. I just don't feel like she'd travel with her dog for nothing.
Well, then she could say, well,
because that's kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, if I'm being honest, you don't really want to take your dog on a trip where you're not going to be in the room the whole time. Like the dog may be barking. I mean,
kind of messed up, but think of this. Okay. You ever meet a psycho woman? What if her plan is, Oh my God, they're putting me in jail. Seth, please save my puppy.
Oh
Please take care of
God.
Delilah. And then they're
Yeah,
puppy parents together.
you could be right.
Hmm. Maybe she should search for a new lawyer. Well, delusional mint. I don't know. Right, she's not searching for Sebastian. She's looking for anything to support her theories.
Someone said she's all dressed up. I'm gonna go look.
Here we can dressed up.
She got earrings on and the whole bit.
She's in her pajamas, bruh.
Oh, she just finished.
Oh wait, is that a hoodie? It's
Oh,
not
she
pajamas.
does have earrings in, but she's not dressed up. I mean, if a zip up hoodie is dressed up for her, yeah, I guess.
Well,
Her
I'll
hair's
tell
all
you
fucked
what.
up. She
I'm not
looks
even gonna lie. I wake up every day and I'm like, which hoodie and leggings set am I gonna wow the world
Oh
with
no,
today?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying she doesn't look like she's getting ready to go to court.
Is she wearing a Harley jacket? Does that
Is
say
it
Harley?
Steps?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
It does say Harley Davidson.
Listen, my definition of dressed up is putting on a pair of jeans. So Betty's definition of dressed up is putting on a pair of pants. Okay.
Wait, Misha says every day with Jay, she said that she came there because they had a lead that Sebastian was at a motel, but it was not him.
that
That was before she left though.
that
Why
was
even still
days
go?
ago. That was days ago. By the way, can we take a moment to say hello to the person that wants to be our friend, but
Ooh.
went about it in all the wrong ways? We know they're watching.
Hey
I
Rakin.
got a feeling somebody's watching me. Yeah, but she still has appeals, true friends. So we're not quite sure. Is Julia in Tennessee?
We're getting
Who the
mixed
fuck
mess. We're
knows?
getting mixed info, so we're waiting to confirm either way.
What hasn't been mixed info when it comes to this entire case?
Right? So
Honestly,
true. Hey sample user. Hey Shell. Hey Mrs. Fletcher.
not you, sampler user. Who, me?
Sample user. She got a
Why the
tattoo. Now she's wearing a Harley hoodie.
Uh-huh. The docket does say that this was continued, but apparently somewhere on the docket it did mention the Bowersock still today.
Well, what I heard is that the appeal went to a different location for the
Right,
appeal.
right,
So
of
it wouldn't
course.
be on their docket, right?
Right.
It would be on the docket of wherever it's being held, which we don't know.
Mm-mm.
We don't know what we don't know.
We don't know what we don't know. Oh, what was that? What are you showing?
This
What are you
parole thing
watching?
could be all freaking day, too.
She is playing the audio from the alleged dispatch.
Oh, well, we can pull up the audio from the actual dispatch.
Hey, if somebody is working as a PI, but they're not licensed as a PI, does that make them a PI?
No.
Oh, I live in Tennessee, probably Davidson County. Can you check the docket? Crimson Tide? It's good to see you, by the way.
Davidson County.
She said her hearing was canceled and that she knew it was for a while, but they kept it hush hush so her haters would spend money to come watch her not go to jail. See, so there's a few things with that, like, you fooled us. But there's also the fact that, like, we're talking about the disappearance of a 15-year-old child. And I don't know about any of you, but I am sincerely tired of the fucking games. Hey,
Same.
Lori, I'm looking. Like, do you think it was going to cost people much that live in Tennessee to simply show up and drive to the local courthouse? I don't think so. All right, so this says,
Please put your
yeah,
faces back up.
it
Oh,
does
shit.
say it's a little blurry, but Andrea Griffin count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 violations of order, protection, restraining order. Hold on, I don't know why this image is coming up blurry for me. It's today's docket. No, this was the date of 11/15. Yeah, I don't know.
Regardless, January 8th, man, that sucks.
11:15. Criminal
Thank you,
court.
JR.
That's from today. Thank you, JR. Yeah, just playing games. Imagine that. You know what I mean? Like, so the haters. Can we grow up?
Haters.
I mean, can we grow up though? Like, people are allowed to dislike you without being a quote unquote hater. I am so tired of the juvenile behaviors on
Oh,
here.
fuck. Can we
Oh
also
my
talk about the
God.
fact that BJ thinks that if somebody talks about her, it's defamation
Can
and
we also
slander and
talk?
libel?
Well, let's walk it back for a minute. So she screamed for 2 hours that people were defaming her, only to then admit that what people said was true. So, in that aspect, she defamed the people by claiming they were defaming her when she knew she was fucking lying. So,
Right.
how about that?
The bitch lied for hours and hours and gaslit.
It was
And
the
then
gaslighting.
comes clean and says, "Yeah, that's why I was there."
And everybody's like, oh, good
I'm
on
so
you. I'm
proud
so
of you.
sorry. I'm so sorry you had to do that. I'm so sorry you're so addicted to YouTube drama that you doxed yourself. Oh my
Fucking sits
God.
there for 2 straight hours denying it.
Calling, saying people are,
Denying it
that's
as if it's something to
defamation.
be ashamed of.
You're proving my point. You're defaming me. And it turns out you
Wow.
were defaming others by claiming they were defaming you.
Sitting here saying we're all lying, making the shit up.
And listen, again, I personally did not pull up where she went. I don't care where she went. I don't care about any
I
of that.
do. I do. Because I don't
Well,
like a fucking liar, and that's why I showed it.
right. Well,
It
and
pisses me off.
here's the other part of it, right? And all of you take your feelings out of it. If it was Betty, if it was Queen, if it was me, if it was Jay, if it was anybody else, anybody who dislikes us would be saying and pointing out the same things. If I was ever on camera and I started face planting my mic and I was doing a lean and I'm snoring on all that, and then suddenly I drive myself and I pull right up in front of a fucking clinic, you don't think people would point out all the obvious? And by the way, if you put it public, it's not stalking. They're stalking me.
Yeah, how can it be stalking when you have your camera on showing where you're going? That's not stalking.
It's not
That's
stalking.
you being a dumbass and having some regret
Right. And
because you didn't think.
let's make it very clear. The people that are defending Brittany, they're not defending you. They're not defending you. They're taking the opportunity to go at people they don't like.
Yep.
Learn the difference. That's why you always end up where you do.
You know what? And like she said yesterday, I listened to Savage even when Savage didn't care for me. So, bitch, sit back and think. Why does she suddenly care for you? She
Right.
doesn't.
Right. Listen, Shell, I could tell you stories for days on that bitch, but let me tell you, she wants to talking about kids. Did you pass around somebody's CPS records? Talk about kids. Fuck you.
Plus, last night
She doxed my minor child. Let's talk about that for somebody who wants to always claim somebody's talking about kids. There's a huge difference. Talking about somebody's parenting is just that. Talking about kids would be directly speaking on the child. People aren't doing that. Care which way you twist it.
I didn't hear her admit. I just heard that she admitted that that's where she was. I didn't hear it myself.
No, I don't ever listen to her. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, it was very intense for hours and hours.
Just let that sink in. For hours, she was, you idiots, you fucking this. They're defaming me. They're proving my point.
Like,
To then
oh
turn
my
around.
God.
Oh my God. Defamation. They're proving my case. Defamation. To turn around and admit that it was all fucking true? If she'll lie about that and gaslight you out of what you literally saw with your own eyes, what won't she lie about?
Well, right. I mean, if someone's going to lie about snoring, number one, I've snored on a live, right? I admitted it. You laugh, you move on, you say, I fucking fell asleep, man. That's
Right.
it. She
Well, that's
lies
what I
about
said.
that. Then she goes on for hours gaslighting people, calling them idiots, saying that we're making things up about her, that this is defamation, etc., etc., etc. Hold on, let me pull this up.
I
If
also
you
want
guys want to hear if you guys want to hear the links that someone will go to lie,
and gaslight you.
oh my God. You want to talk about, oh my God.
And not only that, but again, there are many of us who were friends with Brittany who know the truth, and she's told the truth before. And I wish these same people that are sitting there defending Brittany, where were you at when she was doing this same fucking thing to me last year? And they were playing videos where I did and they were claiming all these things about me based off fucking allergies. And she wants to consider it HIPAA. HIPAA was when you pulled my motherfucking personal medical paper on your screen. That's HIPAA. You pulling up
Oh,
directly to a
yeah.
doctor's office is not HIPAA.
Well, let me tell you something else she said that I caught last night. She said, yo, I had to call my doctor today and explain that I was live streaming when I pulled into that parking lot and that that people are going to be calling this office and that I need them to ask for a password. And I thought, what? Tell
Well,
your doctor you don't trust them without telling them you don't trust them. Your
well, here's
doctor's
the
not going to
thing.
talk to fucking anyone.
Here's the
Okay.
thing with that. There's two things I'll say to that. She thinks people will do that because that's what people did to me after her and Natasha Cooper blasted my medical papers.
Calling
They
your doctor?
they were calling my doctor's
Fuck.
office, impersonating me. Yes, that did happen.
Wow.
So I will say, and I'll go as far as say maybe that was smart of her to do. It was probably
I
one of
would
the
have
smarter
never, I
things.
mean, that would not cross my mind.
But at the same time, why would you call that place if you just got done trying to convince people for hours that that's not what you were doing?
True. Okay, this is a 1 minute,
Yeah,
almost
that's
2
fine.
minute clip. Let's listen to this really quick.
Yes, they did.
This is the length of gaslighting and lying.
Oh, really quick, Jay.
Mhm.
So I can explain this, Mr. Blue. I'm sure many of you have heard this. Granny faked cancer and
Oh
grifted
yeah.
off of it. That's not at all what happened. I went to the doctor's office. The doctor, whatever. They said it's cancer. Your cervix is friable. Do you have a living will? Blah da da da. Right away, and Ma that was mad at me brought it to the internet. So I addressed it amongst my community. I was not officially diagnosed at that time, but I was told what I was told. My dumbass sent a copy of the paper I received from the doctor that day to one of the Mas that I thought was my friend and said, why the fuck would I ever lie about this? And I sent her the paper. She then, for whatever reason, she sent that paper around to Natasha Cooper, who plastered it on her screen, and all these people were reading my shit, and they didn't even know what they were reading. They were making fun of me for what it said, and da da da. They couldn't comprehend what it was there. But when they did that, they doxed my doctor, they doxed the phone number. People were calling my doctor's office trying to get my information. And Brittany, not just long ago, pulled that same medical paper up on her screen, violating my HIPAA, and she couldn't even read what she was reading. She didn't even know what she was reading. So
That's
that is
vile.
a HIPAA violation. That is in my countersuit. And then she went on Queens and admitted she shouldn't have done that. So, yeah, it was a fucking nightmare.
And I'm not sure how many details a doctor's office is going to give you over the phone. I don't know.
They tried acting like they were me.
No, I mean,
Like,
I'm talking about with her, like saying, oh, people are going to call this office, blah, blah,
yeah.
blah.
I'm sure, I'm sure there probably is an asshole or two that might call that office. And I strongly encourage none of you do
But
that.
don't be calling people's doctors.
I don't think anybody in here would, but I'm sure there is somebody, or that's going to be the next thing. Y'all, somebody tried calling my doctor's office, just like she lied about somebody calling her children's school. And then and she blamed it on me. And then the very fucking next day, my child's school was called. And I had no idea her kid's school was supposedly called until it happened to me. The outrage about addict shaming is so fake. No one said a peep about people laughing at Molly, BHB, I said the same thing, Purple Phoenix, Michelle, when they were on substances. But now it's so terrible to call out a person lying on a live stream. Not only that beats him, but I've heard people go around for months saying that Queen is a crackhead. And the same audience inside Britney's that is calling her are the same ones that tried to put out my recovery method last year. And not a singular person spoke up and said, this is wrong. Or how about when there was a video going around and they were accusing Purple, Perplex, of being on drugs? Or how about when they made a video of me where I go like that and suddenly I'm snorting drugs while live? That's the biggest problem. It really is.
Well, I think it's weird. I think it's weird because I've been accused of being on substances and I've never had you know what I'm saying? Like, this is like the go-to. And then if you really do or did have a problem, then it goes to this level.
Yeah.
Weird.
It actually is a HIPAA violation, Georgia. It is a misconception that only a healthcare worker or professional can violate HIPAA. That's the biggest misconception. It's lie shaming, not addiction shaming. I've held many streams publicly telling everybody I'm an addict. I've held streams about recovery. The one thing I don't do is addict shame. I can't speak for what everybody else did, but don't throw me in as a they when I legitimately said, don't shame her for her addiction, shame her for her behaviors. And in my opinion, as somebody in recovery, as somebody that used to sponsor people in recovery, she displays behaviors of an active addict. Just because you're on a maintenance drug doesn't mean you're in recovery. It takes work. I'm tired of it, man. There's zero accountability ever. And again, if it was Queen that did it, the same people that are defending Britney because they don't like Queen, they would be calling it out. If it was Dolly that did it, it'd be called out. If it was Betty that did it, it'd be called out. The people are only defending, they're not defending Britney. They're using it to go at somebody they dislike. That is my opinion. Right. I don't know. I didn't watch whatever stream you guys did beats him. But I do know there are a lot of people in our chats that are in recovery. And I'm going to personally apologize if any of you felt like you were being shamed on whatever was being discussed around Britney. I'm sincerely sorry you felt that way. I would never, ever put down recovery.
I don't think anybody got that from you.
No, I just feel like there are people. I went into a chat last night. I was just watching. I wasn't chatting. And I saw somebody say, oh, and Granny's watching was addict shaming all day during her live.
No, of course they're going to say that. Of course they're going to say that. But right. I mean, as someone who's been through it yourself, that doesn't even make sense.
Right. And I didn't.
But I want people to know I definitely wasn't doing that. I made that clear yesterday thank you, Kraken. I made that clear yesterday that I am proud of anybody who can overcome. I've seen it firsthand and it's not pretty and it's not easy.
The only person I think was addict shaming was Britney herself. Because she made it such a big ordeal. She made it such a shameful thing to even imply that she went where we saw her pull up and go. She did that. Just like with everything else.
She said it was defamation saying that she went there. That's how bad she viewed it.
Right.
So,
and like with everything else, something that could be small and minute and just be moved along from, she dramatized and lies and triple doubles down on it, making what would have been a small thing this huge thing. And it is aggravating.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
And then to come out later and admit that's where she was, so it wasn't defamation. And again, I don't like putting out personal things, but don't sit here and keep saying they and imply that you're going to use this in a lawsuit against me when you know that I know the motherfucking truth. And I've never put it out there.
Time traveler. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Her mistakes and whatever, her not thinking is always someone else's fault too. Hey, Sharon. Well, I mean, Nana's part of her problem. Enabling is real, Holy shit. Look at this guy that's up for parole. Hold on.
Well, you guys are right. So, a typical citizen who does not work in healthcare and does not have access to patient medical records is generally not considered a covered entity and therefore cannot directly violate HIPAA. You guys are right about that. So, people point out the building Brittany drove directly up to and live streamed is not a HIPAA violation, and her pulling up my medical papers, my actual medical papers from a doctor, is not a HIPAA violation. But it is far more foul for somebody to pull up somebody's personal fucking documents that they themselves never put on the internet and try to shame them for it than it is to point out that a bitch pulled up to a place and didn't turn off her camera.
This guy's wanting out of prison.
You're right, B-Tim. You're fact. You're right. We don't hear it.
No, I know. I just have it
Okay.
muted. I just wanted you to see him. He's going on and on.
He's preaching.
He is. Listen.
Again, during my incarceration time, just recently, I've been under throat cancer. I had throat cancer, and
Oh,
Aw.
damn.
God,
I don't want to make fun of him. He's got throat cancer, dude.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Fuck.
I hope they let him. I don't know what his crime is.
Well, I don't either. Jammer says denied.
You know what? Speaking of that, B-Tim, didn't people do the same thing, saying addict shaming and cracking cases? How did that work out for them? Does anybody else remember when Voices Behind the Wall got involved with cracking cases, children's custody,
Mm-mm.
and was literally speaking to whoever had the custody of the children and came out here and put out those children's personal business?
Oh my god.
But at the same time, right? We stand against those things, and y'all, I respect people that stand against those type of things. Meanwhile, you got some of the biggest real lifers in your fucking chat. Oh, I was furious about that. I was furious that she was out here putting out the information pertaining to those children. I know, saying I watched it. Were you live when you pulled
Yeah, I can't deal with these people, man. It's
No,
too
there has to be
much.
some type of accountability, man. She either blames her children, she blames the internet, she everything but herself. Instead of just saying, "I fucked up, you got me. I told you all I'm in recovery. Part of my recovery is this program. Not ashamed of it because I'm proud of where I am in life." But instead, she made it shameful. Instead, she called everybody idiots, said they were defaming her. And then 2 hours after that, she owns it and she gets praise, kudos. Right, nobody's questioning the falling asleep, the face playing, the constant need for money, and yeah, okay, we're just woo. Well, I don't know who else was doing it, but I sure as hell remember Cher doing it. Right, that's what I mean. It's double standards. Or again, Brittany and her same current friends did the same exact shit to me last year. Had a whole entire conversation about what they believe my method of recovery to be. It is double standards. It is situational outrage. Did you see all these fucking things? Look at this.
What?
Mystic Firefly became a member. Tinkerbug became a
No,
member.
I didn't. I can't see those for some reason.
Patty Savage became a member. Lola Flo became a member. One Eye Flo gifted a membership.
Thank you, guys.
With the 3 months. Bob H, Stephanie, Forever Army with the 7 months. Jammers with the 2 months, 2 J's on one stream. I saw Crimson, thank you. April Wine became a member. Mama Michelle became a member. And then we got B Tim and Kraken. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much.
No need to shame anybody because I am proud of the people who say they're in recovery. No one's right. But wait, let me ask you all a question. How many of you are proud to be in recovery? Drop a purple heart if you're proud to be in recovery. The only time I've ever met anybody shameful to be in recovery is if they weren't truly in recovery. That's
Right.
just been my experience.
Makes sense.
Nobody made it a shameful thing except for her. And I stand on that. And people can go live and say what a big bad person Granny is. Fuck off. If this is somebody who tormented you for, I mean, honestly, this bitch has tormented me for years. She's literally gone as far real. These people say they're against real life. This bitch filed RICO charges against me behind a missing child. We don't stand for real life. We don't stand for real life. Bullshit. It doesn't get more real life than that.
Yep. Well, she didn't think that way when she was initialing every single line of every claim that she was making that was not true, right? That didn't bother her to initial every single line.
No, and I'm so
Kenna
proud to see all
B.
these hearts in chat. Thank
Look
you.
at Kenna B, 23 years.
Do I deserve the RICO charges, you dumb fucking idiot?
Decor
You look like you
and
deserve your
more.
internet unplugged. Decor and more. Maybe try a different angle. I deserve the RICO charges.
Betty's decorator. Betty's decorator.
Somebody grab the URL. They're proving my case. Grab
Get
it.
the URL.
Get the URL, mods. They're proving my case.
I'm calling Nick. That's it. I'm calling Nick. I haven't, but I'm gonna call Nick because
20 minutes later, y'all. I talked to Nick today.
y'all,
As she was still live.
I did talk to Nick, and I'm gonna talk to Nick again because I'm tired.
20 minutes later. And look, some people were here, some people remember. BJ had no problem talking about Jessica's addiction and told people she was still on Suboxone and lying to people. It wasn't true, but she had no problem saying
Give
it.
Decor a link. She
Decor
wants
won't
to talk
take a
this
fucking
morning.
link.
Yeah, she wants to talk this morning.
Come up, Decor.
Decor and more. Come on up. You are the next contestant on The Price is Right. Dun, 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 dun.
Price of Rico.
The price of Rico. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Right. You deserve something that doesn't even make sense because I'm an absolute fool and terrible person. Thank you. Fuck out of here. You deserve RICO charges because you hurt people's fifis on the internet.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm calling Nick.
Calling Nick.
That's my go-to now.
Yeah, I was
that's it.
gonna call Nick, but you know what? That's it. I'm calling Nick. And then 20 minutes, she said, I've never spoke to him before, but I'm gonna call Nick. And then literally 20 minutes later,
I talked to Nick.
while she was still live. So it's not like she talked to him within those 20 minutes. No, she was live.
She lied.
She lies all the fucking time, and people just ignore it. Why? Because you want to hate on? Because you hate somebody
Weird,
more?
man.
Don't keep preaching about morals and integrity when you're lacking them yourself.
Come up, Decor.
Decor ain't gonna come up.
Decor. Calling a person out for lying is not addict shaming.
No, it's not. Hey, Spudler. I teach you. First off, don't bring up my motherfucking children, bitch. My kids don't hear me, dumbass. Where are you? Decor, let's talk a minute.
BHB has not lied.
Decor is obviously.
You gotta lie
fucking
at these idiots.
delusional.
I mean, you gotta laugh at these idiots. Come on.
Change your name to delusional. But let me make myself very fucking crystal clear. My children are not here, okay? They're at school.
Delulu and more.
He's fucking with you, Titanium. That's all that guy does is fuck with you.
Who?
Fuck the people. Nick. Nick went in her
Oh.
chat and dropped hearts. He's learned not to drop punching emojis or anything because that's a threat. Care which way you think of it, it's a threat.
He dropped hearts?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm calling Nick. That's it.
I'm calling Nick.
I've had it, y'all.
You guys see the core in here slandering me? She's slandering me. This is the fame in me. Which course today? Is it the Queen issue or stalking? Today was supposed to be stalking. It was continued. But I still personally believe that she has to be there. And I'm waiting to hear back again for
Oh my God. Decor and more. I'm sure when they are around you, they learn from you. You have no idea how people act in front of their kids. Get the fuck out of here, lady.
Stop talking about my kids.
My constitutional rights, god damn it.
Leave my kids alone.
Welcome to Granny and Granny and Jay in the morning.
Did ever skunk get timed out by accident, mods?
Who?
Everett Skunk? Let me ask you something, Decor and more. Because you come in here as if you're like on a higher road, right? Like you deserve the RICO charges. You don't know me. So you come in my chat, you bully me, then you try to tell me that I'm a bully, and then you have the audacity to bring up my children and act like you know or who I am as a mother, and you somehow think you're better than? You support Betty, a woman who has 4 protective orders for going overboard, a woman who went and tattooed the name of a missing child whose parents she's not even allowed to speak on her body.
Yeah.
You can't shame me, lady.
Stand up person there, lady.
Right.
Use your common sense.
I did drop a link for Decor. She didn't click it. Why would she?
I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to regret those tattoos one day. Just saying.
I have a feeling too. If they only had a clue.
Right. I mean, they have no idea how this is going to end. It's crazy to me. Oh, Kathy P. BJ posting your chat, Jay, circling all the comments about her family. Don't know why she circled because I said nothing about her family. All my comment said was hi to someone. The girl is ridiculous. Well, it wasn't. See, she turned that around. She flipped it. The comments weren't about her children. They were about her actions and her parenting with her children.
Right.
No one mentioned her children's names. No one even knows her children. I don't even know who the fuck her children are. And I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know nothing about her fucking kids. I don't. But I do know that those things she circled were mere suggestions of what other mothers would do in her spot. Like they would put their kid to bed before they went live, right? They wouldn't talk about murders in front of their kids. They wouldn't fall asleep and then blame it on their kids. Those are all about your actions, Brittany, not about your children. This has nothing to do with your children. In my opinion, your children are out of this. This is you bringing your children and the actions with your children into it. Nothing more, nothing less.
There has never been a time that she hasn't shielded herself from criticism by her using her children.
Elvis, I am so sorry. I know 2 people who passed away due to being started on opioids after an accident, and I am so sorry.
I'm sorry as well, Elvis.
I am so sorry. I mean, that is the most heartbreaking. Oh, it tears me up, man. Because you trust these doctors, right, to give you these drugs. And then you don't know.
Though.
Next thing you know, you're fucking addicted to them.
But now there are people that actually need the pain medication that they can't get it.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody needs opioids, though. I think now they do because they obviously have built a tolerance or whatever, and that's what works. But I think that opioids are fucking evil, man. And I think that the pharmaceutical companies, if you go back, it's crazy. You go back to like the 80s, like when they first started prescribing opioids for pain, all these commercials showed these success stories of these people that were so in pain. And then there was a special that went and followed up with them like 10 years later, and they were all fucked up. Not all of them. One of them was dead, but it fucked up their lives. And all they were prescribed for was for a medical reason, not because they were trying to get high or, whatever. It was because they genuinely were hurt, and I could go on about it.
But it's still a catch-22, right? Because at that time they needed the medication because they were hurt. Unfortunately, the medication is so severely addictive that people end up getting addicted to it and or abusing it. But it's still a medication that people need.
But then
Like-
what they did is they overprescribed, right? Like candy. Then they
Yeah,
pulled it.
some do, yes.
Well, they used to, right? There was the pill mills and all this. I mean, you could get it. You could go to the doctor and get pills and pop pills. Then they put the smackdown. Once they realized this was an epidemic, they put the smackdown and they said, no more. And all these people were hooked.
Yeah.
It was terrible. It was terrible to see it go down like that. I mean, my son
Such
had a
complex
friend
issue.
in his early 20s die because he got in a car accident, was prescribed opioids for pain. And then when they said, okay, you're healed up. You don't need it anymore. Cut him off. And then he started doing heroin.
Right.
It's fucked. Scary. And, we can do Tylenol with codeine. I mean, I know it's not as strong, but damn, these opioids are just, it's evil. It ruins lives, Oh, look we're going through the list. Where's Smith? I don't even see her on this list. Myro got approved. Frederick was denied. Eldridge denied. I don't see Smith yet. It just makes me sad.
Wow,
I think that the
sad.
government knew exactly what they were doing and it got out of hand. It's just sick. It's all for the mighty dollar. It's another sad story is, the Columbine shooting, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a kid that his name was Austin Eubanks, and he was under the desk while the shooting was going on, and his best friend was shot right next to him. He escaped through a window and he injured his arm. And after the shooting, he injured his arm. He was in the hospital, whatever. They gave him opioids. And he did a TED talk about it. And he said, the opioids took all his pain away. Like, they only asked him about his physical pain, not his emotional pain going through this shooting and the trauma. Like, this is the 90s. We didn't talk about it. So they treated him for his physical pain, and the same thing. He got addicted. And they said, okay, your arm's healed up now. But he was, still fucked up emotionally and hadn't dealt with the pain of that and kept using drugs. And anyways, he went through recovery and everything, and he got clean, and he did talks across the country, but he still was battling his own addiction. He ended up ultimately overdosing and
That's
dying.
really sad.
And it's like he went through this school shooting, then this addiction, and then tried to help people, and then ultimately succumbed to his own vices. And it's just, it makes me so sad inside to think he was a 16-year-old kid given these drugs and then kind of just like, see ya.
Yeah, but to be honest, what other drugs would have worked, right? Like, it's still a catch-22 because there are people that need the pain medication, but because, again, it's so highly addictive, it's so hard to find a doctor willing to give the pain medication.
Yeah.
It's really just, it's an
It's
overall,
a mess.
it's a mess. Right.
It is. And then you've got people that are getting it illegally and dying because they don't know what the hell's in it, right?
Right. And because they need it and they have no other way to get it. So
Yeah,
then
it's
they
scary.
go buy it from the streets.
It's really scary. And then we have a whole generation of kids that have grown up on Ritalin and Adderall. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah.
Because that's highly addictive as well. And there's no telling what these kids are going to be like as adults. I can't imagine growing up on, something addictive. Weird.
It's going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Sweet Jones. Good to see you.
They led a crisis because it was made to stop working after a certain tolerance. I don't desire to take more or want more, and it makes me feel like I've done something wrong. Why would you feel like something's wrong? Like, because there's this shame put with it or something? I get it.
I just don't think
I
don't think you have to have opioids after surgery. I mean, I've had surgery and not taken opioids.
Yeah, I think it's all situational. Like,
everybody's pain tolerance is different too.
Right.
Because like my husband can say something hurts and I can, like, my pain tolerance is higher than his. He has a very, sensitive pain tolerance. Because I don't find things, I don't know, it's weird. Everybody's different. But the bottom line is that opioid thing became a huge mess. I just remember there was a guy in Michigan that my husband worked with. And I think one of us had dental work and we were prescribed the opioids, but we didn't take them. And he wanted to fucking buy them. Like I mean, it's crazy. Like he asked if we had gotten prescribed anything for the dental work and wanted to buy them. And this was years ago. That trank is some scary shit, guys. Is that where the people are like hunched over, look like zombies? Is that like the zombie drug? My son was weaned off his Adderall out of high school. Wait, I want to see what you say. With no problem. Thank God, Betty. Well, I'm glad you weaned. But we see a lot of, college kids that are taking Adderall to study and things like that. And it's just, I think it's become like a casual thing to take. You tolerate a lot of pain. I'm sorry for everybody that's in pain. I know it's unbearable. Adderall, when you come off it though, it does have side effects. You do, if you come off of it cold turkey, you do have side effects. They're stimulants. You can't take a stimulant. I mean, I've taken phentermine before in the past. And like after I stopped taking it, I wanted to just do nothing but sleep. Kels, when you take the weekends off, are you tired? Trank is what tailors your business. Oh, say no more.
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay. Adderall is one molecule away from meth. Yeah, it's scary, man. And I mean, it's really like no fault of parents because it was the thing. You take your kid to the doctor, they're hyperactive or they're not focusing in school. Here, I had it happen to me. My middle son, we went to the doctor, they prescribed him Adderall. He took it one time and when he went to school and he had anxiety, I had to go pick him up because he was freaking out. Yeah, that was crazy when there was a shortage of Adderall because I know people that take Adderall, and if you miss a dose, you do have withdrawals from it. You used to use phentermine? Yeah, I took it before. Phentermine. The weight loss drug, phentermine, which is a stimulant as well. Isn't that weird? Who is this guy? I am looking at the screen. Who is this guy? Why does he look familiar?
Is this her parole now?
I don't know.
Stay
Hang on.
fresh and
I don't think so.
minds of people that are not always close to victims. You have a
No.
tremendous responsibility.
Why does it say Susan Smith parole hearing?
Well, because she's going to be coming up. They want you to know what it is. That's all. It's the news.
That's stupid.
They're doing a whole bunch of people. Right now it says Craig Anthony Stubbs. That's who they're doing right now. So we're not going to have any warning when she's coming. Oh, what is on the screen? We're waiting for Susan Smith's turn. See, Cynthia, I've heard that from other people too. I've never had a withdrawal from it, but it didn't act like a stimulant. It calmed me down enough to concentrate. See, that's the people I think really need that, to focus. Because a lot of people take it and they get, they're able to stay up and study or whatever the hell they want to do.
Yeah, but
Titanium, I think you should share your story. It's pretty
the thing
amazing.
is, there's something addictive for everyone, right? Like there's addiction everywhere. Like some people are addicted to YouTube, some people are addicted to you know, food. Some people are addicted to gambling. Some people are addicted to drugs. Addictive personality is addictive personality, and it runs and shows itself in many formats. I just personally don't believe removing pain medication from everybody is the answer. Like, I know a lady who for years was prescribed, I know quite a few people, but a particular woman, she's 76 years old. She was prescribed for years. She was prescribed Percocet. And then one day her doctor stopped. And he said, I can no longer give it to you. And she, at 76 years old, was left to her own devices to
Right.
now withdraw from that and also experience that pain, the pain that was masked for years. So I'm against people blaming solely the medication, because we all have some personal responsibility. And if you yourself catch yourself becoming addicted, there are steps you need to take. You need to be honest with your doctor.
But
And I
I
know
think
it's
it
not
comes to the
easy.
point when you realize you're addicted, though, it's already too late,
Right.
right?
No, I agree with
Because you
that.
feel good until you don't.
Right, without a doubt. I mean, it sounds
It's just
easier
such an
said than
easy
done.
drug to abuse, right? So maybe this older woman wasn't abusing it, and that's why she probably needed to go to pain management to get them, because they strictly monitor it now
Right.
instead of, general practitioners just handing them out like candy.
But there's hundreds of people that need this pain medication, and you can't find a doctor, especially in my area, that is prescribing it. And I think that in with itself is unfair, because I mean they need
Yeah,
it.
I disagree. I think that there's other ways to treat pain other than with opioids, and I think we need to shift to that so that we get these people off this addiction
Yeah,
of
but
the
what
opioids.
what do you think like helps the pain in that format? Like, what would be your suggestion if not pain medication?
Well, I mean, they've switched to what's the med they give now?
Gabapentin?
Gabapentin, right?
And
So
they're also saying that's as addictive, and they're
that's
trying to take that
becoming
away.
that's becoming addictive as well. But
Right. Because the fact of the matter is you can get addicted to anything though. Like, if you're on a daily medication, you technically are addicted. If you do anything every single day and you suddenly stop, your body will feel that. That's what I mean. There's this whole world that is, based around addiction, to the point that there's others that aren't addicted that have to suffer because of it. And as an addict, I'm saying this. I watch people I love greatly suffer in pain because they can't get the pain medication. And then they go out and they try to look for it off the streets, and they're ending up getting fentanyl or this or that, and they're dying over it. So I don't think taking away these medications is the answer at all. Being more selective with prescribing it, watching over your patients better, maybe wait until a patient's a certain age. Maybe don't prescribe it to people of this age frame. I don't know, but
listen, I
I
think
just,
that medical marijuana could do a lot of good versus opioids
yeah.
if the stigma went away.
Well, and it's fucking expensive. Who can I
Right.
get? You ever get
That's
your
what I'm
medical card
saying.
and go into one of those
Yeah,
dispensaries?
dispensaries. Yeah, they're
Give me a ten
expensive as
dollar
hell.
give me a $10 bag of dirt off the neighbor kid down the street. A neighbor as an adult, a neighbor, young neighbor. I don't want to pay $40 for the equivalent of that because it's a dispensary. They ruined it. And now there's all these different things like, oh, do you want sativia or diesel or this or that? What the fuck is all this? Just give me good old fashioned fucking weed. What is all this? I don't know. What I want this, and this. I don't even know what that means. Am I the only person that is lost with this new generation of weed? I can't be.
No, there's a lot
You
of
used to
strains.
you
Well,
used to get
that's why they
good
have bud
weed.
tenders, right? You're supposed to go into the bud tender and you're like,
Oh
okay, so I
God.
suffer from, insomnia. So I
Oh
want
God.
something to help me sleep. And then they'll give you the strain to kind of help
No.
with that. And then if you
So I have to
say,
have a
I want
therapy
something to
session. I
focus.
have to have a therapy session to get weed instead of just having $10 and a fucking blunt. I need a therapy session now.
Yeah,
Come on.
it's
Oh
all
man. It's just so
I do
different
like
now.
trying the different strains. I'm not gonna lie. There are some interesting strains out there, but
Right.
it
It
is
was dirt,
expensive.
Emily.
It's
It was dirt.
expensive.
That's what you got for $10. A dirt bag of weed. You didn't
But
even
you
know if it was weed.
you can't even buy that shit anymore though.
Well, I
The
can.
old dime bags.
Yeah, well,
It's expensive.
and I'll be honest with you, weed makes me paranoid anyway. I ever since I had kids, I can't smoke weed. So weed would not be an option for me for pain
That's because you're
management.
you're smoking the junk weed.
Well, no shit, because there's 50 million fucking types now. I don't know. I gotta go have a therapy session with the weed dealer to know what brand I need. I will tell you though, one time I did try something that was called something diesel. And it was a fake pen. It was a weed pen. And that thing saved, my thing was heavenly. Like I was like
See, so something worked for you.
I was like Mrs. Beaver in the kitchen, right? Like I had like the thing, like I'm cook. I was as happy as could be. Sour
See, and what's
diesel, it's
wrong with
called.
that?
It
Sour
was
diesel.
expensive. I couldn't afford another fucking one. It was expensive. Like it's like you're paying. You know what I mean? It's just it's pricey. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
They're
It'd be nice if it was covered by insurance,
absolutely,
like like drugs are. You know.
but they'll make any excuse not to.
I'll tell you what. We just had a thing on the
Yeah,
voting
sour
for
diesel.
Florida,
Thank
and
you.
it did not pass for recreational.
Oh, really?
Mm-mm. Nope, it didn't. It's medical, but they wanted to pass recreational, and it didn't pass. So
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that handing out opioids to 16-year-olds who hurt their arm is probably needs to be more monitored.
Well, I
Know?
agree, but at what point does it come down to the parents to monitor it a little bit as well?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I see it that these parents probably trust the physicians and go off their advice.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
I mean, I'm saying before you knew that this was so addictive and stuff. I mean, doctors were getting kickbacks for prescribing opioids. They were getting paid extra money for every prescription they wrote. It was so out of control. And I think that's why you see it a mess now. I think that it needs to be regulated with, the pain management.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it just makes sense.
I don't think there's an easy answer, and I don't think removing it from shelves is the answer. And I don't know. It's just
Well,
it's
they
one
did
of
the
those
same thing
things.
with Xanax. They did that with,
Yeah, I was about to say that.
because I used to get a 30-day prescription of Xanax like every 6 months, and I used it just one certain time of the month.
Right.
And I needed a refill. Went into the regular doctor where I used to get it. I had no idea that they passed this thing, right? So they're like, "What are you here for today?" I'm like, "Oh, I need a refill on my script." So they're like, "Oh, sorry, we can't. You're gonna have to go to a psychiatrist for that." And I'm like, "For 30 pills every 6 months?" I never even did it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
said, "Screw it. It's not even worth it."
You do have to go because they have to make sure that the medication's also being treated through therapy,
Mhm.
which is what maintenance drugs should be as well. You should have to have therapy with maintenance to make sure
Yeah.
you are doing the necessary
I
work.
agree. But it was so sudden. It was like we didn't get any like warning. And this was in Michigan though. This
Right, that's
wasn't
what they
in
did to
Florida.
this elderly woman. They didn't give any warning. They just withdrew her from a medication that she was dependent on.
Yep. It was like I went for my next appointment and boom, they're like, "Oh, sorry, we can't give that to you anymore." I'm like, when I called and made my appointment, I said I needed refills. Why didn't you tell me then? And then I could have like went to made an appointment or whatever. And then you called, make an appointment with a psychiatrist and you got to wait 3 months to get
Yeah,
in. I mean,
it's
let's
hard to
face
get a
it.
psychiatrist.
It's
Yeah.
fucked up.
So look at this. FBI recovers deleted texts showing chaos of a bribe attempt and Feed in Our Future trial. So there was an investigation. There was a trial that was going on, and it was basically people. It was for an investigation of the defunct nonprofit Feed in Our Future, in which 70 people are alleged to have stolen 250 million. And what it was is people that abused the government program they put in, the child nutrition program that they put in during COVID. 19 pandemic conspired with two others to deliver a Hallmark gift bag with 120,000 to the home of a juror with a promise of more cash in exchange for an acquittal vote. The deleted app included text that Sharif's co-defendant Abdiaz Farah sent about the bribery plot, as well as a video of the cash delivery. But Thompson writes that even though investigators could not find the police set of messages between Farrer and Sheriff, FBI digital forensic experts recovered notification of incoming messages. On June 2nd, Farrer told Sheriff that he was confident Juror 52 would push for acquittal. That's it, bro. I have a good feeling she will come through. And that's a lot of money for her family. So, damn, they ripped off the government and then they bribed somebody to acquit them. And there is not court today. I just got an update. Am I here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just reading chat. Sorry. Titanium.
Okay.
I'm not saying that people don't need them in a crisis situation or an emergency situation. Absolutely.
No, I don't think she thinks you're saying that either, because she followed up with, but I got myself off all of it.
I'm just saying it was given out a lot, just like candy.
It was willy-nilly.
Yeah. Pill mills.
Well, because
Pill mills.
big farmers know what they're doing, and let's be honest, they primarily hit the low-income residential areas, and then boom, before you know it, you have a fucking epidemic in these low-income areas.
I mean, with all due respect, I worked in hospice for 15 years, and I definitely know at the end of life that morphine is definitely needed. Morphine is definitely needed when you're dying, for sure. But they were, overprescribed.
It's just such a touchy topic. I feel so many conflicting ways on it, to be honest.
I see the big picture. I worked in the medical field for a long time, and I see the big picture with big pharma and the money and the government and how they do things. And they don't do things for the better of the people.
Well,
right?
No. But now the people are suffering. So
Exactly.
They made the suffering, and then their answer to the suffering was to withdraw from people that actually need it. So now they're suffering. There's no easy answer. That's what I mean. It's never, there's no easy answer.
Well, Dr. Melmo said earlier too that a lot of people, it's that there's been studies that people who are in actual pain aren't really the ones who are addicts.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we can look at a lot of things if you want to start talking about diet, JR. I mean, there's a lot of things that cause inflammation. You're right, but I'm not saying. I think that other options should be given first. Why go to the extreme addictive medication first? Why not try other things? Of course, in an emergency situation, if your bone is sticking out of your leg, you're going to need some hardcore pain meds. That is common sense. I'm talking about daily. People need a chance before being put on something that addictive that's going to ruin their life or could potentially ruin their life. It's just scary to see how it affects people, and certain people can't handle it. You know? Yeah, they don't exactly, Bama. They don't want to say, "Oh, go get acupuncture. Go do this or go try
But
this."
How many can afford that either? You know what I mean? There's just no easy solution. That's what I mean. It's just hard. But some pain isn't manageable through non-drug treatment. Some just aren't. Some people can't afford non-drug treatment. Some people, it's just too much.
Well, that's why I think healthcare needs to be evolved, but most alternative treatments aren't covered by insurance. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it's sad to see so many people fall into addiction just because their doctor prescribed it. It's sad.
What do you mean, legal pickle? It's frustrating listening if you don't want any systems, understand regulation, legislation, why docs are doing what they are doing. I'll be honest with you. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm not really in this conversation because I feel like it's one of those conversations that there is no fucking answer. Nobody's going to agree.
How come other countries aren't suffering like this with the opioid epidemic? How come it's just us?
That's a good question. Are they not suffering, or are we just not aware of it? Let's find out.
I agree, Melmo.
Maybe because other
I
countries
mean, look how
have,
long it took them to add chiropractic to insurance.
maybe other countries help
Canada's a
their
mess.
they help people. Maybe they have access to medical care and they have access to things that we don't have. But let's find out. What is how other countries deal? Drug addiction is a global problem affecting the people of every country in the world. The ways those governments react offer a plethora of new ideas in approaching the question of helping addicts. The Portuguese experiment. 85% of all drug treatment research is conducted or funded in the United States. But in 2012, he traveled to Portugal, Italy, Mexico, and Colombia to talk with government officials about their respective addiction treatment programs. So it is all over the world. We just don't hear about it because it's not where we live.
But somehow the trafficking of it is all being brought in here from China, Mexico. I don't know.
It says Time magazine reports of how the westernmost country of mainland Europe became the first in the continent to officially abolish all criminal penalties for personal possession of drugs, from marijuana to cocaine to heroin. Wow. The program came as a response to the country's debilitating drug problems in the late 20th century. Focal point for drug smuggling, a devastating heroin epidemic. As a result of the needle sharing, HIV and hepatitis spread rapidly. So it's everywhere. It's even in Portugal. Most of 10.29 million people in Portugal knew of someone addicted to heroin. It is all over the world. We just only hear about it in our own backyards. You know what I mean?
Well, heroin, yeah, but I'm talking about the drug. No one has
Oh, I didn't mean
the big pharma like we do. I'm talking about it being prescribed legally. Then people getting fucked over, being addicted to it and having to turn to heroin because they can't be prescribed the drug anymore.
right.
They set
And
these people up for failure, in my opinion. It pisses me off. It's the government.
and
It's not
legal
the people.
Pickle, I am sorry. I didn't mean that personally towards you at all by any means. I'm just saying for me, this is a circular topic because we're not all going to agree because we all have different experiences, life experiences, and all the things. So I do apologize if I sound like I meant that towards you. It's not what I mean at all. Um, I'm glad it's what you do for work, to be honest. I don't think the answer is as simple as, hey, let's get rid of the pain medication. I disagree with that because I know loved ones that are suffering and pain
Oh
and
yeah.
they don't have
Kim,
access.
that's a really good point, Amber. we're one of the only countries that have commercials for these drugs too, to advertise how great they'll make your life.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, Valium in the 50s was absolutely handing it out to all the moms with postpartum depression.
Yeah, it says the United States and New Zealand are the only countries where drug makers are allowed to market prescription drugs directly to consumers. Yeah, that's wild.
Good morning, Courtney.
No, it's not the answer. And the answer is also not to replace one addiction with another. The answer is not methadone, it's not Suboxone, it's not this, it's not that. But there is money to be made by keeping people in this loophole of fucking medical. And that's what
Mhm.
they do. If
Yep.
you have anxiety, well, okay, you go to your primary doctor, they diagnose you with anxiety. Now you got to go to the therapist. Well, the therapist can't prescribe, so now you got to go to a psychologist. And then the psychologist finally going to run you through the same test. And at this point, if you have insurance, you're fucking lucky. But if you don't, I mean, it's all meant to keep us down. That's all. It's done with intent. It's unaffordable. It's not a easy topic.
Yeah, I don't like the pharma ads. Do you think that they should have the marketing ads or no? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, dependent to what? Like, if I'm suffering from depression, I don't realize my signs of depression. This commercial comes on and says, "Hey, you, are you suffering?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, yeah, that is me." Yeah, in those cases, it's good.
Really? Because maybe if you just started exercising, maybe that could help with your depression versus a pill.
Perhaps, but what if I don't have the ability to exercise? What if I'm a stay-at-home mom with 4 kids? I don't have means. I don't have time. I don't have resources. I don't know.
Well, you got the resources to go to the pharmacy and pick up a pill. You have a resource to go for a walk with your kids.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm just thinking,
absolutely.
well,
But
I'm just
somebody,
saying, I just think that
but the truth is, Jay, when somebody's that deeply depressed, they don't have the energy to even get out of bed, let alone go for a walk with the kids. It sounds like a task that, unless you suffer from depression, you would understand how much of a task that really is. It sounds simple and offering, but in reality of the mind, suffering from depression, that it's not even a feasible thought. It's equivalent to, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but when you're suffering from depression, sometimes simply getting a shower seems like the biggest task, and you can spend
I
hours.
don't disagree with that, but I don't think marketing the pills does any good for that.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how many people saw a commercial and said, "Hey doc, I think I'm going to make a doctor's appointment." I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's
I
not
mean, to be
just for
honest, I don't know
depression though.
either.
But it's not just for depression that they advertise the drugs.
Right. Well, no, they now advertise them for erectile dysfunction too. So,
Yep. And
they're
show a couple
everywhere.
boomers on the screen
Right.
all in love again. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and depression is such a it's such a spectrum too.
Yeah. It's just that's what I mean. There's just no real easy answer. Sounds like there would be, but there's
And
just
it's
not.
and Sarah's right. I mean, our food is crap and it's expensive to buy good food. If you
Yeah,
want to
healthy food
buy
is
something,
expensive.
yeah, if you want to buy organic, I was thrown. So Potato and I were talking about, just the difference in American stuff in UK. And we were talking about bread. And I was telling her about like Wonder Bread. You know how it's soft and shit. They don't have that there. Their government doesn't allow foods with these certain preservatives in them.
Yeah.
Like Wonder Bread can sit on the counter for 2 weeks and not get a speck of mold, right? But if you buy like actual natural made bread with no preservatives, that shit's gonna mold in a couple days, right? Like you gotta
Right.
eat it. They don't sell that Wonder Bread kind of shit there. They don't sell candies with certain dyes in it like we have here.
Well, every single day, every time I go food shop, I end up getting 50 million emails that a product I bought has a recall on it.
And do you know another thing they don't have there? Coffee creamer. They
Well,
don't have
that's
coffee creamer like we do. Yeah,
why. Why not?
because of the ingredients.
Oh.
The government does not allow them to consume shit like
Where's
that.
this at?
The UK.
Oh.
So they have fresh stuff, right? Their bread is fresh. They're not putting
Well,
carcinogens in their bodies every day like we are with all the
right.
processed food and shit.
Well, it's interesting.
It would be nice if our government actually looked out for us like that, because if you look at the cases of autism that have been tied to these dyes and things in the food and in our vaccines and shit.
Yeah, then how much are we going to pay for all of that? We're
Yeah,
just
I
going to
don't
end up
know.
paying more.
Look
I
at
don't think
Tara.
it
She
is going
said
to change
coffee
here, Blue
creamer is
Bunker.
deadly. We don't do it in Australia either. Isn't that nuts?
How the fuck is it deadly?
And Potato came here to visit and she said, "Oh my God, I love your cream. Like, we can't get that here, your creamer for the coffee." I was like, "What?" Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Huh.
No, like not powdered creamer, like actual the flavors we have, like it's called International Delight, but you guys can't even get it there. But it's that kind of stuff that
No,
you buy in the
Janice, I don't
store.
think anybody said that. It's vegetable oil. Look at the ingredients. It's not cream at all.
Yeah, it isn't. It's
I don't
gross.
know, but you guys got me ready to make another coffee with extra cream and sugar. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. I mean,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
it is crazy. They only have real cream, which you could, yeah, absolutely, you can make your own, but it's not the same. I used,
Um, there is actual attachment. There are many children that have autism that found out that the red dye or yellow dye or this or that, and they need a certain diet. So it's not based on a lack of research. What Jay said is factually true. There are
yeah,
different types of foods that affect different children or adults of autism in different ways.
yeah. I mean, all these things are genetically modified, and then we put them in our body, and we expect it to not do anything weird to it.
Right.
Oh, when I did the Atkins diet back in the day, and that's like heavy cream. You eat nothing but meat and veggies. You can have heavy cream, butter, mayo, all that shit. I used to put heavy cream in my coffee with Splenda. Oh, it was really good.
Mm.
But oat creamer is good too. I agree. Jay, do you remember Billy Tybo? Yes.
I'm
I
gonna
used to
make
do
coffee.
Tybo. What?
I'm gonna go make a coffee.
Okay. No, I don't like milk and coffee. It does nothing but make it cold. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that Pearl Strand. They used to call that like bulletproof coffee, right? I know Splenda does taste like ass, but at the time um I was used to it. I used to do Tybo. Oh my God. I'm having nightmares from back. That was my 20s. I put milk in my coffee, but I only drink iced coffee. Not Billy Bush. Ooh, the Dave's Killer bread. You know you get real bread when you pick it up and it's heavy. Billy Blanks. Yeah. Billy shooting blanks. Oh, the oat. I didn't think about that. I mean, just to think all these chemicals can't be good for us. And even if you don't believe it causes problems in the body, it can't be good, right? A quart of strawberries, $9. I know, organic foods, crazy. We don't have any BHB updates yet. We have nothing. We're waiting for Susan Smith for her parole hearing. As a Japanese woman, I grew up practicing martial arts. I don't practice anymore, but when I was in the best shape of my life, I bet. Yeah, and like you don't know if there's like these weird dyes and stuff that makes our candy look good, but then you don't know how it's affecting the insides. The red dye, yeah. I pretty much drink coffee and water, soda occasionally. When I got sober, I learned I could only drink 2 cups of coffee a day. It hypes you up. Yoga, you're in better shape than 10 years younger. I believe it, Jammers. Yeah, it shouldn't be expensive. It shouldn't be so expensive to eat good. Yeah, it did get postponed to January 8th, but we did hear that the appeals may be happening today, but I don't know.
The appeal's not happening today.
It's not happening today.
No.
There you go. Not happening today. No Bullhorn Betty. We're waiting for Susan Smith. We've replaced Betty with Susan.
Sounds very fitting. I'll never forget when the Steph's tip line lady, told me that she used to babysit
For
Susan Smith's children.
Isn't that fucking weird?
Yep.
And now here we are waiting for her parole hearing.
It's people are fucking wild, man.
Susan, it is. We got to kind of roll with it over here because we never know what's going to happen. So why don't you update? I got to go get a cup of coffee. Update on the parole or on the court thing for bets.
Okay. Hold on one second. So for anybody who's unaware really quick of who Susan Smith is. So Susan Smith is a mother right here. This was the father of the children. He's a very handsome guy. He just recently came out and spoke. But Susan Smith, who drowned her 2 young sons by strapping them into a car and rolling it into a lake, is seeking parole. So not only did she strap them in a car and roll the car into the lake, 2 beautiful little boys, I believe Michael and David, if I'm not mistaken.
Alex.
Alex, Michael and Alex.
Hmm.
Thank you. But she also, I was young myself at the time.
Yes,
She
you
then
were.
went on a whole story that they were a black man hijacked their car and stole her kids, and
This
it was
bitch,
horrific.
this bitch was responsible for a huge racial uproar
Yeah.
for her doing that.
So she's currently 53 years old, and she's asking the state's Department of Probation, Parole, and Pardon Services for relief from her sentence of life in prison for the 1994 drown-in deaths of her son's 3-year-old Michael, 14-month-old Alexander, decades after a murder trial that captivated the country. Now, despite our emotional feelings, right? Because it is our emotional feelings, the reason of parole, the offer of parole, is on the basis that they don't believe the person will reoffend again. How many of you believe Susan should be up for parole? Put a 1 in the chat if you think she should. Put a 2 if you say no. Keep her there for life. I'm just generally curious. So
We,
Smith
did
solved
you
the
know that when she was tried, that the prosecutor didn't know that she was going to be eligible for parole, and it was kind of like a shocker thing.
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do know that their father has spoken out, and he asked the public to also write to the parole board to deny her services, and he spoke very deeply of the impact it had on him to lose his children and experience this.
Yes, I enticed my audience as a Rico to go and fill out that form,
Well,
and I
it's too late.
heard
It's today, girl.
no, like weeks ago we talked
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
same. I made a video on it. Yeah,
And
thank you.
we had 300, what I heard at the end before the hearing, we had 370 some people that actually reached out to the parole board to voice
Oh
their
yeah,
opinion. Hmm.
thank you for doing that. So in October 1994, she claims Michael and Alexander had been kidnapped and was begging for their return. The world thought they were missing, but she knew where they were, at the bottom of a lake, their bodies trapped inside her car. Now, the reason she did this is because the guy she was dating didn't want children, and she wanted to be free of them. She could have given them to their father. There's many options she could have done, but this was her. And then it turned out Susan is a very beautiful woman, in my opinion. She's a pretty woman. Here, she's like all inappropriate in the jail as well, like dating guards and stuff. She's a whole mess. She's a whole mess. 1 second. But yeah, that is Susan. Susan Smith. Let me show you.
Here, I got something I'm going to put in the back chat for you. This is something that just came out a few days ago. It'd be interesting to watch.
Okay. I'm also going to put this really quick if you guys don't mind, just to show them the babies. This is the beautiful babies. This is Michael and Alexander. Look how beautiful they are. Look at them. How could you? How could you? In such a horrific manner. Don't worry, it's not.
Hey,
I
just Teresa.
I was just a toddler. I wouldn't know.
Just Teresa is my high school friend.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah. We grew up together.
Oh yeah, what was the name of the mother that drowned her 5 children? She was having like some
Oh,
type of
Andrea
psychosis.
Yates. Andrea
Yeah,
Yates. That was a sad one.
she
You know
was
that
suffering from
she's in a mental
postpartum.
institution, and every year she can get a review and she turns it down. She does not even want to get out.
Wow, really?
Yeah. That was
Well,
really sad. That was
she
really sad.
what does that remind me of? Because there was a situation recently. Um, oh, so I watched this horrible body cam footage, and this lady who was like isolated, lived out in like this desert looking area. She called the police and she said, "Listen, I feel like I am going to harm myself. I need somebody here right away." The police come. She's a single mom to it was a 4-year-old boy who has some type of delayment and a newborn. And when the police were there, she told the police, you know, she was honest with them that yes, I'm afraid that I'm going to hurt my children. I don't want to. So the police decide no matter what, she has to go and get evaluated. So they take her for evaluation. They take the children, they make the father of the children, who was out of town on work, come home. And the hospital diagnoses her with not just postpartum, but like postpartum psychosis. But they release her in less than 24 hours. They release her. 2 days later, the police are called back to that house. This time, she woke up and the baby was deceased. The officer who originally appeared to the scene, bless his heart, he was so loving and doting on the baby and changed his diaper. And he kept saying, "Oh, what a cute little guy you are." And he was great with the older brother. "Is this your baby brother?" You know, he got the baby shoes, the little boy shoes on him. He took good care of them. He even walked out with the father with the car seat and with the formula to the vehicle with the children. When he came back on the scenes, he was the first one in there. He ran throughout the house, cleared it, went to the baby's room, and saw the baby. And he immediately started sobbing, saying, "Why? Oh my God, why?" It was the most horrific thing. I'm sitting there watching this with tears in my eyes. And in that case, I think the father is a little suspicious and he should be held accountable as well. But in that, they are suing the hospital. But she recently pled. She pled guilty. At first, she was saying she wasn't guilty. And then after they showed footage, they showed the body cam footage, but after they showed pictures of the baby, she ended up pleading guilty. And part of me doesn't feel like she deserves what she's getting. I mean, I know she committed the horrific crime, but the system failed her, and the system failed those children.
I don't think Susan's going to get out. She just got in trouble not too like a couple weeks ago. She was having a fucking documentary producer putting money on her books, and she was telling this documentary producer on the recorded jail line that she could put them in contact with her ex-husband David. David's like, "What? I haven't talked to her since after this happened." And she's telling this producer she's going to hook him up with, you know, David, and then he's putting money on her books, so she got in trouble. She's also gotten in trouble for drugs and being incarcerated. She got in trouble for screwing COs. And then what I put in the back chat is an interview with one of the COs that was screwing her. And it's quite nasty. And then there's also a phone call out there of her talking to some creeper, some weird, nasty dude, talking about what they're going to do when she gets out, how he's going to fucking put his hand over her mouth and make it where she can't breathe. And she's like, "Oh, you know, all enjoying it." Did you guys hear that call where she was like kind of sexting with this nasty dude who was talking about he was going to pretend that he was kidnapping her and put her in the car and all this weird shit?
No.
It was weird. Yes. Yes, they were like talking. You heard it, Cheyenne? Yeah, it was gross. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'll pretend like I'm gonna kidnap you, and then I'll put my hand over your mouth so you can't breathe." And she'd be like fucking giggling. I know Granny's typing like a motherfucker.
sorry. I forgot to mute.
Jesus
My bad.
Christ.
Oh, was that loud? They said who
It
has
was
water
loud.
running.
Water? That's
Sorry.
Granny's fingers.
I forgot to mute. I will brag for a moment.
No, she
that
got
I was-
prettier in prison too.
I was the fastest typer winning
Oh,
awards throughout. Yeah.
look at you.
I know, doing big things that got me nowhere in life. But hey.
Hey,
gotta be
everything you
safe.
wanted to know about Granny, but didn't.
I could
Lazy
type-
says it's always loud, Granny.
Oh, sorry.
I have a mic just like that. And you know what? Potato used to have one like that. And hers did the same thing. I know exactly what it is.
It was actually.
Does it have like a little tripod, like a little mini, like 3 legs that are plastic that it stands on?
What?
Your mic.
Oh, no. It's called a Audio Pro.
Is it on a stand though, or on
It's
a?
on a stand, like a big metal stand.
Yeah, it's because something's.
Sorry.
Whatever you just did is what we hear.
I just slammed it. That.
Yeah.
Sorry. I need a new mic. I only have 25 cents in my. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God. I got 25 cents to my name.
Pocket. Oh my God.
Hey, you know what we should do sometime? I wonder if you can do typing things online where we can like race and see who can type fastest.
Yeah.
I'm a fast typer too.
I seriously, throughout high school and everything, I would win competitions. I could type 326 words per minute, and that's on an old fashioned, the old school fucking mouse keyboard. People now I seen this guy do a video. He typed really fast. It was impressive, but he had like keyboards on his arm and they were like half a keyboard size. It was weird. It's not the way to do it. I could do it with the old school,
typing.
like
hey, we can battle typing battles.
Let's go. I'll look up a game right now. Don't test me.
I guarantee you'll beat me. Let's do it. Jay, did you see what BJ put on our community post about you? It says a day ago, but it was just put out on YouTube. Go read it.
How about fuck off?
Thank you, Danielle, for your super chat.
Anytime, listen here. I don't put a 1 in the chat if you agree with what I say. Brittany intentionally pokes, and then she turns herself into the victim of it. I strongly suggest everybody going forward either completely cold turkey her so she no longer has her fantasy false fucking victimhood, or go full balls to the wall. I don't know which, but I truly recommend just ignoring her entirely.
Yeah, I don't see her. I don't look at her
lives
shit.
off of it, man. She loves it. She feeds off of it. It is her content. She has the nerve to put her title as an actual victim and then go online and cry about her false victimhood on YouTube. As grown adults, if we don't like what we're hearing, we can change the fucking channel. You don't have to listen. But you are not a victim of the circumstances you create and put yourself in. Tired of it, man. I'm tired of it. She went live, driving, swerving all over the road. She poked at several fucking different creators within that hour drive to where she admitted finally she went. And somehow she became the victim. It is impressive. Maybe I should come on here and start speaking like this and tell everybody, y'all, I swear to God. I don't know why they hate
Oh
me.
my God. Oh my God. Oh, are you kidding me?
Are you fuck? And can we stop with the using the Lord's name in vain as a devoted, whatever the shit is, Christian? Need to work. I mean, no, because I'm not even kidding when I say this. When I am depressed, or when I'm feeling down, or when the internet has me at a place of weakness, I don't go live.
Okay, I'm gonna be a bitch for a second. Last night she told her story
Hold
about
on, let
her.
me put my banner up. Okay, go ahead.
So last night she was talking about her journey with addiction, and I have to say, I was listening, and what I noticed is she talked about losing her mother to addiction as well. And I've heard, and I'm really sorry to hear that too. But what I did notice was that there was no tears during this entire story. I was even kind of, feeling a little, it was touching my heart a little bit, hearing what she's been through with her mom and then her. But she didn't get upset, but she gets upset to her subscribers and chatters about YouTube stuff. So I
Yeah.
feel like her emotions are very displaced. And it was just kind of concerning. I'm not trying to be a bitch, but it was just a little concerning to see someone cry over YouTube, but then be so, straightforward with telling a story about losses. It just seems like her emotions are displaced. I don't know.
Maybe, I mean, I hate to defend her, but let me defend her. Maybe she had gotten to a place where she is semi-healed from becoming emotional when speaking about it. You know what I mean?
That could be. Yeah, you're right. I'm not down for being wrong about it. It was just something I noticed. So there could be, a reason, but it just seems like the crying over YouTube is so outlandish to me.
Yeah.
But you're right. It could be that she's come to a point of healing.
So,
And I felt bad for her. I just want to say, with all the bullshit on YouTube aside, I feel for you, Brittany. And I'm someone who doesn't have my mom either. And I will never make fun of her for losing her mom to addiction ever.
no, I don't think anybody, I don't think
Ever.
you're making fun of that. So,
No, and I just want that to be clear.
I don't think
I
anybody
do
would
have
even
empathy
expect that.
for someone without their mother or their father. It's hard.
Yeah, but my empathy only goes so far when you actively and intentionally bring my father in this shit.
Well, then you bring
So,
Rico in, so
right. As many of you know, thanks to Nick and Brittany and Brittany's friends and people like Brittany, they have doxed my father and my father's situation over. And I had to come out, I guess it would have been like 2 years ago now, and tell that story and tell my story of recovery and how I got to where I was and what happened and what made me an addict and, explain my record. And I had to explain something that I myself was just a teenager when it happened. And that's because they attacked my family and they doxed me. I did since private that video, but I will unprivate it. I don't appreciate being falsely accused of making a mockery out of somebody's recovery when I have proudly and openly and encouraged my audience to find recovery. I very much am pro recovery. I used to go to meetings 2 times a day. I've done my step work. I used to sponsor people. The last thing I do is make a mockery out of recovery. But I will say, Brittany J has made a mockery out of mine. So I don't appreciate the sudden coddling of somebody who has no problem doing it to other people. I don't think these people, you can hate people all you want, but please get a full understanding of who and what you're defending before you defend it. Thank you, Mel Mel. I had to bravely and openly admit to everybody what my recovery looks like. I never denied it. I never hid from it. I never shamed it. And I don't appreciate being accused of shaming hers.
hold on. JR said Susan was essayed by her stepdad after her dad's suicide. She was messed up in the head about attention from men and still is. But that doesn't mean she should get out.
No, I'm tired. It's the same thing people make the argument against Gypsy and so what makes hers different? Because she's a female? If trauma is
I
an
don't think Gypsy
excuse,
shouldn't have got out either.
yeah, because I see all these people giving these excuses like, oh, well, if they were abused, they should get out about a lot of people. And so my question would be, why doesn't that go to her as well? That's the problem with that argument. You know what I mean? I'm being a
Devil's
smart ass,
advocate.
well, no, I'm kind of making a mockery, to be honest.
I agree with Kels. I agree with that. Irish Eyes, I have to disagree, Jay. I lost my mother recently, and I'm sorry, Irish. It doesn't give me a reason to bully people. No, I didn't say it gives her a reason for anything. I was just expressing my empathy towards her losing her mother. I mean, I'm a human being. I've lost my mom. I want my mom here every day. And that's why, Granny, like I love that you're close with your parents. Like, I love hearing about that. I love that. I think that more people should embrace that. I love it because it's really important, probably for your kids too, to be close to your parents.
Yeah, but we're
Right.
not as close as people make us. Like, we don't live with them, so people can stop with that shit. Oh, would you looky here? This cracks me up. Sorry, because I'm going through to find stuff, right? And even back, and where are we at? 2 years ago, You have me doing a video called Allegedly a Non-Drama Drama Live, and it's me going at Brittany J. poking. Wow. Would you looky there?
Jamie, I'm really sorry for that. I know what it feels like. I know that feeling. Yeah, it's gross. I mean, she's never going to stop.
Mm-mm.
I think that every criminal probably has something fucked up in their past. I mean, what happened to Stephen Stearns to make him the way he is, you know? It doesn't really matter. The bottom line is he did it. And you know, her poor little boys, when they were pulled out of that water in that car, they were holding hands.
Yeah.
Shame on her. Shame on her. Fucking fuck her issues.
Oh, let me mute really quick.
Lost my mom in 86 and daddy in 03, and I miss them now more than ever. Ugh, I know. It's hard, especially this time of the year. So it is 11 a.m. Eastern, and we're still waiting for Susan Smith. Yeah, I mean, no, it's definitely interesting to see, you know, why people do the things they do, but when it comes to babies, I just can't. Yeah, they were holding hands. Can you imagine how fucking scary that was? And then when she went public and she was like, "Oh, they were like," when she said that she was being carjacked, she's like, they were yelling for me. You know damn well that that's exactly what happened. They really were yelling for her. I wonder, since she had issues with men, I wonder if well, apparently the guy that she was screwing around with didn't want any kids and didn't want to fuck with her kids. He didn't want kids. And she fucking got rid of them for him, even though she was still married. Aw, there's a lot of us in the same boat without parents. And she blamed a black man, yeah. I don't think she's going to get out. And you know what's really sad is, like, we talk about PTSD and the effects that this kind of stuff has on people, but her husband, David, or ex-husband, he was on Law and Crime, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, a month ago or something like that. And he said that the PTSD is so hard, like so bad, that he barely has memories of his sons. And that tells me, like, his brain, after all this time, 30 years, is still protecting him from the loss of his little boys. He barely has memories of them. And you know what? That's his brain protecting him, because those memories would obviously be too painful for David to handle. And that is so sad that 30 years later, she's robbed him of any memories of his own sons. Not only did she wipe him off the face of the earth, but she robbed him of any memory of them existing. She is evil, man. Evil. PTSD is real. 30 years. Yep. The brain shuts down and only lets in what it can. It's so sad. He ended up having another baby, though. So he got married again and he had a little girl. And his wife was like, I think it's just a blessing that he was able to have a daughter because having a boy might have been too hard. So he was able to go on and be a father to a little girl who's now grown, who's now an adult. Phone calls from prison has her calls with the different men. Yeah, when Granny comes back, maybe we can listen to some of those. Because I don't know what time she's even slated to go on or if anybody knows. Yeah, I understand that. At 30 years is a long time. And it's just really sad because you know what? That's a reason not to let her out. Look at what her victims are still suffering with. I miss the typing sounds. I know. I don't know where she went. And he was so young when this happened, too. Tropicana, I'm so sorry. My mom died on Christmas Eve and my dad a week later, New Year's Day. Then 10 years later, my husband died on New Year's Day. God almighty. Hmm. Oh, this person, sorry, not to change the subject, but this person that is asking for parole right now is criminal sexual conduct with a minor. And it looks like his victim is there speaking to the parole board with her mother. Denied. Bye. He didn't get it. But that poor girl, I was just looking at this. I was like, she looks awfully young. She looks like a teenager. She was testifying. He got it denied. Why someone like that would even be eligible for parole is beyond me. Are you back, typer?
Uh-huh.
The mad typer?
Yeah, I was on private in my video where I shared with everybody, my story, my recovery, where I was vulnerable and admitted to everybody what I experienced in my life, what they're talking about when it comes to my father in the snack bar, why that was ever held against me on YouTube, should have never been out there. And yeah, I was looking for it so I could put it on members so people that want to know can go and watch it and see that the last thing I do is mock recovery. I would never. And
No,
I
we
don't
know
mock
that.
people for criminal records. I don't do any of that. If I didn't get arrested when I did, I would have been dead. And I
Hey,
don't
Robat.
appreciate people coddling Brittany on the basis that she's a victim because she doxed her location and added her own situation. I don't appreciate it. I don't like it, and I'm getting pissed off all over again.
People who know you don't believe that.
No, I know. I know they don't.
But you know what? I'm proud of
It's
you too
ironic.
for coming out with your story. I mean,
You know what it is, though? Is disheartening looking back in this chat. So granted, this was 2 years ago. But it's disheartening looking back in this chat and seeing some of the people over here that supported me, that know the story, that, and now they're the same ones that run around talking shit. And it's like, it's amazing how people do that. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
YouTube sucks sometimes.
It's the cycle. It just goes around and around.
It does.
Joe, I'm sorry. Gosh, that had to be hard. My twin sister passed away May 13th, 2019. Court TV is showing opening statements on Susan Smith now. What? I have it pulled up live. Okay, hold on. They're bringing someone new in. Let me see if it's her.
I don't think they were, Julie.
No, it's not her yet.
Thank you, Sarah.
That was sick, though. Okay.
They certainly do, Cheryl.
Can you put the thing back on, the hearing, just so we can watch it? Thank you.
Thank you, Feisty Nana. There's no sound or anything, Jay.
Yeah, I know.
Did Betty get a continuance? She did. Betty got a continuance, yes.
Yeah, no Betty today. We replaced her with Susan Smith.
And apparently it might not even be January. It might be all the way into April.
Oh, what?
This is what I'm talking about, though, Janice, right? BJ complained 2 nights ago this one was doxing her because they showed the court documents she filed with her own address after she doxed you and barbecue in those documents. Her plaintiffs, her fellow plaintiffs, dropped that filing all over the internet. The filing that she's a part of. If she's considering that doxing, then she needs to turn around and go fucking accept the fact that they did it, not anybody else. If the roles were reversed, we wouldn't have seen all the lives fired up over it. I agree. That's so transparent. Hope for Snoopy. It's so transparent. But don't add me into that shit. Don't put me in a category of they did this and they did that. No, the fuck they didn't. I didn't. Right. Her buddy did. Her other buddy, the Weirdo Three's company over there did. They all did it. They all put this out through the internet. Somebody that happens to have a phone number with the same exact area code of the same exact town of North Carolina dropped it in Molly's lap. Right. I thought public records isn't doxing. They did that. She is, Autumn Renee, and I just came across the messages when she was messaging Natasha behind the scenes. Did I serve you hundreds of pages of exhibits? No, just a complaint. I never got the exhibits. A lot of people, none of BJ's fellow green team did any redactions. Again, she's the one that willingly and knowingly placed her fucking name and address on that paperwork. And that's the first time Brittany's ever been doxxed. And she did that herself. So once again, we find ourselves in a situation where Brittany herself put herself in a situation, predicament, and then she becomes the victim of it. It's just absolutely baffling. Absolutely baffling.
Okay, so this is what she said, what Brittany said last night. I just went back. She admitted that yes, they do offer Suboxone for people. They do, but that's not the only thing that my doctor's office offers. It's a pain clinic. It's a pain clinic. They have rehab medication, also non-opioid pain management. right? That's what I do, okay? It's another type of pain management that they do with people. Doesn't involve opioids. We do other methods like injections, right? I'm just reading the captions. And then they
Oh, is this
have
her speaking?
then they have prescription pills, narcotics that if people go there for a chronic pain, there are several different services that doctor's office that I visit offers. So there you go.
So did she state that she's going there for recovery or not?
She didn't say what she was going there for, but she said that's what they offer.
So why?
Non-opioid pain management
So
with opioids, and recovery, Suboxone.
okay. So why give this whole trippy story about her recovery and all of that if you're not even going to be fucking honest about it? Stop.
Mhm.
And quite frankly, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what she does, I know the truth. She knows the truth. Several other
Okay,
ex-mods
wait.
of her know
There's
the
more.
truth.
There's more. For me, she says, I go to the pain clinic every month for a non-invasive pain therapy that doesn't
Non-invasive pain
involve
therapy.
narcotics. Because like I said, same thing I told my primary care doctor when she put me on Tradol years ago. I struggled with I have a lot of nerve pain damage, I guess nerve damage pain. I struggle with pain, but
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
are.
going to do a narcotic to help it. I'm reading captions.
No,
So
I get
I
what you're
found
doing. I'm just getting annoyed at what she's saying because she's still fucking lying. You're fucking
I
lying.
found other ways to help, get around it. And they do, some things work. Sometimes it doesn't. Yes, the injections, they help me. You and if and there's that's why I would go to the doctor every month.
Why are you
I,
lying, Brittany?
it's totally up to you guys whether you want to believe me
You're fucking
or
lying.
not. But that's the truth. I have nothing to gain, nor do I have anything to lose by telling this story.
She's lying. I'm telling you right now, she's lying. As somebody who was Brittany's friend, she's lying. And there are others out here who also know she's lying. So here's my question. If she's there for some type of pain because of body pain and whatever, why the fuck are people trying to tie it into addiction then and recovery?
Right.
That would be my question.
Do you want me to keep going?
I mean, I guess.
I guess.
All I hear is bullshit.
Okay, I'll keep going. I only have my truth or the truth to put out there because if they're going to sit there and accuse me of stuff, then I at least should have my right to put out what it is. Well, it took her 2 hours, 50 minutes, and 23 motherfucking seconds
to come up with that story.
To come up with, I'm getting a non-invasive pain treatment. Non-invasive? But she's getting monthly injections?
It's not monthly injections.
I don't know, man. You put a fucking needle in me. That's pretty fucking invasive. I don't like needles.
Did she mention me while going on about all of this? That's my question.
I don't know. I just read that part.
If I have to come out with solid proof of truth, I will do that. Don't you dare continue to say that any of this helps your so-called case with me, because it is not defamation, because you're fucking lying. No, you're right, Betty. It is nobody's business. It's not. It absolutely isn't. But she doesn't get to sit there and keep saying she's being defamed and people are lying on her as she is lying. That's what I have a problem with. I don't give a fuck about her recovery. I don't give a shit about what she's taken or not taken. I care about her lies and her constantly putting those lies and her responsibility or her fuck ups on me. That's what I care about.
Well, you know what I care about? I care about the fact that she's a fucking liar. Okay, that's what bothers me. So if we go and listen to what she said when she was confronted about what that clinic does. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You fucking idiots.
I mean, to
you
hear
stop.
the fucking links. That is what is worrisome to me. And that's what I wish people would pay attention to, because
Right.
it's a bigger picture here. If someone can lie to that extent, she lied to her audience for 2 hours and 50 minutes, acting like she wasn't there for any other type of reason, and then admits it. Why would you do that?
But she's still lying. This is what I mean. I don't believe she's in recovery. She has every single fucking attribute of an active addict. And that is my opinion. You can sue me for it, but that is my opinion. And when it comes down to it, and the time is necessary, whether that be via YouTube or the courtroom, I will prove that you're lying.
Well, I can't.
Suboxone can make you nod, especially if you overtake it or if you take it with another substance. They won't allow her to drive. You can only get them every 6 months. Yeah, she goes monthly, la-di-da-di-da. Okay, all right.
You can't believe anything.
But
really.
those of us who know the truth know the truth. Okay.
Me too, Cheryl. I hate liars. And I hate to see hundreds of people who are probably on disability, most of them, because a lot of our viewers are on disability and limited incomes, support somebody who's fucking lying to them and doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't even care who supports her or not, because at this point they should be well aware that's disability or not. That's on them. That I don't care about. What I care about is her lying and
Well, I
blaming
do.
everybody else for her
I care
lies.
about that. I think it's shitty. I think it's shitty to lie to people that when you're a content creator, I think that is shitty.
Well, yeah, it's absolutely shitty. But, you know, if these people decide they want to keep supporting these lies, then that's, you know, shitty on them. That's their fucking fault for doing.
They've been fed into the green team. People
Yeah.
want to belong, you know, and that's why a lot of YouTube viewers are so easily manipulated, right? Because they want to belong. A lot of people, it's their socialization. It's where they fit in. If you think about, you know, socializing in person, that's how some people view this.
Well, they fit in, birds of a feather flock together. They fit in a room of a pathological liar who's a perpetual victim. Well, and so
But not
be it.
everybody sees it like we do.
No, I know. And they will. They will. If they just open their eyes, they will. Many people have come and gone because they finally wake up to it.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Queens. I don't know what was said or not over there. I just personally, I know what I said, and I don't appreciate being tied into what other people said. I made it rather fucking clear that I am not judging her, and I want none of you to judge her on her recovery. That is not the issue for me.
Yeah.
It's not,
I mean, I think we made it clear. I made it clear last night.
yeah. I'm not even going to keep giving her the
Vince!
victimhood she wants. Yeah, she has 5 of them, my pal Sal. But if you look at her thing with YouTube, she says 3. If you listen to her now, she says 2. So again, she can't even be honest about that.
No,
No,
and
it's
quite
nothing
frankly,
against you,
I
Sal.
wouldn't even be talking about this if she hadn't put her name in that RICO. I really don't think that I would be talking about this if she hadn't gone that far. And her lies, just when I read that yesterday, every line is a lie.
You tell me this. If somebody decided, any of you, anybody, and even those who, you know, are quote unquote defending Brittany, you have a long-standing dispute with somebody and they decide to use the backing of a missing child to go as far real life as you can on somebody and sue them under the guise of RICO. In their declaration, it is as dramatized as you can even imagine. And she contradicts herself the entire time. Then you see this person, they're on camera, they're face plating the mic, they're leaning and nodding. They blame that on a faulty wire. Oh, it was a ghost. It was this, it was that. Then this person's falling asleep and they're snoring and they say, oh, it wasn't me snoring. It was my child. If you speak on it, you're speaking on my child. The children who she put throughout this filing, okay, she involved in this lawsuit. Then you have her, because she's doing all these odd behaviors, people start questioning her and her recovery because she brought her recovery to the platform. Nobody else but her. And as all that's going on, she then literally drives herself to a fucking maintenance place. And then lies for 2.5 hours saying people are defaming her, they're stalking her because she publicly drove to this building. That makes people stalkers, and saying they're defaming her. And she says it helps her in her count. It helps her in her suit. They're just building my case, y'all. They're just building my case. So she's essentially putting that on me, knowing damn well I know the motherfucking truth, and I've not opened my mouth about it. So I know without a singular doubt that she is lying to everybody. And the only person at the end of the day who made it shameful that she went where she went was her herself, by lying, and denying. You mean to tell me if anybody else was in this position, they wouldn't call that shit out? You would all just be like, oh, well, don't touch it because, well, now she's the victim because, y'all, it's her recovery. It's her recovery that she outed. It's her doctor that she drove up in front of with the camera on. It's her children that she's constantly shielding herself from. Miraculously, you only heard the snoring when she wasn't talking. We're supposed to believe some ridiculous thing about a mic disconnecting, and mics can't even do that. And simply because you dislike me, or you dislike Queen, or you dislike Jay, you're going to back up all those blatant lies? Same people did it when it came to cracking cases, didn't they? How dare you accuse them of being on drugs?
Uh-huh.
And then a few fucking months later, they have child endangerment, they relapse, they're at rock bottom.
Their children's hair tested positive for fentanyl.
I don't even like that. We shouldn't even have known that. That was fucking voices behind the wall.
I don't know who put that out there, but that is beyond concerning. They were being enabled for months and months and months.
Nope, Brandy. Nope. All right, let's go with that, Brandy, right? To be fair, she might have changed her treatment since you were friends, what, over a year ago? Yeah, sure. She just pulled up to a fucking Suboxone clinic. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't like the gaslighting. I don't like the blatant lies. I don't have to deny my reality because she wants to twist hers. The lies BJ's put out here have caused many a lot of hurt. She has damaged so many with them. Now she's trying to destroy GW in multiple ways. Those who coddle her are to blame as well. I agree. And they claim they stand against, they stand for the victims and all of this. Yeah, okay. You stand for your personal fucking agendas.
Your microphone is like vibrating.
That's because I'm shaking. I'm sorry. I'm twisting, when you get anxious, you kick your leg. I'm leaning on the desk and kicking my leg. I'm sorry. I'm telling you,
We love you, Granny.
I don't think people understand the depths of what I've gone through with this woman, and it continued seeing her be the victim of her own circumstances. If it was anybody else, who would come to defend us on it? Oh, Granny, you're nodding now and faceplating your mic. It was the ghost. It was the wires. Just enough already. Fucking enough already. She's a full grown ass woman. If she's too tired, don't go live. If you're driving to a doctor's appointment, don't fucking live stream it, trash talking people the entire way there. Oh my God, it fucking fucks
Lake and Riley's killer was just found guilty on all counts. Lake and Riley's killer, the illegal from Venezuela. She was jogging and he murdered her. College student. He was just found guilty on all counts. Too bad he's going to live here for the rest of his natural born life. Thank you, Kels, for that update. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to update y'all on that. There was no jury in that one. That was he had a bench trial. That's why it was so fast. I mean, do you think that she'll ever stop being a perpetual victim
No,
no
that's
matter
why
what?
I stopped responding to her a long time ago, because it's been the same song and dance for fucking years now. Fucking years.
I just don't
Years and years.
understand putting your name in that lawsuit and then continuing to talk about you.
That's what she's
And
always done.
it's weird.
It's literally years of this. Fucking years. Same shit, same song and dance, same thing. Poke, 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 and then she's the victim. Poke, 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 she's the victim. Because I
Mhm.
don't talk with a soft Southern accent, because I don't hide behind my children, because I don't guise under the guise of being a sweet Christian woman, because I don't come out here acting like a helpless fucking adult, because I talk with more confidence, because I'm louder, because I what? I mean, I don't. This bitch is literally trying to ruin my fucking life. And there are people backing her after she drove herself, cursing all of us out, bringing
Mhm.
attention to a fundraiser, a fucking Christmas wish list I had posted on members only for less than 10 fucking minutes. And there's people out there like, oh, well, if your kids need Christmas, fuck you. Fuck you. So sick of these people that pretend to be so morally sound, getting up on their fucking platforms and running their fucking mouths under the guise of right is right, wrong is wrong, while backing a woman who is using a missing child on a 4-year personal vendetta. And if I respond to the woman who filed litigation against me, blaming me for everything in her life, I'm the bad guy and she's the victim, I'm over it.
I get it.
That's honestly the
But
thing. I don't
people
think
who
people
aren't honest,
actually get it.
they don't understand that you'll get further by just being honest. You know? Like little things. You fall asleep, you just own it.
Well, here's
Like
my
TikTok
question,
Tony.
right?
You fucking have your camera on, you show your peen. Own it. You made a mistake.
To hear people go live and say, you don't fuck with people's recovery. You don't shame addiction. You don't do all these things. It's so horrible what they're doing to Brittany. They doxed the address of where she was at as if she didn't do it. As if she's the only fucking person in recovery. You know, as stressed out as I am and all the shit I'm going through and the sleepless nights and the not eating and can barely think straight and trying to, do you know I can go live and fall asleep too? Do you think anybody will give me the excuse of, oh, well, no, it was just her, you know, it's just my child behind me.
No, there'd be no grace. No
No, there'd be
grace
no
given.
grace. If my child was constantly, no, I would be torn apart, rightfully so. I am so tired of her being shielded. And the fact that she's now being shielded by recovery.
Yeah, where does it end? There's no boundaries over there, y'all.
No, for those of us who are truly in recovery, you have no idea what a fucking slap in the face it is to listen to her sit there and whine and give some guilt trippy story about her recovery and still deny what we all saw. Hell, if I would have known I could shield myself from criticism by simply pulling out that I'm in recovery. Well, you can't fuck with me. I'm in recovery. You're fucking with my recovery. My recovery is the only reason I'm able to take care of my kids. So if you talk my recovery, you're talking on my kids. And I don't think people understand. You think if I ever went live driving, especially to that destination, and was swerving all over the road, cursing people out, people would make fucking excuses? Somebody's going to end up getting hurt. Rather that's her herself, another person on the road, or God forbid, somebody inside that home. And not because somebody's out to get them, not because somebody's going to come to her house and do all these horrible things, but because of her reckless, continuous behavior. And everybody is making fucking excuses. Why? Not because they believe it, not because they care that much about her, because they hate the next motherfucker. That is what is sickening about this quote unquote crime sector. It is absolutely sickening. Nobody else. What I mean, could you imagine if, like I said, if I went live and was swerving into oncoming traffic lane, a queen did it?
I can't imagine anybody being that reckless, really. Super stupid.
Okay,
But we wouldn't get any grace for that, though.
No.
I didn't even get any grace for buying $20 worth of fucking scratch offs.
Of course not.
Okay. How dare I be a YouTuber and buy $20 worth of scratch offs? It's ridiculous. It's just stupid. It'll never end.
It'll never end. And I think she does it on purpose. So she's never on camera. She's never turns her, and all of a sudden, both times she turns her camera on, one time she's face planting the mic, and the next time she drives right up to this fucking building.
Well, she dared Queen to cam up yesterday. She challenged Queen, I guess.
Right, because she's so fucking tough, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Because you doxed yourself. Others have to now dox themselves? Thank you, Cindy. It is up, actually. I do appreciate that. I've never seen somebody be so continuously coddled as an adult, and just, I've never witnessed anything like this in my life. And especially some of the people that are in there supporting her are people who just not long ago supported me until I became cordial with somebody they disliked.
I will check it out, Flo. Thank you for the super chat.
Literally supporting somebody who does everything you claim to stand against. Who attacks the victims. People are saying, oh, Brittany's never gone after kids. She doesn't go after kids. Yeah, Kylie Rodney was a kid. Her friends were kids. Idaho 4. She doesn't go after kids. And then she has the nerve to tag these actual victims in her titles, make them her thumbnails, and she spends more time going on about her victimhood, which in all reality, especially compared to the child or the actual victims that are on the screen. And yet people are like, they fall for it. You're the victim of somebody being mean on the internet by calling out your behaviors. Meanwhile, you have a deceased child on the screen, a missing child on the screen, grieving parents on the screen, and you don't have the self-realization to realize that your quote unquote problems are shit in comparison. But of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not. No, I'll never let Brittany go after what she said to me, generally, Jenny. I'll never let Brittany go. She continues to bring me up. I will continue to respond. Well, friends is thrown around very loosely on here, Sarah. I didn't become friends with anybody. I became cordial with another creator.
Who?
Queen.
Oh. I don't know. That shit's so high school to me.
It all is. It's
like I just can't.
That's what I mean. And it's like, to look at the real world problems and or the problems of the alleged victims on the screen while listening to her night after night. And every time she does this thing, you know, oh, I didn't want to talk about this, y'all, but I have to. No, you don't. You're a whole grown ass woman. Like on one hand, she's Billy Badass, right? On one hand, she's out, fuck all of them, boo boo. Do this, boo boo. And she's all tough and she's all bold and she's all, you know, brazen and badass. And then she's this fragile little flower that needs to be coddled and everybody needs to jump in and save the day for her. So again, she can poke, and if she's responded to, I don't fucking get it. I don't think I ever will.
FYI, everybody, the parole hearing is live on the screen, so you won't miss it. I guess according to Court TV, she's up next, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm keeping my eye on it, guys. Don't worry.
That's exactly what she did. She continuously stated that my daughter is a whole ass adult. My daughter turned 18 not even 6 months ago. A whole ass adult. And her kids are way underage. They're around the same age as my son. Matter of fact, it was Brittany herself that said, you keep talking like my children are babies or something. They're the same age as your son. So they're not babies.
So sick of that too. Babies.
Right. But because what? I don't have my children rudely interrupting me every 5 seconds? Because I didn't abandon my daughter because she turned 18 and now she no longer gets a Christmas or gets to feel loved? I'm supposed to just say, you no. She has no
Okay, here
business
we go.
picking on my children.
Susan Smith is up.
I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance of affecting her opportunity for parole. Respectfully, Geraldine P. Miro. Thank you, Mrs. Miro. This is accepted. If you would please exit the room. Thank you. Mrs. Miro has recused herself of this case and has exited the room. Thank you.
Thank you. We have moved her site into the lobby briefly. And one moment as we admit all parties. There at least, ma'am, confirming you are Miss Susan Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Attorney Tommy Thomas, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirm you are here in support of Miss Susan Smith.
They're asking, can you hear? Yes, we can hear.
And you're here in support of Miss Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for joining. You are before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Thomas, and good morning to the folks at Watkins. Thank you all for being here with us today. We hope everyone is doing well. Ms. Smith, I want you to know that we have received the packet of information that Mr. Thomas's office provided to us on your behalf, and we have reviewed that packet. So thank you for submitting that in advance of this hearing today. Mr. Thomas, are you going to begin or is your client going to begin?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to begin.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, good morning. This is Susan Smith's parole hearing. This has probably been one of the most difficult cases that I have had to put together for a parole presentation. Just lots of different factors to consider. She's been convicted of murder, of course. She has served 30 years, and she was 23 at the time that this incident occurred. She was sentenced to life with the eligibility of parole, so that's why she is here today. I'm not really going to speak much about the crime. There are some things that I want to cover, and that's not out of disrespect. We were very concerned about that. Today is Susan's parole hearing, and so today is going to be about Susan, and I want to make sure that the things that are important not only to her but to this hearing, this board are presented. And I want to thank you in advance for your time to listen to everything. This story is really a mental health story. Some of this stuff, I've known Susan for a couple of years, and we've been working on this case. One of the things when I first met her was, of course, trying to kind of figure out some rhyme or reason as to, how these things have happened, and was able to find and have someone come to see her on a routine basis for counseling, and also to try to help her, through the daily things with Department of Corrections. As a result, that's kind of what I kind of came to the conclusion was it is a mental health story. It's about the dangers of untreated mental health. It is about the lack of insight, the lack of diagnosis into mental health, and it's about stigmas, old stigmas. Of course, I'm 68 years old. I remember those. Hopefully they're not as bad today. Susan was hospitalized as a young teen for a short period of time for mental health treatment. And not to disparage anybody, but her mom was telling folks that she was in the hospital because she had a strep infection. So those were things that we didn't talk about. Those were things that were pushed under the rug, so to speak, because they were embarrassing. They showed weakness. I don't know what they showed, but they showed up and culminated in Susan as a result of a day that all of this came together and produced some horrendous results. So I think it's important to Susan, if anything comes out of this hearing, it's that people understand there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing and no reason not to reach out and seek treatment. And there is certainly no stigma that should be involved in trying to better yourself and help yourself for yourself and for others, members of the family and everyone. Susan, moving on, Susan is a high school graduate. She has some college with USC Union. She has attended International Christian College, and she's worked on an associate's degree. She's still actually working on that in Christian counseling. She has no prior record that I'm aware of. If paroled, she would be living with her brother, Scotty Vaughn. Scotty is here today and very briefly wanted to address the board. The job for her, she has served 30 years, so she's been in Department of Corrections for a long time, would be through vocational rehab. The PEP program is probation and parole, would know it. And we have made arrangements for aftercare with a licensed mental health professional. You have that information in the packet that's been provided to you. Some of the programs, I took the time to look at everything, to look at the programs that she's been involved in. And I'm not going to speak about all of those because you have those in the packet. The ones that I think are important and relevant today is the self-harmers group. She has attempted to commit suicide on several different occasions within the Department of Corrections. 7 Habits, Beyond Abuse, Jumpstart, which she is a great fan of. She does not have a drug or alcohol addiction, thank goodness. She has been active on Innovo and the Cipher Works programs, Loss and Grief, healing seminars, women's empowerment, anger management, self-esteem, and domestic violence workshops. I normally, and I've presented a number of parole hearings, I first started with this thinking that it had to be different than normally what I would do as far as a presentation. And I came to the conclusion maybe this week, and it doesn't. I think it is, and I will stick with what I would normally do as far as the structure of my presentation. what I always begin with the board is contributing factors, because I believe that's important. We need to know what was going on, why it was going on, for the board to be able to make a informed decision about her parole expectations and her parole eligibility, and what kind of candidate she is for parole. One of the things that has jumped out at me, and I saw this last night in the media, and I know that Susan wants to speak, and because she feels like it's important to get the truth out there, is
Ooh, she
this
gonna
is not
speak?
about the love for another man. I saw it on local TV about how this was all about another man and him not wanting children. From what I have been able to determine, that is just not true. I have spoken with David Bruck, who was a defense attorney on a number of different occasions. David has been a great source of information in regards to Susan. He indicated to me that this was a theory of a motive by the state. That's where we think it developed. However, this was never proven at trial, and it was actually abandoned by the state. So, but it has stuck. And I just wanted to, I know it's important to her to bring this to your attention. The contributing factors in this case were multiple stress points. They converged all at the same time. And we are certainly not trying to say anything about, the horrificness of this crime. It is, and she was found guilty. But we're trying to kind of maybe present to the parole board how these things developed and how it's possible that something like this could happen. One of the things that has been important in her life, and I think is a huge contributor to this crime, is the suicide of her dad at age 6. Horrific, just horrific. And she blamed herself. How could he leave me? And I think it sets the stage for the beginning of some serious mental health issues, some serious depression, which just kind of culminates and continues to snowball. And the lack of, recognition and treatment for this issue with her dad. I mean, it was like the old stigma of, we just tough through these terrible situations, and that's how it's done. It's not done that way. There were some attempts to get some sort of psychological help for her after a couple of suicide attempts, and never went anywhere. She was the child. The adults in the picture did not, can't blame them. I think it was the times, did not seek and try to understand the depth and the significance of this and what it was going to produce at a later date. Severe depression, potentially depression after the birth of her last child, which was also undiagnosed, and that postpartum depression that existed in a severe situation. Just in culmination, I apologize something to the board, but I've looked at so much material, and if I can beg the board's attention for a few minutes, I would like to say this and read this, because I think it summarizes everything that I've been talking about and everything that Susan wanted to talk about what happened. She said to me, and this was not in preparation for parole, I found this buried in a bunch of documents that had been provided to me, and it is from Susan. And she says, I believe this is what happened to me on October 25th, 1994. I lost touch with reality. My thoughts were not rational nor logic. I don't think I understood that if I allowed this car to go into the lake, that I would never see my children again. The finality of it was not real to me because my thoughts were so screwed up at the time. My mind, I thought, was doing what was best for them. I knew Jesus would take better care of them than I could. It was truly a moment of insanity. There are no easy explanations and not much understanding. How can you make sense of something that is senseless? And I think that shows the remorse that she's had. She's lived with this for forever since this thing. When I first met her and I would go and see her, remorse is difficult. You know, that's something with the parole hearings that I've presented for years, is to how do you say, how do you demonstrate remorse? People do it in different manners. And I always look for that. I always ask my clients, you know, and look for the remorse. I could see the pain on her face. It was so difficult. Talking about things were extremely difficult. And not because she didn't want to talk about them, it's just because it was so hard to talk about them. So I think that she is truly remorseful for what happened. And I think she would do anything in the world to bring these children back. But moving on to the next consideration in this presentation is really changes. What changes has she made in herself in prison? One of the things I think is important is that she has no prior history. Nothing that would lead up to believe that someone would be capable of a crime of this nature, which I think is also indicative of what their risk is if the board was inclined to allow her to participate on parole. I don't think that was as a risk, and I think that's what our counselor, who had seen her on a regular basis for a number of years, also indicated that it was very low risk. She's been IRC chairman within the institution. That means something. You're voted on by your peers, and it is an honor to be in that position. She has been a math tutor in education. She's helped numerous inmates obtain their GED. She's been in the character arts program, prison fellowship, which is, I think, is extremely important to her. She's much stronger in her faith than she has ever been. And that is a comfort for her. It's something that that she enjoys. It's something that is extremely important. Jumpstart, good program. She's been in that program. She would actually like to go to Jumpstart if the board would consider her for parole. He has been out of the program for a couple of years, and that would be, she'd have to do some other things for that to happen. So that's why we have chosen that she would go and live with her brother. Good, solid individual in the community, willing to help her in any manner. And one thing I've noticed from the family and friends is that we mourn with her the pain of this crime, but we still love her and we're there for her. So she has that for her, and which is a great resource if the board was going to consider her for parole. One of the other things I've noticed is giving back to the community, arts and crafts. She's made arts and crafts that she's donated to charity. She's helped St. Jude's. She's helped staff members. She said that an insight into what's going on with her, stand on her own 2 feet, not to be influenced by others, live a better life, think before acting. And, you know, other people are affected by your decisions and your actions, and the importance of mental health. I think that comes back into what we're talking about. It's not an excuse, but it is certainly some indication or maybe explanation as to what was going on. The goals, and this is my final area for my presentation, is that I don't think she'll ever be able to forgive herself. That is something that she struggles with forever. I don't think that creates a danger to anyone, except potentially maybe a danger to her. Her medications, her mental health medications have been balanced well by the Department of Corrections. I think she thinks as clear now as she ever has. I think that she is able to establish goals and what she would like to do in her life. And I think on the top of that list is to give back and to try to help others. She said that no one should suffer in the way that in their treatment. There is help available, and she wants to help to get out and maybe help to promote that that concept that there's help out there. You just have to seek it. And she said she'd like to live a quiet life. She would welcome supervision if granted parole, and maybe that is the best thing about this situation. From that type of situation is that if she's granted parole, it is for life, and she will be supervised and she will be monitored by the Department of Probation and Parole Services for the rest of her life. She said that she would welcome that because that is another pillar of stability that is available for her that she can reach out to. And she said that that would be a vital and instrumental part of her life. She loves animals. She said that would like to find a job helping with dogs and cats. I often ask my clients, if you could choose and you could make these wishes come true, what would you like to do? You know, what is the job that you truly would enjoy? Often that's different than the job that we have. And I think that job for Susan is the care for animals and being involved in that area of help. In closing, I think that she has indicated to me that her desire is to make her life mean something, something other than the things that she has done, to make a positive impact in her life. I talked to somebody, I've spoken to a number of people, and I've spoken to one person that told me, they were at the trial, and they said that their impression of Susan was that she was living to die. I didn't really understand that. I think the more that I have been talking to her and preparing this case, that maybe I do. I think that has been Susan's life, is living to die for the things that she has done. And I think that what she's asking today is to ask the board to consider a parole for her, so maybe she can make something positive out of a horrific situation. I want to thank you for your time. I know I've taken a lot of time today. I would just ask if you would please consider her for release.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and we appreciate all
Yes,
your
ma'am.
comments.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for the very detailed packet that you presented. Ms. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to tell us today?
First of all, I want to say how very sorry I am.
It's okay, Susan. Just talk with us.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alice with all my heart.
Ms. Smith, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your attorney talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Ma'am,
Mr. Thomas,
I hear you.
Mr. Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health. And my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, your crime took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community. What, if anything, would you say to the folks who worked so hard to find your children if you had the opportunity to speak to them today?
That I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the drivers that I had to find them. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I didn't lie to get away with it. I really didn't. I was just scared. I didn't know how I could tell the people that loved them that they would never see them again. I didn't know how I could tell David he couldn't see his sons again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's not, but I don't know. I know that's just how like words, but they come from our heart. They really do.
Right. One of the things that we review is your institutional record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't. No, ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of society if you do not follow the rules within the institution?
Well, this last infraction, I was trusted the wrong person. This lady contacted me and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do a documentary on mental health. And I really am not guilty of what they charged me with. And I have filed an appeal on that charge. And as far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction, it had been 10 years, because I grew up and I knew that I needed to stop making dumb decisions, and I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes in here. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most
And I'm not
important
gonna do
thing that
that.
you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Ma'am,
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
that people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important, and that decisions we make don't just affect us, they affect the people that we love. And not to take things or people for granted.
All right, is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that wasn't in your packet or that has not already been said?
I would just like to say that I am a Christian, and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me. And it is by His grace and mercy that, and I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions
Okay, thank
from
you.
the board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship.
What?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship.
I did not, is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry, and I'm a long-term friend and, supporter of Susan.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. And sir, your name, please?
And the,
State your name, sir, and your relationship. State your name and your relationship.
okay, I'm the Reverend Tom Curry. I've known Susan briefly when she was a teenager, when I was called in for one session each, counseling about two different matters, once by her teacher and once by Susan. And I testified at her trial, which in the sentencing phase, and I have kept up with her by writing her
Thank you.
weekly for the last 30 years. I did this because I felt that she needed somebody to remind her that her whole life was not caught up in that one experience, but that she could put her life back together, because her life was in such turmoil when all this happened. And I think she's a different person now. And that's what I want to talk about when I get a chance to say a word about it. I have new hearing aids, and I can't always hear your questions, but my mind's fine, and I'm just a retired Presbyterian minister alone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate that, and you're welcome. You're welcome to make your statement that you would like to make right now.
All right. Okay, I want to start with her trial.
Mr. Curry, let me
Because
interrupt
at
you
that
before you
point-
get too far into that. We are not here to retry her case in any form or fashion. That is not the purpose of the parole board. We are here to determine if she is a good candidate for parole, and if so, we would set the parameters of that parole. But in no way can we discuss the trial or retry her case. She was convicted of 2 counts of murder. If you'd like to speak to anything outside of that, you're welcome to.
Okay, now, I just want to say 2 things about the trial. I only went to the trial for one part of one morning to testify in the sentencing phase against the death penalty. And the 2 things that I picked up from the trial itself was, one, a prison guard who came, a female, who said that she had not seen a criminal as remorseful as Susan was, and that she felt her remorse for what she had done was genuine. And the second thing was, one of the jurors, the prosecuting attorney was pushing hard for the death penalty, and the jury voted not, and they voted life, as y'all have already mentioned. But one of the jurors said that she felt like that it would be harder for Susan to live with what she had done than to die. And I thought that was a true statement. And it certainly has been for Susan during her 30 years in prison, and especially the first part of her time that she was there. It's been mentioned she attempted suicide several times, and she had a couple of run-ins where guards were able to use her for their pleasure, that's a bad situation, and was dealt with, and she was not the only prisoner involved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Curry, do you wish to say anything?
Yes, please, and thank you for letting us speak. I just want to say that I really think Susan is ready for parole now. She has surrounded herself with a caring support community that advises and encourages her, and she listens to them. As Mr. Thomas said, she has done everything she can to prepare herself to live outside of prison and taking courses and learning how to teach and caring about other people and working on teams and projects together. And thirdly, as both of them have said, she is not the young woman who went into prison 30 years ago. She is much stronger. She has grieved, is still grieving, will always grieve. But she's learned from it. And she has experienced paralyzing remorse and survived. Today, she wants to begin to rebuild her life, and I hope you'll give her that chance.
I want to say one more word. For the last 2 years, now remember, I wrote her for 30 years, once a week, pretty close to every week. And that is, the last 2 years, I've ended my letters by saying, Susan, you live in a needy place. Share God's love with those around you and with your other contacts, but always live in hope for your own future. There is a time when you will live on your own again past prison. And that's what I hope y'all will give her the chance to do at this time. She is a very different person from what she was 30 years ago. And I've probably been in contact with her talking about spiritual things, but also just trying to enlarge her life by telling her about what's going on in the world around her and in the Curry family. She's the same age as one of my children.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate all of your comments, sir. We appreciate all of your comments and all of the information. Mr. Thomas, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am. Nothing further than I really would ask the board to take the time to consider Susan's request for parole. I do believe that if we look at insight into things that we've done, and as far as things that we need to do to get out of the Department of Corrections and to try to make our life worthwhile or mean something, I think Susan is at that point. And I just again want to thank you for listening today, and hope you would consider our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you,
Yes,
Mr. and
ma'am.
Mrs. Curry. We certainly appreciate all of you joining us today. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears.
Oh, wow. So her ex isn't going to speak?
Maybe they're bringing them in now, but they want.
Oh, okay.
And the room
You know
is
what I mean?
clear, and we do have
Conflicts.
additional testimony facilitated
you're
by
right.
Office of Victim
Yeah.
Services.
I got ahead of myself.
This way is all victims join from central office.
Who was the older couple? Were they her parents?
They said they were close friends, family friends from when she was young.
Oh, they may have ruined it for her.
Was that the tip line lady?
I sound like Julia. That man.
Oh, there's David and his wife.
Bless their hearts.
Yeah.
Can we drop some blue hearts in the chat again for David, his wife, and
Yeah.
and
You all come
Michael
on
and
down.
Alexander and
Thank
everybody
you.
who loved them?
Can you move just a little further around so we can get everyone in? Thank you so much.
Look at that team. Fucking right. Look at that team.
I love it.
Thank
All
you.
for Michael and
Good
Alex.
afternoon. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Susan.
They're not
Smith.
even all on camera.
Yes. We are so very, very sorry for
That
the
is beautiful.
circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing today. But we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you joining us and being here with us today. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Sir, can we begin with you, please?
Stand up.
You don't have to stand up. You do whatever's comfortable for you.
I'm David Smith. I'm the father of Michael and Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm Tiffany Smith. I am David Smith's wife.
I'm Rebecca Smith French. I'm the aunt of Michael and Alex.
I'm Savannah Smith, and I am David's daughter, Michael and Alex's sister.
Austin Hughes. I'm a friend of the victim family.
I'm Tommy Pope. I was the solicitor in the original trial.
I'm Kevin Brackett. I'm the 16th Circuit solicitor currently and was a prosecutor on the original case.
Laura Hudson with the current Crime Victims Council.
Let's go.
Mark Reynolds. I'm with the victim's family.
Billy Bailey, personal friend.
Kathy Bailey, personal friend.
Jeff Bailey, Sheriff, Union County.
Scott Cooper, Sheriff's Office, Union County.
Michael Cogdill, documentarian.
Rita Swan, aunt to Michael and Alex.
Doug Smith, Dave's uncle.
Thank you all. And again, we are so very, very sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for being here with us today. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Ms. Smith. Now we want to hear from you all, whether you were for or against parole. And if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
30 years, that
Would you
prosecutor.
like to begin, or would you like to conclude at the end? It's completely up to you.
Conclude at the end, please.
Okay. Who would like to speak first?
I'm going to
I'll
cry.
speak first, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Tommy Pope. I was the 16th Circuit solicitor, and this was a death penalty case. And the reason it was a death penalty case, the solicitor has that discretion, but the reason it was a death penalty case, the facts and circumstances. And I just felt strongly that had the black man with the toboggan committed the crime, people would expect a death penalty. If David Smith had committed the crime, people would expected the death penalty. And I thought it was very important that the portrayal that Susan Smith showed, that she be treated the same. We knew it was going to be difficult. We knew there was a likelihood of not achieving the death penalty. But I think it's important to note the jury at the time actually asked, what did life mean? And you may be aware, but in that time, life did not mean life. Life became life in 96. We tried the case in 95. So the jury was asked, and the judge was required to instruct the jury that you take life and death in its plain and usual meaning. Carrying that forward, the jury showed her mercy. The jury gave her a life sentence. But one of the jurors, or more of the jurors, after the fact and speaking to the media, said that they believed the life sentence was the greater punishment because they believed that Susan should have to reflect on what she did to Michael and Alex, that she should have to spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. The two fallacies in that logic that the jury could not have known are, number one, obviously we're here today, so life did not mean life. Number two, and you have it before you, Susan's conduct from the day she rolled the kids in the lake. The defense claimed a botched suicide, but she was able to save herself. She was able to blame a black guy. She wasn't wet. She wasn't injured when she runs to the house and concocts this story. Susan has always focused on Susan. I will believe to the end of my time that Susan made a horrible, horrible choice to choose a man over her family. I said the boys were in the car, her wedding gown was in the car, her wedding album was in the car. She thought in a nice package she could roll that away. If she could have put David in the car, he would have been there too. In a nice package, she could roll that away and start this new life with this other man. And she led everyone on, including David, for 9 horrible days. And so as you look at her conduct in prison, whether it was a relationship with guards, the social media, the attention, the conduct recently with the publisher, Susan, you know, she's got people outside. I'm sure you've heard from them that want to take care of her. Susan has always focused on what's best for Susan. And so the evidence that you have before you, I think, tells clearly that she has not focused on Michael and Alex. She only has and continues to focus on herself. And so on behalf of this family, on behalf of justice and the justice for this case, it's not about her behavior or what she would do when getting out, but I know one of your criteria is the nature of the crime and whether the punishment is there. And I would submit for the crime she committed, the actions she committed, that punishment has not been achieved yet. And so I would ask you to deny parole. Now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Solicitor Cody. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, and members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I was on the prosecution team that handled the prosecution along with Solicitor Pope and Speaker Pope now, who you just heard from. I wanted to bring to you a couple of vignettes from the case to help bring this alive for you. In the course of preparing for today, I've gone back over the case. I've reviewed the file. I've pulled some of the evidence out, which is in a closet just off my office. Evidence like the note that was written to Susan Smith by her boyfriend, the man she was cheating on her husband with, who told her in the note that he could not be with her anymore because he didn't want children, and that they had no long-term future because he didn't want children. And then 1 week later, she's rolling her car down the ramp at John D. Long Lake with her 2 children strapped into the back. She betrayed her husband when she cheated on him, and she betrayed her children against the laws of nature when she should have been sworn to protect those children. She betrayed them when she left them in the seat and rolled that car down, and she was not trying to commit suicide. She was trying to change her life. She wanted to kill her old life and start anew. She was wearing a sweatshirt that the man who she was cheating with had given to her when she was on TV 2 hours later after claiming that a black man in a toboggan had carjacked her and spirited her 2 children away. How many black men in red Mazdas got pulled over across the country because they were looking for those 2 kids and they were looking for this fictitious man that didn't exist, purely a figment of her imagination? I was on the banks of John D. Long Lake, standing there with about 40 or 45 people, 50 people, as the tow truck from Greer's Wrecker launched its line into the water where divers hooked it up to the car and pulled it out. Total silence as that car emerged from the dark water. Everybody sitting there hoping and praying that maybe it was a different car. Maybe it was a wrong car. Maybe the kids weren't in there. Not a word was said. It was one of the most haunting memories of my life, and it will live with me forever. And that's the last point I want to make. You're going to hear from this man, and he's going to tell you what this did to him. I can't begin to describe it. I sat in court and listened to him testify, and it was heart-wrenching as he described that his hopes and dreams for the future were destroyed that night when she killed their 2 children. This didn't just traumatize him. It traumatized Union. It traumatized South Carolina. The entire country was in the grips of her lie and her treachery. The entire country. This was a global sensation. People were fixated on this. They're not the only victims. And on behalf of the community that I represent now, I don't believe she should ever be released from jail until the last person alive who remembers Michael and Alex is dead. And that will not be in her lifetime. She should never be released, and she should not really be released now. His hopes and dreams were dashed. I hope you dash hers today and every 2 years hereafter.
Amen.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
The power behind that.
You're welcome to stay seated if you're more comfortable, whatever's best for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read what I wrote. Okay, it's easier if you don't mind. When Susan murdered Michael and Alex, she altered the course of my life and my family's life forever. Having grown up with 3 older brothers, Susan was like the sister I never had. I was a teenage mom of just 16, so I looked up to her and even admired her. I thought she was the best mother to the boys, and I strived to be just like her. I would even leave my own daughter with her while I attended night school. Susan betrayed us and took the lives of those boys and then lied about it. For days, when she did this, she destroyed a trust in me that I've never regained. And as a result, I do not develop close relationships with others easily, in particular females. Anxiety and depression have plagued my life for years. I push it away during spring and summer as best possible, but it always creeps back up around Alex's birthday when it rolls around in August, because I know Michael's won't be far behind in October, and then the anniversary of their death on the 25th. In my mind, I always refer to this period of time as the sad months. Throughout my career, the majority of any time missed at work is around Michael and Alex's birthdays and the anniversary of their death. I stay in bed and sleep to deal with the depression. It's just easier this way, or at least it seems to be. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby turned into a nightmare for me last year. My boyfriend and I decided to take scuba diving lessons. I geared up with all the equipment, face mask on, oxygen tank on my back, stepped off the side of the pool into 15 feet of water and immediately sank to the bottom from all the weight I was carrying. Normally, you'd remember to breathe and begin to ascend as I had studied for all the weeks leading up to that point, but nothing prepared me for dropping into a body of water and the feeling of being weighted down, unable to breathe, and seeing Michael and Alex's face. I immediately panicked, ripping off my face mask, sucking in water, and not being able to come to the surface from all the weight I was carrying. I was drowning, and I knew in that moment that was the closest I'd ever come to knowing what my nephews had endured and how horrific and scared their last moments had to have been. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby was yet one more thing Susan was taken from me. In over 25 years, I have found myself finding comfort going to the cemetery where the boys are buried, beside our older brother. I go there often and I will tidy up their graves, where people have left trinkets or gifts, and I talk to them. I go there when I'm happy. I go there when I'm upset. Rainy days, sunny days, cold days, and hot days. It doesn't matter. It brings me peace just being there. But as a result, I'm not able to bring myself to move away from Union County, because now I don't want to leave them. We have missed Michael and Alex's kindergarten graduations, numerous birthdays, birthday parties, summer vacations, Easters, along with annual Easter egg hunts at Meemaw's, Thanksgivings, Christmases, football, soccer, baseball games, proms, high school graduations, possible marriages, and births of their own children. We don't know, because they never had a chance. They never had a chance to live a life of their own. Susan took that from them. She took that from us all. And now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life. I'm respectfully asking you to please deny her request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I apologize if I get a little bit emotional. I drove down from Detroit on Monday night, which was Halloween before of that week. And a young man, middle-aged man then, I'm an old man now, but the boys never got to. As Becky said, they missed a lot. They missed their life. Today they would be in their 30s. David would probably be a granddad. The boys are still here.
They're all wearing their photos.
I took my sister out to the lake yesterday, and it's a beautiful drive out there. I was just thinking, all that time she had time to change her mind, to stop and turn around and not go through with it, but she did. And then the boys were gone. A year later, I came back down for the trial. Tommy Pope did a good job. They proved that she was guilty. During the sentencing trial, they came back and recommended life. Tommy had argued for the death penalty. The family was for death penalty. They come back and recommended life. But we said, well, we'll live with it. You know, she'll have to live with it every day for the rest of her life. So we were satisfied with life, but we do not want a parole. We were against any parole for her. And then two other items going back 30 years, the Friday morning after apologize. But the Friday morning after David, his dad, my brother's wife, and I, the four of us, were sitting at Holcomb Funeral Home in Union and discussing the funeral arrangements. David asked to see the boys, and Mr. Holcomb had a funny look on his face, and he said, "Mr. Smith, could I see you?" So we went out, and he said, "You know, your nephew can't see the boys." And he told me why. He said, "You know, the boys were in the water for 9 days." So I went back and told David, I said, "You know, it's better that you don't see the boys." And I think deep down he understood why. The next day, Saturday, three of us, David, his dad, and I went out to the Bougainville United Methodist Church Cemetery and to look where the boys are going to be buried. And David's brother, Danny, who had died 3 years earlier, was buried there. David wanted his boys buried next to his brother, their uncle. But the way the cemetery is laid out, there was no room for the boys to be put next to Danny. So I found the cemetery custodian and asked him if it were possible to move Danny. And he said, "Well, yes, if that's what the family wants, we can move Danny." So I went back and told my brother, said, "You know, David wants the boys to be next to their uncle. Would you have a problem if we moved Danny?" And he said no. So if you go out to the cemetery, you'll find that Danny and the boys are side by side.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I'll vote, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So as David's wife, I have stood by him for the last 30 years and watched his pain, his suffering. his dark days that you cannot imagine. It's been hard as a loving wife to stand back and watch him suffer the pain that he has gone through. To not want to get out of bed some days. To not be able to get out of bed. Because the pain was so much for him. And for 30 years, we have thought this day would never come. But yet here we are. I don't feel that it's time for her to be let out because she took 2 lives. She didn't just take 1. She took 2 precious little boys that we haven't been able to watch grow up. And as Becky stated earlier, all the things that we've missed out on because of them not being here, all the things they missed out on growing up in and doing. And for her to be in prison for the last 30 years, you would think that she would have thought about what she's done. She would have said, I'm sorry. But she hasn't said, I'm sorry. She hasn't even called him. She hasn't even told him she was sorry. Much less the world. For 9 days, all I can think about is how much she lied and manipulated everybody. The whole world. I watched it and believed her myself. I wanted her to be telling the truth. But to be betrayed by her lies. And that just makes me feel like if she could do that then, whatever she's told you today, I'm sure were probably lies as well. Because she has shown in her last 30 years what she does in prison. She's all about herself. It's all about what she can do to make her life better. Michael and Alice didn't get a chance at life. They were forced the death penalty. She took that from them.
For a fucking man. For a man.
The lives of this family has been forever changed. It caused us to be a little overprotective of our now daughter. A little bit more than we probably should have been. Because we were afraid something might happen to her.
David protected her for 9 days.
It's changed the way we look at life. It's changed the way that we look at everybody. Who can I trust? For a long time, I didn't trust a lot of people. I had to be careful, around certain people. I didn't know if I could trust them or not.
They were afraid to start a
because of her
family.
lies.
Huh.
So to give this family some peace, it would be best if Susan stayed behind bars and stay in prison for the rest of her life. I respectfully ask you to keep her in. Thank you.
They couldn't even enjoy her pregnancy because it brought up such emotions for David.
For Mr. Smith, Sheila, anyone?
Excuse me. Most of what I have to say is going to be pretty redundant.
This is his daughter, David's daughter, their sister.
But primarily, I would just like to focus on, since I came after the fact, what I had stolen from me was 2 older brothers, the good and the bad of having older siblings. And I now try to use my life as a way to live for them. And growing up, I didn't quite understand it my whole life, but when I finally did, I felt like I had witnessed it, like I was there. The pain that not only was caused to me in like a domino effect, but what I have seen firsthand with my father, my aunt, and our whole hometown. We can no longer say that we're from Union County without Susan's actions being brought up. And just for the sake of all of us and our whole community, I ask that you deny her request.
You're welcome to stay seated if you want to.
Put some prayer hands in the chat, please.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's been a tough 30 years. I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison. You all have the records and accounts of all that. Just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf and as their father. You know, God gives us free choice. And she made free choice that night to end her life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do. She purposely meant to end her life. I never have felt any remorse from her for it. She's never expressed any to me. I never seen it on paper. You know, you've heard, she changed my life for the rest of my life that night. Some for the better, some for the worse, but what she did, not only to Michael and Alex, she came pretty close to causing me to end my life because of the grief that she brought upon me. But thankfully she didn't. I understand back in 95 that through the state's law, life in prison meant 30 years to life. And now that's different, but at that time, that's what counts. I understand that. But ultimately, to me, that's only 15 years per child. Her own children. It's just not enough.
Look at the quivering lip.
So I'm asking that you please deny her parole today. And hopefully in the future, but specifically today. Not let her out. I miss them very much. And I love them very much. And I will be here every 2 years going forward to ensure that your death doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
Oh, my fucking heart.
Again, please know how very, very sorry this board is to all of you and for all the pain that this crime caused you. But we sincerely appreciate you all being here with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reminder with the picture of Alex and Michael. They were beautiful children. So thank you for reminding us of that today. We wish you the very best. And if no one else has anything else that they would like to say, if you all will exit with these ladies over here, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you so much for being here.
Now, you just imagine if this crime took place in 2022, that man would have been dragged through the mud because he stood by Susan. And we are so quick to judge people we don't know. And we rarely see that type of pain. And that is 30 years later. That is hell. Every 2 years, he has to relive this moment. That moment.
There we go.
Mrs. Mira did recuse herself. Miss Susan Smith is denied parole. The vote
Bye-bye.
is unanimous. Numbers 1 and 6.
Bye,
Thank
bitch.
Nature of the seriousness and institutional record
The time now
unfavorable.
is 12:51 p.m. We will pause our recording. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
Why did they?
The recording has been paused.
They might be taking a
Thank you
break.
so much.
Why
Thank
would
you so
somebody
much. This is
recuse
Valerie
themselves?
Suber, Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and
I
Relief
don't know.
Services. If everyone would just give me a moment to give some instructions. As the room clears from the board, I would like for media to pay attention. You are given the next 15 minutes for bathroom break. Please use the restroom. Prepare yourselves for press conference. We will allow you into the building beginning 15 minutes from now.
Okay, we're getting a
For the
press
press
conference.
conference once everybody is inside. If there are any questions, please address them to the staff and we'll get you an answer as quickly as possible. Again, there is 15 minutes between the time we're ending this and beginning entrance back into the building. Anybody who is in the building who needs to leave.
Okay, so we got 15 minutes and then we'll hear from whomever's going to speak at the press conference. But
I want to see Susan right now. I want to see her face.
I know. I wish they would have shown her on the screen while they were speaking.
I do too.
I'm sorry. My dog is going nuts.
Oh, that's okay. It's hard to even hear him.
Sorry.
I just want to point out again that if that situation, because I don't know if you all know this, but David stood by Susan's side for 9 days. He believed her. He stood hand in hand with her. He was hugging her. He was consoling her. He did not leave her side because he truly believed in her innocence, right? You'll see him in all these, look, holding her here. Here he was. He believed her. And if that crime would have taken place today, how many people would have been tearing apart that man, that shell of a father that you just saw on the screen, who could barely, he had no control over his emotions. His lips were quivering. That was raw emotion.
Mm-hmm. I agree, JR.
Maybe we should think twice, all of us, before we go around just jumping to conclusions because we don't like the way somebody smirks or they don't speak enough or they look like they're smiling or they look to the left or they look to the right. It would be an absolute shit show. People would have been tearing everybody apart.
Well, the racial thing alone would have been absolutely horrific.
Right.
I mean, there were
Well, it was
riots back
then.
then, but
Right.
can you imagine it now?
No, I couldn't. Especially with the internet involved. No, I couldn't.
No, it would have been really bad. She did a lot of bad things following, and I didn't know she had her wedding book and her wedding dress in the car either.
I didn't know that either.
That says a lot. She was throwing away that whole life. You know, and talk about trust. How hard must it have been for David to trust another woman?
Well, and that's what, when his daughter spoke. So I listened to him do a very recent interview. And on that interview, he met his wife mentions that she wanted a family with David, but it was such what should have been a beautiful moment and everything. It was shadowed by the memory of his two babies that were no longer with them. And she said the best thing that happened was that we had a girl. The whole thing, and then imagine what their daughter went through her whole life. She said that he was an absolute fantastic father, of course, but she was always shadowed by what happened to her siblings. And I don't know. This is 30 years later, and look at these people and their grief they're still going through. I mean,
well, I mean, if Susan had just simply gotten a divorce and given those boys to their dad, that girl would have older brothers.
And then for Susan to cry for herself. And the stuff that she said, I don't even remember. I meant to take notes, but I was writing in a chat with everybody like, oh, well, she does arts and crafts. Yeah, what type of arts and crafts did Michael do in preschool?
Right. Fuck her. And can you share, I want to walk through this interview with you. I haven't watched it yet, but I think this is a great time to remind ourselves of who Susan Smith is behind bars.
Can you put it on full screen? That was driving me nuts.
Well, on full screen? What do you mean?
Yeah, like click the box down there that makes it bigger.
It is. Oh,
No,
that?
right there. Yeah.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I don't use StreamYards much.
That's okay. No.
I was wondering how to get rid of that. I was trying different things. I'm like,
oh, girl,
I didn't know you could just.
I would have told you.
I'm sorry. I wish you would have said something earlier.
Yeah, and
It
then
was
you have
bugging me too.
You have here former corrections captain who had relations with Susan. And first off, sir, respectfully, to even come on camera and admit that, he should be ashamed of himself. But I'll sit back and listen. But fuck you too. But
This says a lot about her behavior and who she really is. Okay.
It says a lot about him too, to be honest.
Well, that too.
When and how did you meet Susan Smith?
I first met Susan Smith probably my second or third night on duty at the Women's Center. She had come up for medication call, which was done every afternoon or evening at 6 p.m. for the nighttime. And we always had to have somebody there to watch over them, make sure they took their medicine. Medication was dumped into their hand out of a little medicine cup, and somebody had to watch them swallow it and then check to make sure they swallowed. And so that's the first time I saw Susan Smith, was at medication calls.
Were you aware of what she was charged with at that time and kind of some of the history, having lived in South Carolina?
Yes, I was very much aware of her.
What?
It something about it like sounds weird, like the lady or something.
Oh, like the mics?
Yeah, I guess that's what it would be, the mics.
Yeah, maybe, you know what? They probably had background noise and probably got rid of it. And it sounds kind of like they're in a tunnel.
Yeah. Lynn Love and Life. This is a former corrections captain who had relations, and I assumed it meant sexual, but I don't know. Maybe I jumped to the gun. Didn't even listen to myself. But relations with Susan while she was in there.
Yeah, it was sexual relations. This is one of the write-ups.
Miss Liverberg.
And then he does this interview, 12 Reasons I Love Being a Poppy, which is a grandpa, and then his grandkids' names. I can't.
That's what I mean. Even to show your face and admit this, like,
but
sir,
to put your grandkids' names out there when you're talking about you slept with Susan Smith,
right? You're a pig. I mean, look at him. The whole thing's despicable. I mean, I don't mean to judge off, but I'm fucking judging.
Along with several other ladies that were there, what their charges were. Because when you have somebody murder a child in South Carolina, it hits the news instantly.
Is that viewed different among inmates
South Carolina
versus other crimes?
Listen,
In
when the press conference starts, I will switch over to that. It has not started. I'm watching it.
the male institutions, yes. I didn't see it in the female institution. I didn't see Susan being treated any different than somebody there for drug charges. At one point in time, her cellmate was also charged with killing her husband, and
Did you
was
sleep with
serving
her
life.
too?
That she had been there 10 or 15 years, and nobody treated her different either. I can't think of the girl's name now that killed the autistic boy in Eastover back in 95, 96. She was treated just like anybody else.
What a
So
predator.
if that had been at a male
Mhm.
institution, we'd have probably had one or two instances where when they first got into general population that they were taught that children are to be left alone.
Did she had issues
Oh, yes.
during her incarceration?
She had quite a few, especially in the later years, mainly after I left. Her disciplinary record is extensive, and the online record
Jay.
only begins in 2011 when.
Yeah.
It's on WLTX.
It is?
Yeah.
Because this is what I have.
What is WLTX?
This is where this is the podium. I don't know why you're saying it started. I'm watching it. It's not. See the
Maybe.
podium? They took a 15-minute break. It's been like 5 minutes. Trust me, I'm watching. It's not on yet. I ain't lying.
No, I don't think you're lying, but I think these people are watching something somewhere. I don't think they're lying either. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but would they be delayed?
Let me see. WLTX. Oh, fuck.
Is it on?
My apologies. Fuck yeah, it is.
I got your back, subs. I'm just kidding.
We're gonna go
Oh.
back. Fuck.
Damn Court TV misguiding us.
I
Always
know.
delayed and shit.
Well, it wasn't too much.
Oh, yeah, it's not too far behind. Okay.
They
here
made
we
it look
go.
like it was gonna be held in that room, dude. It was quick, I guess. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. It was their fault.
They did say 15 minutes.
They did. And they're not there. Yep, she got denied. Rightfully so. Do you have the volume on?
You can't hear it?
Nah.
Okay, re-edit. I'm sorry. You forgive me this once. Okay, go ahead and re-edit.
Oh, it's me. I'm sorry. I didn't know what you were saying.
Court TV is still in the damn parole room.
David is not going to take questions. I know they've told you guys that, but he appreciates you being here today and supporting the family. Obviously, it's a positive decision today, but David wants to say a few words to you. Thank you.
And he has to come back in 2 years. Every 2 years. Fuck that. 2 years,
Today
Mama.
has been 30 years coming. Wasn't sure how to feel, what to expect. I know what I was hoping. I think, Susan, in the last 30 years, through her action, has continued to proven that it's all about her. What all this has done to her, how it has affected her. I haven't seen any remorse from her. So for her to think that I would even speak on her behalf, I do not understand that. But it's been such a tough 30 years for my family, for friends, loved ones, near and far. But today, the committee made the right decision and denied her parole, at least for another 2 years. So I'm not looking forward to it in 2 more years to go through this again, but at least I know for now she'll still be behind bars. And for 2 more years, there'll still be justice for Michael and Alex. Thank you.
What a handsome man. What a strong father.
Wrong guy.
We've got Kevin Brackett, who was my deputy solicitor at the time. Kevin is now the solicitor in York and Union counties. He tried the case with me. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Yes, sir.
Are you surprised by the
Personally, now I've got to speak for me. David and his family, he can speak for himself, but we were cautiously optimistic. I think, as David said, she's demonstrated that it's always been about Susan from the day she committed the crime. And so I think we're hopeful, we're happy. It's unfortunate that the law wasn't what it is now, that life meant life, because I mean, as we spent the last 3 hours together, kind of reminiscing as a family, and we'll all be back 2 years from now, or as Solicitor Brackett said, as long as somebody's remembering Michael and Alex, we'll all be back here.
Mm.
Yes. From the folks I've spoken to in the Union community, they are ready to quit being the place where Susan Smith killed her children. I think the family members have said it's robbed them of their community and the love of their community. Absolutely, the best thing would be if Susan was ever paroled, is that she would just disappear and go be anonymous somewhere. But unfortunately, we know based on her behavior that that's not going to happen.
No,
Right.
I think, as I told the parole board, she traumatized not just the family, but she traumatized that entire community and left a scar
Yes,
on
she
Union
did.
that will exist as long as people remember what she did, which is going to be for a long time. So I don't think anybody would be excited to see her return.
What is a
Yes, sir.
solicitor, Jay?
A lawyer.
Okay.
what will it mean to have to do this every 2 years?
Somebody in the
It
chat
is a
asked, not me.
torture for
Every
this
2
family.
Yep.
You know, it was a reunion of sorts. You know, I've shared with you before that I don't contact these folks because we represent a bad time in their lives. But you know,
Oh,
when I see them, I mean, I'll start crying now talking about it. The sad thing is that every 2 years, as David said, the clock starts ticking. Yeah, I mean, 30 years seems like it went like this, you know, but the
2
flip
years is
side
gonna
is
fly
that
by.
this is a strong family. David has put it from the beginning that it's about Michael and Alex. And as long as I can draw breath and be here to support them, and I know the family feels the same, we'll be here.
amen.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't even
I
hear
believe
them.
Susan is the same woman she was 30 years ago when she laughed in the courtroom when the jury wasn't in and cried as soon as the jury came in. And I got no reason to believe anything different. We weren't able to see the feed that you guys saw, so I don't know if you saw. Kevin and I were discussing all the way from the day she called David Smith and he came out to the house, and he's on television, looks like a man who just told he lost his children, and Susan's excited about being on television. So I believe her to be the same solicitor. You may want
Yes,
to weigh
sir.
in.
I completely agree. You look at her record in jail and ask yourself, does this appear to be a woman who's changed her behavior, changed her life? If she were released, she would capitalize on this. She would attempt to monetize her fame. She does not need to be out of jail. She needs to stay in jail. These boys had 140 to 150 years of life ahead of them. She should stay there at least that long.
Attorney, I'm the Reverend, and we want to say we appreciate y'all hard work that y'all done, because the black families, a lot of young black men were being attacked, you know, because of what she said.
Yes, he's
There
bringing
you
up the
go.
racism and the black people being attacked.
There you go, Brantley. Yep.
I come to tell y'all, thank y'all for what y'all done.
He
Reverend,
came to thank them.
Pray for you and your family too.
Reverend, I want to tell you, I appreciate it. I've been asked over the years about the racial aspect of it.
Oh, Lord.
And I'll tell you, that community, you know, they think because we're Southern, because we sound like me, that there's going to be an issue. That community handled that issue. A reporter asked an African-American lady in Union, what do you think about the community blaming a black man? And she said the community didn't blame a black man.
Susan
Smith
did.
blamed the black man. So I
Amen.
appreciate your words here. I know
Fucking
you
right.
followed up.
I told him, when the police come, put your hands up and just say, I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't got no gun. I ain't got no chip.
Well, I'm-
the
How
police were
scary.
Very respectful. They came to search the house. They pulled the guys over that was in the red Mazda, and they checked out and they wasn't there. They treated people fair. But we thank you because you went down and got the truth back.
Well, I made a point
Yep.
of telling the parole board
Black men
that
were
those
being
people,
targeted.
how many black men who happen to resemble the man she imagined
Mhm.
driving a red Mazda,
Mazda.
in California or Colorado or Missouri, how many of those people got pulled over because of what she did?
And could have been
They're all
George
victims
Floyd.
too.
Yes, they're all victims too.
I think the difference for Susan Smith was a combination, and only really the jurors can answer that. I think the fact the trial was in Union and you're going to see the same people at the grocery store every day, I think that made a difference. I think it makes us uncomfortable. It's actually a lot easier to blame the criminal or blame the father. We leave our kids at home every day with our mothers, and you know, we don't think about it, you know, and so I think it was unsettling, and they wanted to
course,
think there's
Captain.
some reason. It's hard for us to grasp that Susan's sole reason was selfishness and what was best for Susan.
Susan was a whore.
And it's precisely
Say it.
that betrayal, because people expect their mothers to protect their children and lay down their very lives for them. And it's precisely that betrayal that makes this case so disturbing and such a terrible crime.
Yeah, we don't shield behind our children. We protect them.
I think the difficulty is for these folks moving forward. I think Union, just like I'll always be the Susan Smith prosecutor, Union will always be the place where Susan Smith took Michael and Alex's life. I think where your prayers need to be, Reverend, is praying, as you said, for this family and for God's peace on them, because they're going to be dealing with it long after we go back home. Hug your kids tonight. Remember the positive things and remember how hard this family fought and what they've been through and how they stood strong for Michael and Alex. Thank you, guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How much do you think that played a role in the board's decision today? You think you thought about that enough?
I think the defense presented that, you know, all the way back in death penalty, and I think that may have helped in mitigation. You know, she went from Susan the monster at the time of the crime to Susan the victim when we're trying it in July. But the truth is, if you peel back the facts, as horrible as that is, she made choices. It's like David said today. She chose. If it had been a botched suicide, she could have shown up at that house wet. She could have shown up at that house injured. She could have come and said, I made a horrible mistake. She didn't. It was all about what's best for Susan. And so those are sad, tragic circumstances, may have made the woman she is, but the woman she is made a horrible decision and took two precious lives. Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your time
Thank you.
today. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, David, and y'all do a good job, David. We pray for you.
Show this. Yes. That's the unity. Fuck Susan Smith. I love this. That was a huge part of this case. She did the worst of the worst, man.
And like he said, she committed the crime, became the victim to the circumstances she created. And she still had the nerve to cry today.
For herself.
For herself. Not an apology. Not a singular apology.
You know, she really could have done herself a favor by maybe talking about those boys a little bit more.
Right. She
I
could have.
mean,
She could have.
she's a sick bitch.
She didn't fucking love them. She didn't care about them.
Thank you,
100%
Flobo.
thank you.
Ah.
Man. And the despicable fact that they have to do this every 2 years now. Every 2 years, they have to go back 30 years to those emotions, to that moment. and relive it.
Even that reverend being there 30 years later is just amazing.
I mean, the whole family's being punished 30
Every
years
2
later and
years.
every 2 years thereafter because of what Susan Smith did 30 years ago to those toddlers.
Is he going to speak?
You're right. You tell me when you're ready, okay? Mhm.
He ain't no spring chicken no more either. He's been around. He's an older man.
Okay. 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 My name is Reverend Raymond Johnson, Raymond, from Mount Pisgah Baptist Church, Marion, South Carolina. Mount Pisgah, Pisgah. I'm associated minister at the church. And the reason I'm here today because I'm hurt. Susan not only hurt her children, but she hurt the whole Black community. She chose to focus on the Black man. And you had Black folks there were scared to come out the house. When they heard a knock on the door, they throw their hand up. Hands up, please don't shoot.
Scary,
Ain't no children in here. Police was pulling people over on I-40, I-65, I-17, I-85, I-10, and outside the road there. But we thank God because we got to the truth. Thank you. Justice Department, she asked me for him to do it. Okay. Okay.
And the truth will prevail.
Yep.
Dang, don't take him off the
Did
mic,
they really
Grant.
take him off?
They did. And look, they had the police coming over.
Inside. I'm gonna take about
what the
5 to 6 y'all at a time.
The disrespect.
The elevators. All right. You do have to go. You can bring in cell phones, your cameras.
I am,
all that
Tara.
stuff.
Wow.
All in. Press conference is inside.
That
Some
was
of our
weird.
staff members will speak to you about the parole hearing process inside.
Why would they do that? Hang on, let me go back.
I mean, I did see that he kind of jumped on unwelcomed. But
We thank God 10.
Oh,
Here
she
she comes.
walks over. Yeah. Wait, let's see what they do. They're like, why is he? Once he
Well,
put his arms up, that was it.
Yeah.
Well, you're not really
Police was
supposed to
pulling
enter the
people
mic.
over on I-40, I-65, I-17, I-85, I-10, and outside the road there. But we thank God because we got to the truth.
Thank you.
Justice Department, she asked me for him to do it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to go back inside.
At least he respected it, I suppose.
Well, the media asked him to. I mean, it's a bunch of media mics
Right, and that's what he said. The media asked me to.
because it's not the time, says Flo. I wish they would have let him speak, but
I
whatever.
mean, he said enough. He said enough. Now, I do have a question. So I was getting emailed while we were live. And this is not to take away from David or Davis' pain or anything that he experienced, but is it true that he was absent from the boys' lives for months prior to Susan's actions?
Oh, I have no idea. I couldn't speak on that. I have no idea.
Anybody who was around during that time, again, I don't
I was
brag or
around, but
anything,
I never
was-
heard that. She was
I was
fucking
in-
around on him, but
I was
I
in
don't.
diapers. But apparently he had a girlfriend. That he also had a girlfriend.
I've
and
never
that-
heard that.
No.
No.
That's
I-
exactly what happened.
I mean,
then?
I followed it as it happened. I've never heard he had a girlfriend.
I'm seeing lots of news. Okay. No, I don't remember that. No. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I received 2 emails that stated that and said, David himself was an absent father, had a girlfriend and couldn't be bothered with those boys.
Oh, I don't.
And I'm like,
that.
I just watched this man's lips quivering as he spoke about his boys from 30 years ago.
Oh, they
So-
moved the presser inside?
Oh, is this where Court TV's finally on their
Well,
case?
no, it just says moments away. Look,
Many
this
have
is
never
Court
heard that.
TV.
They were separated, right? Can't remember. They were split up. They were both dating others. But he apparently
Does it really even matter though?
kind of, to be honest.
Why does that matter if she was a shit mom who drove her kids in a lake? Why does it fucking matter what he was doing? You're
Well-
a mom first and foremost.
Yeah, it doesn't excuse her crime by any means, nor does it diminish the pain of. But I do think it's important if he was also an absent father that went months without
Well,
seeing his
if the kids
children.
are alive, he always has a chance to rekindle that relationship, right? If they're dead, he doesn't.
Yeah, but could his absence have played a part? Was he out having a girlfriend, living a free life, not having his children? Could that have played a part?
I have no idea.
And I mean,
I don't
truth be
even think it
told,
matters.
it doesn't matter. It's 30 years later. The fact is he's a victim. He's a victim of her choices, her circumstances. I'm just curious out of my own, because of the emails, because they made it like he just was a piece of shit himself.
Never heard that.
I'm looking, but yeah.
I mean, if you got to dig for it, obviously it's.
Listen, the fact of the matter is, even if that did happen, dealing with somebody like Susan, I can only fathom how difficult it would be for a man to be present in his children's life. But even if that did happen, it does not. It doesn't change anything at all. Not a damn thing. He still had nothing to do with what happened to those boys.
Oh, I'm sure their marriage wasn't good if she was screwing around and had her wedding dress and her wedding album in the car. I mean, obviously there was some kind of marital discord, but
That's a good idea, Tara. Thank you. He was a totally involved dad. They were young, still no excuse for her to do what she did. Absolutely no excuse. I'm just genuinely curious. I thought I heard something about current wife standing by. She did. So his current wife was with him at the time. She was through his side through all of this. Maybe that was his girlfriend. They were
well, they
separated.
knew each other. I think they all went to school together.
Right.
That-
And if they were separated, they were separated. If they're seeing other people, that's their personal shit. You know
I
what
don't
I
even
mean?
know. I don't know. I have nothing to say on that. I'm glad the bitch ain't getting out.
I'm glad she's not getting out too.
I don't even know if her trial is watchable. I don't know if it was televised or not. I don't remember seeing it.
I don't think it was.
I don't think so either because I've never seen any bits or pieces of it anywhere.
Oh, what is this? I hate these articles that say you have to sign in to read it. An article from
Oh, I know.
published 29 years ago, and I have to log in to read it.
Oh, that happened to me. I pulled up one from 1993.
Yeah.
And it wanted me to pay. It was like the one about John Bonet. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Well, this one's saying that Susan Smith's nervous paramour cast doubt today on the charges that she killed her children to pursue their romance, saying Smith's anguish actually stemmed from an affair with her own stepfather. But then when I go to read it, it's trying to tell me I have to sign. I'm not signing up. Oh my goodness. You did not have to do that, Casual Art. Justice continues to be served. Just sad that it'll be ongoing. Prayers for peace for these people. Prayers for everyone in chat for peace during this time of year. Remember to give yourself grace, blessings. It's a beautiful message. And let this be a reminder that what seems like life crippling situations, this is a family that has to relive the most traumatic thing they've ever experienced today and again in 2 more years, in 2 more years. In 2 more years. It makes for me personally, it makes me realize maybe my problems are not as crippling as they feel at times.
Oh, yeah, Court TV. The first trial Court TV put on, I think, was the Menendez brothers.
So they did during during her hearing, witnesses painted a conflicting portrait of a 23-year-old defendant as a as a adulteress, a lovesick secretary, an abused child, a frightened wife, and a skillful liar and a doting mother. But her composure crumbled when the diver who found her 2 small sons in her car at the bottom of the lake stood the stand. She wept as he described seeing a small hand pressed against the glass of the car window. A baby was, oh, I can't.
Do you guys want to watch the rest of the CO while we wait?
Yeah, is it not back on?
No, it still says moment. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, it's not on yet.
Right, Chucho. It's not.
It says moments away.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely not a factor. I was just curious because, and I'm not surprised to hear there would be salacious, rumors on him and this and that. Like I said, if this case happened today, without a doubt, those type of accusations would be taking place. Did anyone watch the Cody Posey trial? I didn't. Here's this creeper, this predator, this fucking slob.
Okay. All right. Let me skip forward a little bit. I want to get to the juicy part. I don't really care what his prison was like. I want to hear what happened with her.
We're having this problem in the dorm with this officer on this shift, or there's these two girls are constantly bickering or fighting at night or whatever the case may be. She just started coming to me more often with those types of little, I guess, complaints or informational pieces that I would have to look into. And she would actually talk to me about things that were going on in other units other than her own, because of people talking to her, because they felt like she was more in tune with the staff members.
So she was a snitch
to get things done.
How was she seen through other inmates? Was she seen as a leader?
I guess a leader would be a good word for it. She had quite a following from what I.
Sorry, we're back here.
Thank you.
You're gonna start it. Can you hear it still? You guys have audio?
Yeah, we can hear it. We can hear it,
Okay.
Jay.
You want me to just leave it here?
Yeah, mine's well.
I'll turn it down so we can talk while we're waiting. Well, maybe the Reverend's going to get his opportunity in here. Maybe they were just like, hey, no, we're moving it inside. Okay, listen close. Here we go.
So you can go ahead and just get that. Okay.
Jody Gallman, acting director of the Parole Board. Anita Dantzler, Parole Board, public information director.
I'll come back. Got it?
This is a whole ass thing, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody need white balance or are you good? No?
One more time.
You good? All right, here we go.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right. Anybody else need white balance?
it. Washington.
You good? All right.
You guys are going to talk about the against the process.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you everybody for being here today. I guess this ended up being way more important
I am
than
not going to have
Eddie.
everyone come up here and spell out their name, okay? That's why I did that. I thought that would help you out. Okay. No problem. Once I ask for questions, yeah, just, raise your hand, and then I'm going to go, okay. So not throw all the questions right out like that, okay? All right. Let's see if everybody's ready, and then we'll get things rolling.
Oh, yeah. One more time.
Are they going to show us Susan again? I want to see Susan.
Yep.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. I think they said the 2 parole people are going to be speaking, but I don't know if anybody else. Maybe they'll tell us though why they came to the conclusion. I hope she has to. She should have to listen to all of this, right? Like, doesn't she
I
have
would
the right?
hope.
Doesn't she have the right to like be present for everything? I don't know what your rights are in a parole hearing.
I don't either, to be honest. I hope she has to.
I think she should have to listen to them.
Of course, proud for her mom.
But did you
She should
notice
have
that
to.
they didn't hear her? They weren't present for what she said.
I feel like they could still hear though. They just keep them separate for, security reasons. But I would imagine that all sides can hear what everyone's
Oh, I
saying.
thought the guy said, we haven't heard the beginning of part of it yet. That's awesome, Jamie.
I still can't get over Tony's tip line lady telling me she babysat these boys.
I know.
It's just such a bizarre thing.
What a weird thing to say. Did she have a Southern accent?
Kinda, I think.
I mean, like theirs, you'd remember.
I can play the part where she tells me about that Oregon tip. You guys can hear for yourself how they knew about that
the
back
Oregon
in July.
tip that's been floating around for 4 months.
Yeah, back in July, they knew about that.
Wow, she was 23 when convicted.
Right. I mean, that is young. And I was a bit curious how many people thought maybe she should be eligible for parole. Because, again, the purpose is, are they likely to reoffend? Right? But it's also...
But is she going to be contributing to society, too?
And not only that, but did she...
Maybe if she really wanted to be taken seriously in 30 years, she should have not fucked COs and had drugs and done everything she did.
Well, most importantly, maybe fucking acknowledge what you did and apologize for the immense harm and pain, lasting pain you have caused people.
Right.
She didn't even do any of that.
Didn't even do that. Didn't even apologize to David.
No, he says still to this day, she's never apologized. And it sucks that they changed the law that now they have to go through this every 2 years. That's horrific.
Yeah, I don't like that. Every 2 years seems excessive.
Too soon, too much.
Keezy, I don't know if her parents are alive or dead. I don't know anything about her family.
I'll Google it while this lady speaks.
When this happened, we didn't have the internet to dig.
Right.
Okay. Director, you're gonna be right here. Okay.
Let's see. Her dad died in 1977.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, they said he committed suicide.
And who else?
Her mother then married, who later revealed she was molested by her stepfather.
Yeah. We know.
And he was a prominent businessman.
A lot of women are molested by their stepfathers and they don't kill their boys.
Yeah, I know, but then I see people making excuses for the Mendez brothers and the Gypsy Roses. I don't know. I hate it all.
She didn't kill her attackers.
Okay.
Is that why Casey Anthony tried that too?
So we're all set? Yes, thank you.
Casey Anthony tried
Let's
that
get
angle.
started. My name is Anita Dantzler. I'm the Public Information Director with the South Carolina Department of Probation, Parole, and Pardon Services. We are holding this press conference to provide further explanation of the parole hearing process. First,
You're
I'd
right.
like
Fair
to
enough. Sorry.
introduce my acting director for the agency, Jody Gallman, who will speak today. And then I'd like to also introduce Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Release Services, Valerie Suber, who will also be speaking with you today. Okay? So, first, Acting Director Gallman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. First, I want to thank the entire executive management team But behind me, you have some of the executive management team and some of the senior managers in the department. Secondly, I want to thank the department staff for everything that they do during the course of the year, and especially for the parole hearings and the pardon processes that we have in place. I want to give a special thanks to the Paroles, Pardon, and Release Services Division. Without that staff, the hearings could not take place. And next, for today, I want to especially thank what we are calling the Special Operations Team. Those were the different folks that you saw today in the uniform. Some just had their little badges on it, but that entire team will put in the work together for today. And lastly, I just want to thank the Parole Board. The Parole Board has difficult decisions that they have to make, as you witnessed some of the decisions that were made today. So we want to thank them for their services. And now we'll hear from Deputy Director Super.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As stated, my name is Valerie Suber. I am the Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Release Services. I'd like to first say thank you to Court Television for providing live streaming services today and for highlighting the parole process in the state of South Carolina. In South Carolina, we schedule roughly 3,000 inmates every year for parole consideration. Today, inmate Susan Smith, SCDC number 221487, was denied parole.
Okay.
This was by a unanimous decision of the board. One board member did recuse herself from this vote. The reasons for denial were identified as follows. And we could get this on the
I hope they
screen.
explain her every 2 years.
The nature and seriousness of the current crime. Her institutional record is unfavorable.
I want to know
The
about the
inmate will be
recusal.
notified of
Me
the
too.
I don't get
disposition
that.
of this hearing. As
I
well
thought
as the
they were about
reasons
to
for
tell us.
rejection. Inmate Smith will be eligible again for parole consideration in 2 years.
Why?
Thank you.
The law. They changed the law the year after
Do
she
you
was.
have any questions?
Yes, I
Yes.
question your law.
Being that
Yeah.
the reasons for her parole being denied were nature and seriousness of current offense and institutional record, does that mean when she comes back in 2 more years, the nature and seriousness of the current offense will be the reason that she's denied again? Like, will she just get denied for this next time that she comes?
I can't speak as to what will happen. It is a reason for denial, and the board may use that reason again in 2 years. Yes.
And could they not use it? Like, could they decide to not look at the nature and seriousness of the current offense?
The board is an autonomous decision-making body. They make their decisions independent of this agency. They do have the discretion to grant parole as they see fit. So it is at their discretion that they grant or deny, and the reasons that they grant or deny are at their discretion as well.
Valerie, what was the nature of the conflict of the board member that excused herself to himself?
I have that statement here for you, and I will read it for you again as it was read onto the record. Be advised that I will recuse myself in the parole hearing of Susan Smith, number 221487. I was acting warden at Camille Graham Correctional Center in 1999, where inmate Smith was housed and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional Institution. I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance or affecting her opportunity for parole, and it is signed respectfully, Geraldine P. Miro, board member.
Oh, okay.
And we have a question here.
She actually just asked us.
She asked it? Okay. Anyone else have a question?
That makes sense.
Thank you. I noticed that all of the parole hearings, all of the decisions were actually rejected. Is that normal?
Our parole rate for violent crimes is currently 8%. So there is not a high parole rate in South Carolina currently.
Good luck, Susan.
So I guess in
What
essence,
a waste
that
every
is
2 years to do
pretty
this.
typical.
What a waste of money.
Another question? Yes.
Are there supposed to be 7 parole board members?
Yes, the board consists of 7 members appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. We do have 1 vacant seat that has been vacant since 2022. So that vacancy is not considered in the quorum. And then Ms. Miro recused herself, so there were 5 voting members in this hearing.
Why is that seat vacant?
Because the governor appoints and the Senate confirms, and that hasn't happened.
In recent years in the state of South Carolina, has there been an inmate who's granted parole with the seriousness of this nature?
inmates have been granted parole who committed murders, and there are inmates currently on parole for life sentences. Yes.
Any other questions? Yes.
What makes a difference the inmates who had committed murders or had life sentences were granted paroles versus Susan Smith's case?
Again, the board grants parole at their discretion. And I will quote a statute for you because it is probably the most potent statute that I can reference. And that is 24-21-640. The board must carefully consider the record of a prisoner before, during, and after imprisonment. And no such prisoner may be paroled until it appears to the satisfaction of the board that the prisoner has shown a disposition to reform.
Oh my God. Mute your phone.
That in the future he will probably obey the law and lead a correct life. That by his conduct he has merited a lessening of the rigors of his imprisonment. That the interest of society will not be impaired thereby. And that suitable employment has been secured for him. That is 24-21-640, which gives the board complete discretion to grant or deny parole. And it is not until they are satisfied that these conditions are present that an inmate may be paroled. Yes.
So I didn't hear this discussed, but did Susan Smith have any like hard offers of employment if she would have been released, or has she satisfied that?
The employment offers are not verified until the person actually makes parole.
What? Isn't that backwards though?
Was there anybody else besides the Currys that were in
Seems
favor
like
of
it.
her release? Like correspondence or anything like that?
I don't know who was in favor of parole. I think we've already reported out on the number of letters received, and I don't have any other information outside of that.
Oh,
The police were not in favor of her parole, were they?
I'm sorry to make you repeat this. How many letters were received?
There were 6, I believe.
Six that wanted her
were
out.
For parole, and as of November 17th or 18th, it was 471 letters or correspondences received, because some were emails.
Good job,
How about
everyone.
those percentages?
Good job. I'm one of those. I'm proud to say.
So am I. I did it too, Jay.
I love it.
And I've never done no shit like
Our
that.
agency employs staff release examiners who are present at each institution, and they are advised of the outcome of the hearing at the time the decision is made at the prison.
I think I have one. So why is it like every 2 years to have a parole hearing? How does that work?
Okay, by statute, because of the time her crime was committed, she is eligible for parole every 2 years. There is a window where certain individuals are eligible every year, but because she is serving for a violent crime and the time she was convicted and her crime was committed, the law requires that she wait 2 years before she's considered again.
What a stupid law, though. Honestly.
Very stupid.
Just one more thing.
Very
You know what it sounds like
Several
to
of you
me?
have asked
What?
me about
Sounds like a life sentence
the
to the
names
family.
of the persons
Yeah, I
that
agree.
spoke during the Susan Smith hearing.
It's so inconsiderate to the
So
family.
I'm going to give it to you right now. David Smith, Tiffany Smith, Savannah Smith, Douglas Smith, Rebecca Smith French. Rebecca is spelled REBECKA.
Who are these people?
She's spelling their names for the media,
Oh, okay.
the family, I think.
And I believe it's former Representative
David's
Tommy
going to do an
Pope
interview after this, FYI.
and Solicitor
Okay, cool.
Kevin Brackett.
This is an all-day deal, man.
Brackett, BRACKETT.
And they're going to do this every 2
So
years.
those are
making
pretty
this-
easy names. I
Right.
think
Can you
got it.
imagine? Like I
I
said,
know
what
you
a
got it.
waste.
You won't be
And
calling
it
me
flatters
tonight.
her.
Savannah, is it with an H or without an H?
Savannah with an H.
Thank you.
All right.
The folks who spoke in favor of Smith, the Currys, is that CURRY or IE?
Oh,
Now, I
wait.
do
Those are
not
the
have
people that wanted her
Who spoke
out.
in favor.
Oh, shit.
They put them on
Right,
blast.
so they are registered with the South Carolina Department of Corrections.
They snitched them
so
out.
Yes, they would have that information for you. I want to thank you all for staying with us and coming here to this press conference today. We're going to also take you down the stairs, down the elevators in a very orderly fashion, just as you got up here. Okay? Thank you.
I do think they're loving this shit. And it does make me sick that Susan still sees herself as a celebrity and this feeds that. And it's going to be every 2 years.
Well, right.
Yeah, all last name Smith, her whole 6.
Her family that's alive, probably.
Nice on them, huh?
Yeah, I guess David's doing an interview with Court TV after this, so we'll keep it up and see if they switch over to it. Kels, do I have to? It ended. So where is David? Did an interview after this. We need to find it. I don't see it, Kels. Was it on their website? I don't
Is
see
it
an
Smith?
interview with them.
His last name, not her last name?
Yeah, I'm confused. What was that last part about?
I don't know. Like, I don't even know. Were they naming out who was there with Davis Smith today? Not who didn't want her out? Right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just
she
can't
has-
believe it's going to be this big rigmarole every 2 years.
Right. No, me neither.
Yeah, let me go back.
Yeah, let's
and show you
rehear
that
it.
last part.
Maybe it'll offer some more insight. I wonder if they did. I'm sure they did, T. Adams.
She is eligible for parole every 2 years. There is a window where certain individuals are eligible every year, but because she is serving for a violent crime and the time she was convicted and her crime was committed, the law requires that she wait 2 years before she's considered again.
Okay. Just one more thing, folks. Several of you have asked me about the names of the persons that spoke during the Susan Smith hearing.
Okay, so these are the people that got up and spoke. The guy who cried during the hearing.
Yeah.
Let's listen to who they are again.
So I'm going to give it to you right now. David Smith, Tiffany Smith, Savannah Smith, Douglas Smith, Rebecca Smith French. Rebecca is spelled R.
So that's all his family that got up and spoke. That
Yeah.
makes more sense.
That does. Okay.
Her maiden name was Vaughn. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I'm with Marcia. If she kept his last name, I would demand she change it. But she wasn't because of the fame attached to it. I mean, the same way Casey Anthony, the same way Wade Wilson, they get all these fans.
Well, people would probably call her that anyways, even if she changed it, because that's what we know her as.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, huh?
Unfortunately, she's gone down in history
Right.
for what she was in that moment. Although, yeah, as far as he goes, I wouldn't want to call her Susan Smith either.
No. Hey, Southern. No. Take my name away, you monster.
I'm looking to see if this interview is on Court TV's website. I don't know.
Yeah, that was everybody who was with David today. Thank you, guys. We misunderstood for a minute. Well, ironically, David had people speak, and he had more people with him today than just that, than she did people defending her to come out. So there's that.
Okay, I think I've got it here. I just have to rewind. Hold on. Right now, they're talking to the prosecutor, actually. Live. Do you guys want to hear this?
Yeah, we might as well.
Okay.
I feel like we've rode this one out.
Yeah, we're pretty invested at this point.
Offended is. And I think people got to see that today.
I think you're exactly right. And her attorney made a point to say today is about Susan. And I'm sure you would strongly disagree with that statement, Tommy.
Absolutely. I think, unfortunately, in Susan's mind, and again, I'm not making light of suicide. I'm not making light of mental health, but whatever's wired Susan together every day is about Susan. And this needed to be a day for Michael and Alex. You've seen, David Smith, his family, they're carrying that torch as strongly and as capably as any victim's family that I've dealt with. And, unfortunately, I think the nature of the case is probably burned into them to, this will be the rest of their life. And to the extent I can, this will be the rest of mine.
Right, Tommy? Tell me, were you confident that the board would deny her parole?
Statistically, it's funny how people buy lottery tickets because they think maybe they'll win. I knew the death penalty was going to be extremely difficult, but it didn't keep us from going forward. Likewise, I felt like that looking at that group of people and knowing that what was being said resonated with them, knowing Susan's conduct, knowing even the statistics of most people not getting parole, I felt good about it. But, I've told you, I've looked jurors in the eye and they nod during my closing argument and then say not guilty. So until you get, quote, the verdict or, the decision in this case, which in fairness came fairly soon after we left the room, it was a relief, because I'll tell you, even though you felt you knew what was going to happen in that room, if you can imagine, you've prepared witnesses, you've done closing statements, the tension's there. It's almost a relief. And for the family, of course, doubly so, because you get to kind of pour out that emotion, and then you get back in the room and you quickly after hear that she's been denied, and you want to laugh and you want to cry and you want to hug each other. And then, you can't help it. The first thing in your mind, we're going to have to do it again in 2 years.
Right. That's got to be a tough feeling, too, because it's relief, but also the lingering idea that, this isn't necessarily final, huh?
Yeah, and I think for them, though, if you look at it, what would be more torture? To just know you've kind of box this together and deal with it in increments of 2 years, or think if Susan's out, because I guarantee you, if Susan's out, somehow social media, she's glamorized somehow.
She's
She's
53.
profiting from it, and that would have to be the ultimate torture for all of us, but David and his family particularly.
Right.
He's right.
Tommy,
He's absolutely right.
Sensational. Thank you for
You guys are
this
so good
interview
to me.
today. Your tremendous advocacy.
What do you mean I didn't go down far enough? Is it on here? I don't see an interview with him. It says this is him and the parole board. But am I missing something?
Yeah, Andrea, she's a psycho.
I don't see any interview with David on here. We already watched the presser. We saw that. I don't see any special interview with him. She looks way older than 53, doesn't she?
Yeah, well, you figure no hair dye and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that gray hair
Anybody
really
with the
makes
gray
you-
hair, yeah, it makes you look older.
Heck yeah.
Actually, I'm starting to get little white hairs.
Oh boy.
I know. What do
You
I
know,
do with
her
myself?
voice though took me back to that day. Like,
Did it? Yeah.
oh, it sounded the same in that same whiny.
Why was me? The perpetual victim.
It was the same. It sounded like the same tone and everything. It was like so not believable.
I thought there was a son of Sam's law that prevents people from making money off their crimes. I know they just hit Wade Wilson with it because he had that Fundly account and he was trying to sell, drawlings and shit. But I don't know how Gypsy's allowed to make money. I don't know how some of these people are allowed to make money. Chris, they keep saying is in your Discord.
I know. I went to it and it's the press conference. I watched it. We watched it already. It's on News 9. You said go to 417. That's the press conference.
This is the opinion that I got from an attorney. If she was my client, she would have had a detailed statement prepared. First, a cry out to her kids, then to the father asking for forgiveness and admitting and taking full responsibility, then to the community. Then, while not justification, any mitigating factors that caused this supported by a psych evaluation. Then details on how you have changed. Note, I'm not saying she should be released, but that was terrible in trying to get parole. Like it was a terrible attempt at parole. Because in some ways you do have to sell, and most importantly, sell your sorry, admit to your crime. And she didn't do that. She made herself a victim. There are some oppressive women out here. She was so mad when she came on my panel. I didn't show her name and avatar, and she told me that I was a weapon in this RICO. And because she didn't get the little attention she wanted over here, she runs over there. Yeah, that's what these type of people do. They don't stand on morals or integrity or anything like that. It's situational. And BJ's an idiot because she's done this a dozen times. One person defends her, so she quickly goes and shares them out and all that. And then those people attack her. And let's not forget that this particular person attacked Brittany for damn near a year and had a whole channel dedicated to her grifting. But they hate bond, and hate bonding never works out. Because you can remember this, take this one to the bank. The people that are hate bonding with you are only there to support who you're going against. They're not there to support you. So as soon as that argument stops or the people stop giving you that attention so you can no longer use it, that support also leaves as well. That's why I got motherfucking OGs in here from day one. And she don't. And they don't. And
Look
they
at
won't.
this shit. For this fucking prison guard.
He's
He
a
went on
pig.
Dr. Oz as well. The
It's
prison
just-
guard who had sex with Susan Smith in jail. Like, gross.
Right, like you're a predator. You are a correction officer supposed to keep
Here he
the
is
prison
again
safe.
on News Nation. He made the rounds, boy.
He's taken advantage of
Gross.
women in jail, and he's being given a platform for that. Oh my gosh.
That is disgusting.
Oh my gosh. Imagine that. Holy shit. Like proudly going on all these places and being like, yeah, I was a security guard at a female prison and I slept with inmates.
Yeah, he's a predator is what
He's
he
a
is.
predator.
Probably why, why would he work in that fucking women's prison? That's just gross.
Well, imagine how many of these predators do work in prisons for that purpose.
Oh, here he is again. He said
Sure.
she pursued it.
He even looked, oh, please, sir.
Oh my God. I can't.
Look at them babies.
Oh, I know. Look at those.
Look, Susan's, oh, there's
Look at those precious baby boys.
There's a photo from her trial. I wonder if it was. He was fired for sexually abusing the prisoners. Well, shocked. Color me shocked.
Oh, he should be in prison. I'm
Would
trying
I
to
accept
find those phone calls she did.
if that pig predator tried to click my link to talk, I'd allow him up to tell him what a predator he is, how despicable he is, and that he should never be platformed. But am I shocked that people like Dr. Oz and some of these others platformed him? No. Look what some of these people are allowing right now in the Sebastian Rogers case. These people don't care about, again, morals, integrity, slander, defamation. I don't know, facts.
Yeah, these phone calls used to be on here. Oh, look at here's.
Oh, go to phone calls for prison. They have the phone
I did.
calls.
I looked. I couldn't find them.
No, you're not on the right thing.
Yeah, I know. I was. If you can find
Oh,
it. Yeah,
sorry,
if you can
okay.
find it. I went on their YouTube. I couldn't find it.
Okay.
Let's watch this quick clip from the trial.
Okay. And then
I don't think I've ever seen this.
I'll take a gander.
Yeah, see if you can find it.
Yes. To the public. Didn't in Nixon
5 and under the guidelines that you have discussed.
I do remember seeing her in court
The
now.
technical points and the legal
That fucking ponytail.
justification for cameras in the courtroom are discussed fully in the brief, and I don't think we need to go back over that. But I think if you view the technology in the context of the evolution of
they're
the
not
jury
there.
system,
Yeah, they're not. I wonder why.
They are up. Well, one of you email them because they're not coming up for us.
Yes, I remember the glasses and that big thick ass ponytail. And she wore like a freaking turtleneck and a button up shirt. I'll never forget it now. It's ingrained in my brain. I can't find her prison call with that creepo. I heard it a long time ago.
90s fashion was wild. Yeah, but then look, we're going to be saying the same thing about 2000s fashion one day, especially like all these crop top shirts and shit, half nude.
You know, it's wild. I saw like a clip the other day and it looked like it was a new clip, but it looked like something from the 90s because they're wearing the exact same clothes we wore in the 90s.
Yeah,
The
yeah, all that
flared
stuff
jeans,
coming
the
back
like,
in style.
yeah. I was like, oh my God, this is like present day. I love it. Thick ass ponies. It was. Look at her.
Well, my thin ass hair is a little bit jealous of that thick ass ponytail. But she's just a monster.
She really is. She's deplorable.
That was the weakest parole attempt I've ever heard.
Yeah, she didn't even like her lawyer or whatever, her appeal attorney. He really set the stage for her to really play on, the shit he said.
And she
And
did
she
it.
blew it, man. She can't
Right.
even. Mm-mm.
Because, like, it reminds me of somebody. It's the Susan show. You know what I mean? Like, she's going to say and do what she wants to
Mhm.
do. She thinks she knows better than everybody.
I just can't believe they have to go through this whole thing every 2 years. Like 699 days away from
It's
this
fucked.
again.
And listen, this is right before the holidays. Like, we have Thanksgiving coming up. You have Christmas. You have people like myself who get their seasonal depression. Like, this is a very hard time of year for many. And I can't fathom for those who have lost somebody, especially somebody so close to them. I mean, like a child, a parent, all of that. And they're going to have to relive this moment over and over again.
This fucking quacky bitch. This is the daughter of the smiley face killer who is so desperate for attention. I feel bad for her. I don't know what her deal is. But here she is.
Daddy issues, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe that's it. She's now become friends with Susan Smith and says Susan Smith could be your best friend.
No, thank you.
Stop it.
I just watched a video of a woman who came really close friends with Casey Anthony. Good golly, with Casey Anthony, and jail, and she just did like a documentary on it. And there was a guard.
The cellmate secrets thing.
I don't know. Is that what it was? Let me look at my history. And there
From
was
Lifetime or something.
There was also like a guard who helped them out, and she said was really kind to her. Where the hell did that go? I didn't even see it in my history.
I don't know.
It was actually really interesting.
Kind of mind blowing, isn't it, that we are even considering letting someone who would murder 2 children out, regardless? Like, I find it appalling that it's even up for debate. You know what I mean?
Hey, you're right. It was Lifetime. My cellmate confesses. Yeah.
Oh, cellmate. Yeah. Yep.
Confessions or whatever. That was it.
Wild how they used to put the notes in the book and pass the notes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It is crazy but they had a point. The law changed. They changed it. Like, she somehow or another lucked out that it changed at that point, and just like they're trying to take away the death penalty and all that stuff. Like, things are just changing.
Oh, y'all, do you remember the 1995 Jenny Jones show murder? Oh, that was a crazy one.
No.
This guy right here on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on the left, yeah, he was brought in. It was.
insult me as a mother, throw out a rumor against my daughter, saying that my daughter, what I was buying my daughter vapes. Yeah, I do. And then somebody came in the chat the other day and says she's over there telling people, whatever. She shouldn't be buying shit for a whole ass adult, right? Get out of here.
It was My Photographer was the name of the photography place that we used to take our kids to in the 90s with those little props. Is that the place you went?
Oh.
Yeah, they had a place in the mall. It was called My Photographer for kids. And they had the little, wicker chair and like little blocks for props and stuff.
So sad. It makes you think, look, they look well cared for. The cute, bowl cut. They have the cute outfits on, the clean white sneaks, adorable. They look adorable.
Mhm.
And just a few months later, she would take their lives in one of the most horrific ways ever. They were strapped in a vehicle, and the vehicle starts to slowly, and then it goes quicker, and you don't go as quick as the car goes down. I mean, they suffered, and for one of the little baby hands, likely Michael's, to be on the car window, like he was.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't even think about it.
She's
Can't
an
even
evil
think about
bitch.
it.
And for her to say that when the guy carjacked her, those babies were screaming for her.
Right.
And
Yeah,
she said, "You're going to be okay."
Oh, is that what she said as she
Uh-huh.
pushed the van underwater? As
Yep.
they screamed for her?
It's going to be okay.
Because, at that age, like, you come out of the baby's eyesight and they kind of get like, Mom,
Mom, yeah, what's going? Yeah, I can't even imagine, dude. I can't.
I just came
can't.
across a picture of
Mm.
my son around, I guess, age 5, around Christmas time. He's like 3 or 4 in this photo. And I literally cried for 10 minutes because I was like, I'd give anything for another day at that age. I'd give anything to
I
slow down
know.
the
They're
time
so
of my children
precious.
getting older. Like, I hate it. I hate it. I wish they would stay little forever. And it goes so quick. And this idea that these parents out here would waste these precious years or take the years from, like, how could you? How could you? I
don't
can't even
know.
stick to my discipline half the time when I'm like, no, no, I'm
I
not
was
giving you the
20.
dollar. You're not
I was
getting
the
another
same age
penny.
as her when I had my first son, and then I had a second son 3 years later. My kids were
Yeah.
exactly spaced apart like these two. I had my first one in 95, second one in 98. I was 21 when I gave birth to the first one, and I could have never imagined anything like this.
Yeah, that's the type of shit that should be reported. She's using Sebastian's face, but talking about Susan Smith parole. Like, get it, go.
That's weird. Get a
All
grip.
these people do that. There's just like Brittany J going off about my wish list and going off about Jay and Clue and nonsense and everybody with Sebastian's name tagged. He wasn't even a topic. If anybody else did that, we'd be called out by the same people calling out everything else. It's so gross. I can't.
I don't know
Susan
why
Smith?
anybody who never knew Sebastian would ever have his face as your profile picture on StreamYard. I find that to be absolutely disturbing. I would never have someone else's child that was missing as my profile picture on YouTube.
Right.
And that's all she's ever shown. It's not like she just does it for awareness. She started with that and she's continuing. It's weird.
Captain Lee, are you still in here? Let's make sure you're still in here so I can respond to you. Make it easier. No, well, these people there's a bunch of weird fucks, man, and the internet has given them easy access to spread their weirdness. So let me hit you all with a little adorableness.
I mean, because when you do a Susan Smith live and then you have Sebastian as your picture, what are you saying? You're Sebastian? It's weird.
It's weird. They are weird. They're because Sebastian was their claim to fame. Most of these people, nobody even knew who the fuck they were until they jumped on this and they, it's just, yeah.
This
that's
is all
why.
to provoke, I think, too, Cricket.
And they're not ready to let go of their 5 minutes using that child's name. So they have to seek it out one way or another. They have based their audience on people who care about Sebastian, and they have intertwined their own fallacies into that. Yeah, look at it. Isn't that the cutest little
Is this
thing
your
ever?
little guy?
When he was little.
Aw.
Look at the eyelashes and the cute little jammies. He couldn't
The
even
North
breathe.
Pole.
But he's sitting there like he's reading the North Pole. Oh my God, I'd give anything. Just 5 more minutes for him to run up to me and let me read a book to him again.
Be able to sit in your lap. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'd give the world. Honest to God, I would. I mean, thank God my kids are with me, happy, healthy, alive. But it just, it takes you back to this. Like, how could you harm your children?
I have no idea. I don't know what frame of mind you'd have to be in.
No, me neither. Me neither. And there's, unfortunately, many people out here that neglect their kids and feel their kids are a burden to them.
Yeah.
I could never understand it. Just never understand it. They don't know him to use his pick. Well, his father has made that the okay. I am still young enough. I know, but that's not, it's not my idea. I just couldn't imagine. Couldn't imagine having to wake up and my child be gone. I couldn't imagine waking up and hearing the one person I would trust full-heartedly with my kids took their lives. I just couldn't imagine. I can't imagine what these parents go through. I couldn't imagine intentionally put my children at what I deem, risk. I couldn't fathom. And there are some people out here that do it. And it just baffles me as a mother that if I ever truly felt that something I was doing that I had control over was putting my children's lives at risk, I wouldn't continue to do it. I don't know.
Thanks, Gary. Well, while we're
Garly.
showing old pictures, I'll give you guys a little laugh. Well, I'll be the one. I'll bite and lighten the mood a little bit. You want to laugh at Jay? Circa, looks like probably 1998. With my two little boys. Ready?
Yeah.
Don't laugh at me now.
Oh, you have 2 boys?
I have 2 boys and a girl. Yeah.
See that? I don't even know.
Look at my overalls.
Oh gosh.
And look at my fat little boo.
Oh, I gotta add it. Oh my gosh. Baby Jay.
Isn't that nuts? I look like a little boy. Stop.
They're your twins.
Aren't they fresh?
Oh my gosh.
See the little bowl cut?
Cheeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bowl cut was the style then.
It was.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was a fat little baby, and you would never know it now because he is so thin.
What a chunky monkey. Both of my babies were so small and so skinny and long. My son looked like an alien. I never got to experience a little chubby wubby.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
The baby's my twin. Yeah, we're still twins.
That is hysterical.
I know. Overalls were the shit then. Look at my nails. Oh my God. It's just so cringe. But yep, that's Craig and Boo.
No, it's adorable.
Yeah, I was only like, how old would I have been? 25? 25. That was at my mom's house. The good
Who's
old
hiding
days.
behind the cabinet?
I know. I love old pictures too.
Oh my gosh. Now
I'm
you're
so
gonna have me
pale.
all
Oh my
through memory lane.
I know. I love going down memory lane. It's fun.
This is oh my god.
Do we have an old granny pic? Come on.
No, but I'm gonna show you guys this. I gotta show you guys the funniest little video. I still use this against my son. He's like, stop. Why do you have that? It's the cutest thing ever. Mind you, I had to literally delete my fucking Facebook because stalkers. when my where'd that go? Has to be right here.
I can't leave the baby girl out. This is my daughter. When she was like 3. And my granddaughter is like a freaking carbon copy.
Okay, you guys want to see the funniest video ever? Well, let me see your
Yes.
daughter first. I missed it. Okay, here she is. Oh my gosh. She's a beautiful little girl. Look at her.
She's 24 now. She just
Oh my
turned
gosh, she
24.
goes too quick.
Doesn't it? She wanted to do ballet so bad, but she was so nervous. She was wringing her little hands. It made her so nervous.
Oh, that's sweet. I love that.
Thanks for
Yeah.
letting me share.
I didn't hide it all that. I did hide it all, Dassy. I didn't delete it because I delete the memories. All right, you guys ready for the funniest thing? Well, he's not going to find it funny, but look at my little alien head over here. And this video just cracked me up. I don't even know why he said it. Okay, ready?
Oh, look at him.
What are you doing?
I lost
What are you doing?
my butt. Yeah.
Don't laugh.
No. I lost my butt.
I'm itching my butt.
I'm scratching my butt.
Oh, how cute.
Don't
You got to play that
yap.
at his wedding.
I'm scratching my butt.
Oh, he's a doll.
What are you doing?
I lost my butt. Yeah.
Don't laugh.
No. I lost my butt.
That's adorable.
Oh my god, I freaking love that.
Don't laugh.
Don't yap.
I know when they
Scratching my butt.
when little kids get mad when you laugh, it's so funny. My granddaughter
my
says,
God.
"Stop."
Then I had to do the whole "I'm sorry, buddy."
He's a doll.
And then he used to be the biggest dancer. He loved to dance to show off his moves. He used to always sing, he loves Bruno Mars, Uptown Funk. He loves Bruno Mars in general. But here he is doing his little dance moves.
Oh my god. Look at him. Kid's got some moves, Granny.
He does have some moves. Now he's too cool and too shy, but oh my god, he used to show off and dance. I have him at one of my daughter's basketball games. He's like 2 years old, singing Uptown Funk. Uptown Funk you up. Oh my
Uptown
god.
Funk you up.
I miss it. I'd give anything to go back to just a
I know. I know.
And he used to always sing oh my god, he was just a singer. He loved to dance, loves music. Great kids. I'm very lucky. I have very, very good, adorable kids. But they're not little anymore, and I want them back. Oh yeah, he loved this one because a lady started cheering him on. This is graduating kindergarten, and then I'm done. I'm not gonna go down memory lane all day with you because I was.
Okay. I see you put it out. Work it out. I see you put it out. Work.
As that her commentary was hysterical. He loved every moment of it.
And how old is he now?
He is now 12.
Damn.
12. It goes so dang quick.
It really does. I love looking at old pictures and stuff.
These were all like Fortnite dances or something at the time, and he just went all day long. He's so musically inclined. Look. Oh man, I miss him. I miss him little.
Here, I've got another one. I'll bite.
I could do this all day.
I know I could too. Here's me pregnant with my first son. This would be 95.
95.
And my mom, this was at my baby shower. Check out the scrunchie, dude.
Oh my gosh. That's like the perfect 90s photo.
Isn't it?
It's like a Saved by the Bell moment.
Do you love the scrunchie though? Come on.
Oh my God, I do.
And the hoops.
Oh my gosh.
I look like a baby, for Christ's sake. Yep, always the overalls. Remember back then, the t-shirts under the little, like the baby doll t-shirts under the jumper thing? That was big. She said Saved by the Bell.
That's my 90s memories. Oh my God, I love it though. You have such thick, beautiful hair.
Oh, my hair is super thick. That scrunchy though, funny.
I'm not photographic. I don't really have any.
You don't have any
photos.
old pictures?
Not really, no. I'm not a.
Well,
don't
I
like
had I
photograph.
have a lot on my phone because when my parents passed away, we took pictures of pictures to like
Yeah.
make a slideshow. So thankfully, I mean, I have them all on my phone, which is awesome.
I was a baby when I had my daughter. I mean, I was only a teenager.
You want to see something really crazy? I'll only show
Yeah.
one more, I promise. But you see my hair there?
Mm-hmm. You're
Check
so
this
lucky to
out.
have thick hair.
Look at this. This is an old ass picture of my mom as a teen, but look at her. Look at that mop of hair.
Oh man, I just found I have a photo. Oh,
we're like
oh my
twins.
goodness, I love it.
We're like twins.
You're lucky.
Yeah, that was my mom as like a young teen. Isn't that crazy?
Oh man,
Who's Moon, Sherry? Who's that?
I don't.
Isn't that a
We're
cool
not.
pic? Look at that Jeep.
We don't care, Sherry. She's nobody. That's the point. They're trying to use our names to become somebodies. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, I've never even heard of that person.
Right, because she's a fucking psycho who lied about having a wellness check done on her, and she spiraled out of control one Christmas, and it was fucking insane. She terrorized the entire fucking community, little sector we were in, and then got all this money and then disappeared and then came back, and now she came back looking like somebody's fucking grandma, fucking 60 pounds less, you know. She looks horrible. She's a horrible person. She's a horrible person.
Raken just sent you a pic. It is a cool picture. My parents had really cool old pictures. Oh, that one was my mom. Gary, when I was young, all we could do was paint with faces on a cave wall.
Oh my gosh, Gary.
Gary.
Oh, you were a teen mom too. I love it. Look at the baby bottom. Let me check. Sorry. I got it. Yes. It indicates. Wait, what was this? Not sure if you want to play this, but so in cases about her jailhouse phone call. Susan Smith's jailhouse phone call.
What is it? You got it?
No, it looks like it's just them discussing the phone call. It doesn't look like they play it, but I'm looking. I'm scrolling through.
I wonder if they had to remove him or something.
Yeah.
Wait, did I play him on a live stream? Maybe I have it on my channel.
Look what she said at one point. Something went very wrong that night. I was not myself. I was a good mother and I loved my boys. The thing that hurts me the most is that people think I hurt my children in order to be with a man. That is so far from the truth. Right. And BJ's dumb enough to do it. And then in a few months, she'll be attacking BJ like she's done many times in the past. Right.
Pearl, you sent me an email? Oh, I got the Raken one. Oh, cute.
Little baby booties.
Raken, you're so pretty. Thank you for sharing.
God, just a few years ago. Damn, it's true. When you reach like your mid 30s, early 40s, your face changes. It's so
Fucking kidding me?
depressing. I wish
Really?
I was. Holy shit.
Oh.
I'm looking at this picture from 2018. I look nothing like I used to. We age so quickly.
Let me see. I missed it. I wasn't looking.
I did it on purpose.
Come on.
Right? And then
You look the same. You're just
No,
thinner.
I was way thinner then.
You're really thin.
Oh my God, your face just changes.
Yeah, wait till you hit 50, girl.
I don't want to.
You look exactly the same though. What are you, 35?
Yeah.
I know she looks exactly the same, and she's like, my face changed.
My birthday's December 2nd.
Oh, it's coming up.
Yeah.
December 2nd.
December 2nd.
The big 3-6.
God damn it.
Did you have a hard time turning 30?
Yeah. I have a hard time all the time, like just thinking, like, oh my God.
You do?
But
I had
mainly
a hard time with that.
Mainly because it's like, it's not just me getting older, right? It's like my parents getting older, it's my kids getting older, everybody around me is getting older. And then I'll share my beautiful little girl when she was a baby.
Oh, precious.
Stick every Christmas.
You have
One or
beautiful
the other.
kids.
I'm very lucky. Very lucky. They're like my
Yes.
little twins.
Well, you know what? I think it's a good time to think about how thankful we are with Thanksgiving coming up next week.
Well, and also just in general, right? Like we're covering the disappearance of a 15-year-old boy. We're talking about Susan Smith, who took her children's lives. We're seeing the effect that has on the family even 30 years later. It just makes so many things seem so like just trivial, stupid, all of it, stupid. I'm over it. I'm over all the stupid shit. There are so many more bigger things that we could be spending our time on and that, matter. And this,
That's why I'm glad we were able to cover this today.
Yeah, me too. Puts things in perspective. I mean,
really
who the fuck
did.
cares who's face planting their microphone when, if things like this taking place in the world.
Right.
They say don't sing happy birthday. I remember one year my son said he didn't want me to sing happy birthday or get him a cake because he wanted to stay 4.
Aw.
Really, Keezy? That's such a bizarre thing to say to somebody.
What's that?
Me and my husband got told we are ugly parents, and how did we have good-looking kids?
Oh, that's real nice to say to someone. Yeah, I've always felt that way too, Raken. Like my parents had me later in life. I came like the latest of 6, and they were already in their early 40s. So I feel like I was kind of robbed a little bit because they were so much older.
Yeah, I've thought the same when I see people that like have children later in life. I'm like, oh, it kind of sucks for the kids.
It does, being someone who,
I had mine younger.
because my parents lived to their 80s. I mean, that's a long life, but I
Right.
still felt like I'm not done. I'm not done with you yet,
Oh,
I still need you.
I couldn't even fathom.
It's tough because like I've got my brother's 15 years older than me. So it's like totally different. We come from totally different worlds.
Right.
Nothing happened, sweet crazy. It's put off till January. BJ says, wow, Jay, I'm the oldest of 6 and felt like a maid and babysitter. That would be my oldest sister. That's what she would say. Who's the photo on Jay's avatar? That would be Jay. Before dreads.
I'm reading a community post that one of my moderators made and is basically saying about, Brittany and her bullshit. But so this got to me reading this part. The problem everyone has is the lies, Brittany. You say everyone else is lying while contradicting yourself multiple times. You telling yourself every effing time, and it really makes me sad for you that your friends aren't true friends to say something, or is it that you refuse to listen to them like you did us? Because she was with a group of mods that left. You finally admitted last night that you were the one falling asleep because you were tired. So she admits last night that it wasn't her son snoring after all, that it was actually her. Are you fucking kidding me? So once again, for days, we were gaslit and we were shamed. And we were told if anybody brings up that horrific demon sounding snoring, that we were bashing a child.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. But why couldn't she just do that from the jump? Why not just say that from the start? Yeah, guys, I fell asleep. Holy shit, how embarrassing. I was so tired. It happens. But instead, she makes these big, extravagant lies behind them. And then the situation grows bigger because of it. Sure, you can buy feet pics. Hell yeah.
Cash App and Venmo's on the screen. Feet pics.
Oh my God, I can't believe this.
Oh, Claire, I feel you. Gravity really kicks in at 50. You feel like, I'm like, now I understand why people get like their faces pulled back, because that shit does start to move forward. Yeah, she's rude as fuck.
I can't believe this. Look at this comment. Your hate for Brittany and your love for Jessica has clearly clouded your judgment, Megan. All these things can be turned around and applied to Jessica as well. You're sad that Brittany doesn't have true friends that will say something to her, but you're calling out Jessica when she's lying to and about people constantly. I don't agree with BJ jumping on a Rico bandwagon thing, but you're insane if you think Jessica hasn't defamed and incited hate against her and many others. Holy fuck, is it just me, Jay, or do people willingly sign up to a drama community?
I don't
Are
know.
we now calling a drama, like drama sector, is defamation and inciting hate? Or did Brittany herself willingly join up into a sector of YouTube where she runs her mouth and people respond? That's not defamation, nor is that inciting hate. Inciting hate is claiming people are attacking your kids when they're not. That's exciting hate.
Well, I mean, it's just like friggin' people saying it's defamation and everything else. Hi, Darlene. Good
Here
to
we
see
go.
you.
I just heard Jessica accuse Brittany of being part of her dad's history being put out. She was. She sat on panel with TT as they pulled up my fucking father and doxed him. She was. I've heard her accuse BJ and others who had nothing to do with it of being behind her probation officer being called. I never accused BJ of that. Ever. I never said BJ was part of calling my probation officer. Ever. So that's a lie. I've heard her lump BJ in with disgusting comment voices made about her. Yeah, because BJ was on panel with voices as she repeated it, and Brittany giggled. That happens. Do you want to see the clip again? Because we can. I could go on and on. Do you call her every time she rewrites history? No, that's not rewriting history. These are facts. How about Jessica telling everyone Brittany stepped in and killed a kitten? Did anybody see me say or hear me say that Brittany stepped on and killed a kitten? No, because it wasn't Brittany. It was her boyfriend. So I never said Brittany did it. And Brittany read my post and felt like it was about her. That is a personal problem out of guilt. You know damn well that didn't happen, Megan. Actually, no, right, you're right. Brittany did not step on and kill a kitten. No, she didn't. She didn't. Yeah, there you go. That's all you have.
Pitiful.
It is pitiful to try. I mean, there are people that were around when the kitten was stepped on and harmed. Not the only one who was around for that.
Hey, you
That's
don't
a
get
different
you
cat.
don't get the nail polish color, diddler, Nate, until you pay up. And I didn't see any payments come through yet.
Let me see, Quinny. I said her kids shouldn't see her upset, and she highlighted that comment too and said it was about her kids. No, it was about not allowing your kids to see you're upset. Please, Quinny, please.
It doesn't matter what anybody says.
Right. Apparently just saying the word kids. Seriously.
You breathe and she's offended. See, this is
I mean, is
this
nobody
is
else
so
pissed
stupid.
though? Are you not pissed though, Jay, that she sat there and accused you of going at her son who was sick and made up an elaborate story about the mic disconnecting and that she stood over him and blah 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 and incited hate against you for fucking 2 streams in a row on the basis of you hearing her snoring and her blaming on her child just to admit that it actually was her snoring? Like nobody has a problem with that.
Well, I knew it was her snoring from the beginning, so
Right,
I'm
nobody's
not concerned. However, I think it says a whole lot more about her than it does about what she said about me. So I let it speak for itself.
Right.
She's an idiot. I mean, it's idiotic that anyone would even follow someone who lies like a fucking rug. That's what I'm saying. She lies about everything,
And
plays
comes
it
up
up
with
to her
elaborate
advantage.
stories.
Yeah, plays it to her advantage, and then turns around and then comes clean about it. It's like, what?
I mean, seriously, elaborate stories. The mic disconnected, and the child has such a cold. And now, if you speak on that, you're speaking on my child. How dare you?
Like, I expect this
It's
from
more
her.
than infuriating.
It's crazy, but it's par for the course.
And nobody calls that out. Nobody says, well, wait a minute. We all sat here and believed you. We defended
You know why
you.
nobody calls it out? I'm going to be
Because
honest.
they're hate bonding.
No, because they really don't give a fuck about her. I mean,
No,
I'm going to
that's
be
true, too.
obvious.
It's true,
She's
too.
really not that important in the grand scheme of things. So I think that's why you're not getting outraged, because people don't expect more from her anyways.
Right. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I guess that's fair
it's
enough.
outrageous when you see it over and over and over again, but people aren't shocked. That's what that tells me.
Yep, you're right.
It's par for the course.
You're right. I'm truly fucking baffled.
I mean, I'm flabbergasted by it. Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I've never met people like that, but when you see them, do the same patterns over and over and over, you almost
what do you
expect it, right? You
Right.
almost sit there and go, okay,
But
now
you
in
know
a couple
what?
days, she's going to turn the table,
I expect more from those who have recently joined Brittany because of their dislike of others, or maybe they suddenly like her. But I expect more from those people. And maybe that's my fault for thinking better of them, but I expect more from them. To sit there and support blatant lies that way, and then be like, oh, well, good on you for telling the truth, or I'm so sorry. It all could have been settled by like laughing at yourself. I fall asleep on stream. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
just don't,
I mean,
or
true,
changing your schedule. Stop
but
going live
never-
so late. But yeah, whatever.
But the thing is, even the most pieces of, I mean, she's not even, believe it or not, the bottom of the barrel that you can find on YouTube as a creator, and they all have supporters. I mean, Ruby Frankie had supporters. There's always going to be supporters for every POS, because there's other POSs out there. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they find each other.
And here's the thing, though, Vibrator. Like, while I can respect that you don't believe she kicked the cat, ask why she didn't play the audio out loud. The audio where she says, I'm going to kick this cat, goes over, does the motion, comes back, and then asks, did anybody see me kick the cat? Like, maybe people would believe her if she didn't lie so fucking easily about the dumbest of shit. Oh, blessed be.
No, and I understand that, like Up to Good said, you're personally affected with this lawsuit. I totally understand you being outraged. Absolutely.
I'm outraged. I'm absolutely
And you have
outraged.
every right to be. You have every right to be.
Because it just, to me, it just further proves like this is what she does. This is who she is. She's a pathological liar. She'll never take accountability and will always be somebody else's fault. And I'm over it.
Gary.
Matter of fact, I'm just because I feel like being an asshole for a moment, Jay, if you don't mind.
But Quinny, she's 35 years old. When do you grow? When does she grow up? She's a
mother of fucking 5, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have 5 children, you still act like an idiot. When is she gonna grow up, and what's gonna make her grow up?
I mean, can I use that excuse? Well, I'm 35 as well. Can I constantly just come out here and straight up fucking lie? People accuse me of being a liar all the time. They can't show you what I'm lying about.
And Quinny, the way she went off at you for having an opinion about what you saw was shitty too. Quinny, don't you ever come in my chat again. I heard her call you out, and it was shitty.
Right. You're inciting hate against me. And she accuses Dolly of inciting hate against her. And she accuses Dolly of being why she lost revenue. And, no, this bitch is literally trying to ruin my fucking life. And I'll be quite honest. I don't care if you're in my chat or Jay's chat. Do me with the utmost respect. And if you're going to defend her, just keep it to yourself, please. Because that's the place I'm at. And I like all of you. But I want to show you guys this nice little...
to call out one sub. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would never
scream at them like that.
And scream.
I mean, there were times I have done some shit like that.
Well, I mean, I have too, but Quinny didn't even say anything bad.
Right. Are you age shaming? Can somebody, because of a certain age, they can't dislike somebody? Get out of here. Okay, so this video is going to break it down.
Over how people can take QB seriously.
There's
I mean, her mouth is
3 cats.
anyway. Exactly, Ben. Exactly. You're gonna sit
1 cat,
Oh,
2 cats.
Ben.
Right.
and play that video over and over and over and over.
This is what a shadow of a cat looks like. Not this. This is not the shadow of a cat.
And every time you played it, you lied and said that I kicked my cat. Oh my God, bruh.
Oh my God.
Bruh. Like, we know she says, oh my God, when she's lying. How many times did she say it the other day before finally admitting the truth?
We got the baseline down now.
Right. So here's 1 cat. Here's another cat. Here's a 3rd cat. This is Brittany's leg.
I bet you and B10 and Voices won't apologize for that, will you? People in your chat saying that I need to have my cats and my animals taken from me. People in your chat saying that I need to be arrested. You incited hate against me.
There you go. You incited hate. Everybody excites hate against her. Everybody. Anybody who ever responds to her. But she's not inciting hate when she's saying that people called her children's school. She's not inciting hate when she's claiming people hacked her email. She's not inciting hate when she's accusing people of the most ridiculous things. That's not inciting hate. Okay.
Me last night.
Just
for nothing.
Harmful rumors about people's butt.
And he has caused. I've had people leaving comments on my live streams, telling me that I'm
This
I'm
is a
evil.
cat. That's a cat. That's
People
a
have
cat.
unsubscribed because of the things that him and PJ are saying.
See, there you go.
When Cluminati was referring to PJ as the ugly stepsister from Cinderella and was calling her ugly and shaming her, I don't even know.
You guys still gonna claim that foot didn't make contact with that cat? I mean, I know it's hard to see what you're seeing here, but all they did was change the light.
When Cluminati was referring to PJ as the ugly stepsister from Cinderella and was calling her ugly and shaming her, I don't even know PJ.
You can see
and
the
I
whole
stood
line
up
of
for
the
her.
cat. Now the cat runs.
And I called it out. And I know I shouldn't even give it any attention, but I feel like
Perjury
Oh.
cooter.
I think my friend Mandy.
I'm shocked to hear she did something to you, Captain Kurt. Yeah, who's coughing?
Are you okay? Are you coughing?
That's not me.
Oh.
That's not
That's
me.
a video. Shit.
Don't talk about the coughing. You'll be talking about the kid.
My very, very good friend, did her best to help me.
People are trying to convince people that this right here is the shadow of this cat. Okay? That's what they're trying to convince you all.
My very, very good friend did her best to help me. And just to show, this proves 1,000% that I did not.
And I'm going to say, I walked over to my cat. My cat's never hauled ass the way those cats hauled ass the moment she walked over near them. So I don't know if she made contact or not. I don't care to dissect it enough, but the intent was there.
Take my cat. I'm so tired of saying it. I'm not giving it any more energy after this either. I'm going to take Savage's and everybody else's advice, and I'm not going to acknowledge that.
She keeps name dropping Savage. Like, Savage. Savage
know, isn't
called
that
you
weird?
as a character for fucking years. You haven't changed. And now watch this.
Energy after this either. I'm going to take Savage's and everybody else's advice, and I'm not going to acknowledge that.
You're going to tell me that didn't make contact?
All right, here's my fat ass, y'all. Right? There goes my fat ass. So watch away.
Now, she doesn't play the audio, though, because she doesn't
And he
want people
does.
to hear it.
There you go. One more time.
They're trying to convince you all that's the shadow of that other cat. It's
For the
not.
weirdos
It's
in
just
the back.
not.
Oh, Chronicles.
That's the cat's name, Shadow.
That's
The cat's
absolutely right.
name.
You're right. I'm sorry. Listen, I should look. I'm already in trouble, Shayna, about my words. Not choosing my words carefully is what got me in trouble with the cat video. So my God, I don't know how many times I got to say this. I'm so tired of the lies. My cat, I don't even remember. He was doing something, and I told Craig to hold my phone, and I walked over and I kicked my foot towards the cat. Have you ever just kicked your foot towards something to shoo it off? Not kick it. You can clearly see I would never do. I would never kick my animal. So I'm just about had it with you saying that I'm an animal harmer.
Oh
It's
my
not the whole reason for
God.
even doing this. I never kicked the cat and said I hated it. That's a lie.
Well, she did say she hated the cat.
Everything she
did.
says, I assume, is a lie.
Are we supposed to deny that she said she hate the cat? Did I put a 1 in chat if you heard her literally say, I hate this cat?
Whoever this vibrator person is, you lie. I
Oh,
never
there you
kicked my
go,
cat. Let me ask you
vibrator.
something. Do y'all think it is? I was live. Do you think that if I kicked my cat,
Vibrator, she just called you
my live
out
stream
right
would have
here.
continued with no problems? Be real. I love my cats, and I would
Yeah,
never.
because you had a bunch of enablers.
Once
That's
again,
why you got rid
I'm
of
so
them.
tired of explaining this. I kicked my foot out, shooing the cat. Never kicked it. Never. Y'all lie. We're the biggest
Why
lies.
do you need to shoe your cat anyway?
I wanted it to be on you, not her.
Here we go.
Craig, I will kill you. Did we see you kicking the cat? No, my God. This is a no breeding zone.
We were saving one, right? Get off, get off. They would love that. Just stop that.
Damn, you clipped out where she says, I hate that cat. But anyway, she literally says, I hate that cat anyway. She says it.
I would
So,
never say that about my animals.
if she lies about something stupid, if she lies about what we're hearing, if she gaslights, she just yelled at you in this clip, vibrator. That's what I said. If she lies about snoring, if she lies about where she literally drove up to, if she lies about driving and reading chat despite your eyes seeing it and you hearing it, what else is she lying about? I mean, for fuck's sake, enough's enough. Oh, I thought you said that you defended her. I don't know. Well, that's the problem. She doesn't fix the cats. They've had so many litters of kittens over the years that I've known her, including recent ones.
That's sad.
It is sad. And then she says, well, I rescue animals. Okay. For somebody who claims they don't even have anything but 25 cents in your bank account, it's surely smart to rescue animals, not have them fixed. I mean, she's just all around neglectful, in my opinion. Sue me.
Is he disabled? I didn't know that.
Who?
I don't know. Vivian said he doesn't look disabled. Get a job, loser.
Oh, he's not. I don't think he's disabled. I don't care if he is or not. Why follow through with the kick when the cat starts running away from her? Right, just because she was that slow or something? I don't know. I don't care. She tried to griff off me. Damn, I would love to hear what she did. I would love to hear it.
They said they'd come up.
I know. Well, there are programs that will fix cats, especially strays.
Yeah, my cat. That's what happened. We came home from a hurricane 2 years ago. We had 3 kittens here, and I called this cat rescue. They came, they trapped them, they took them, fixed them, clipped their ears to show they were fixed, and then they brought them back out. They're feral cats, but they fix them and put them back out where,
Yeah, they'll release them back, but this way they're not producing
procreating.
kittens, right?
It's a problem. There's so many kittens that need homes. Wow, how irresponsible.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's
I feel like
awesome.
she's living like back in 1996 or some shit.
I feel like she's just a pathological liar, and I'm tired of it.
Weird. But
She
if she's
lied-
gonna lie about stupid things, then how can you believe the big things?
Right, not only that, but look how much she lied on this declaration to a court.
Yeah, that's what's interesting to me.
She lied about being swatted. She lied about how many kids she had. She lied about tires for her vehicle and so many other lies she has put out on these streets by her. I mean, yeah, they're just, Oh, they're so sweet, Scarlett. I don't think that's what Jay was saying, but if that's how you took it, that's a personal issue. Heck, my husband and I would get a lady I knew that trapped and fixed strays. Yeah, there's ways to do it.
Thanks. I am pretty sweet, Scarlett.
I know.
And responsible. I really am. Thanks for noticing.
I did, vibrator. Sorry. I thought you were saying you super chatter to say you don't think she kicked the cat. I don't care if you think she kicked the cat or not. Honestly, I don't. My thing
I don't
is
care
that
if she did either.
Right. It's just another situation. I was literally on camera and is being denied, including saying, I never said I hated that cat. Yes, you fucking did. I just can't take it. I can't. And again, it's a little more personal for me than it is for you, Jay, or anybody in the chat, because I've dealt with this for years to the point where I'm now being fucking strong-armed in a frivolous lawsuit because of
No, I
that.
understand. I totally understand. And she only jumped on that bandwagon to get at you.
Right. And she said it was free. And she's what they needed to get at me. Don't ever forget that. Yeah. I honestly, I don't care if she kicked the cat or not. The intent was there. She said it. She did the motion, came back, said she hated the cat. It's just own it. Just say it. Like, you know what, guys? I kicked at the cat, but I wasn't trying to cause it harm. I was simply trying to stop it from having another litter of kittens because it's easier to kick the cats every time they're humping than it is to go get them fixed. Boom, bah, done. But instead, it's another big elaborate thing, and she's a victim, and oh my God. maybe I'll go a week of just being a victim of everything and see how far it gets me. And one of BG's people
What
said
is Sandra talking about? Is
Right,
that
then
to
where-
you or me? Go up further. 2:52 p.m.
I can't. And you
What does that even mean?
That respects me. Last night I was listening to T-Rev and he brought you up. He said that he wanted to take his life. It had gotten that bad. That wasn't because of me. And truth be told, I don't care how anybody personally feels of T-Rev. I seen him spiraling and I reached out to him to ask if he was okay. And I didn't do that for public recognition. I didn't do that for anything other than I saw what seemed to me another human spiraling to a point where I was concerned. And I went as far as to reach out to a mutual friend of ours to have that person check in on him too. So.
Is this after the whole smoke thing?
Yeah. I mean, that was all his doing, but I still did feel bad for him. That man came back.
But what does the message mean? And you told me that respects.
You told me that respects me. You told me that respects, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Yeah, there was a time where me and Voices were cutthroat. I mean, she's done some horrible things and set some horrible rumors into motion about me. And she was on a stream one time and said she wasn't doing well. And I reached out to her personally too and said, fuck YouTube and all that bullshit. You know, are you okay? I'm not some big monster these people make me out to be. He told me that he respects me because I'm truthful and that I like grainy. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Voodoo. Everybody's already said it. She's trying to get attention. The poor thing is starving for attention. She just came up on my panel, not even, a week ago, and said that I'm being used in this RICO suit and blah, blah, blah. She's the one that came up and said, Jane, you should stop saying that. And was all like, oh, I can't see myself on the screen. She wanted to self-advertise over here. Had she had been welcomed, she wouldn't be talking shit right now. She's one of those people. There's just people that are like that. It's sad. Then I would ask her attention or insecurity. Well, honestly, Quinny, I don't do it first. That's why I don't usually come out and say it. But there are people that, oh yeah, send me an email, vibrator. There are some things that just,
saying that name, it cracks me up.
I know. Right, Blues Girl. Well, she can easily be done and over with many subjects, but she drags them on to be the victim of the year. Yeah.
YouTube can be very fake.
That is so true, Cynthia. It is. It is so true. But also, it can be so fragile, right? Like, listen, I know T-Rev did something horrific, and he faced the backlash of a century, well-deserved. But I still saw a human that came back on this platform that looked unrecognizable. It's one of those things. It's like, oh my God, it's so aggravating. It's so aggravating, Kelly. Especially people that used to be in my chat, like that were here when I explained things or were here when things transpired. And then all of a sudden a switch goes off. They don't like you. So they retract all the things they've ever said kindly of you and all the defenses they gave you. And they suddenly, change history. It's the way of YouTube sometimes. It really is like a bittersweet place. It's like, I don't know. The worst he did was the fake conflict, right? He had Smoke call in to a show pretending to be Stephen Stearns. Pretending to know Stephen Stearns. We have seen worse. That is true. But I still felt bad. It's true. It's absolutely true. Yes, those words, just those words had me so bent out of shape. Like, oh my God. How dare somebody say they hate their own cat? Yep, that's what it is. Just those words. I'm so glad you understand. Thank you. I don't know if you've realized, but I totally rolled my eyes there because that's just it. Right there. You got me.
I'm
He's
back.
not really any worse than Betty or BJ. That's true. That's true.
So I have a question, kind of changing the subject a minute.
Mm-hmm.
John Benet Ramsey, new documentary coming out on Netflix. Have you heard?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's
I did
coming
not hear
out
that.
next Monday. Next Monday. So have you followed that case?
Not so closely.
So on your okay, based on what you know, like what's your perception based on what you've heard or seen? Just curious.
I don't know. I went down many little avenues, but I do wonder about the brother.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that they're coming out with something now, though.
Yeah, brand new on Monday. So it might have some kind of a new theory mentioned in it too.
What do you think?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I've gone down, like you said, I've gone down a few rabbit holes with that. And this latest theory that I've been reading on involves a sex ring. And seems, yeah, it's crazy. That's a crazy case. 28 years and unsolved. Seems a little nuts.
Still think it was the mom. They blame the mom, dad, the mother. Effing dog died from cancer from all of it. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think Burke did it.
I wonder about the brother and the dad and the other men the dad allowed around. It's wild to me. I couldn't fathom 28 years not having an answer. It's like I just seen an article of a woman who was like in her 80s, and it was discovered that she was a missing woman for like 40 plus years.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
It's insane.
Yeah, the ransom note was written on their own. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird case, but yeah, the ring in Boulder is something that has kind of been exposed in a way.
The dad dated Natalie Holloway's mom. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Morris. No, he's back. Yeah, he's back. There's like some people who can do the most horrific things and still have a following. I don't feel the pressure or need to correct anyone. Yeah,
Well,
I think that's the
somebody
place we get to.
somebody was using a garrote on that little girl. That wasn't just a simple killing. She was being assaulted, you know. I know, isn't it wild? They said a year ago they came out with like breaking news in the John Benet Ramsey case, like new DNA. It's going to be tested with this new DNA, technology. And it's been a year and we haven't heard shit. And it's like they can take a little snippet, a little touch DNA from the knife sheath in the Idaho 4, and they can trace it to Brian Koberger's dad. But this DNA from John Benet Ramsey, they just can't seem to get a result. It's just blowing my mind.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
With all the genetic genealogy, you think they could at least start tracing it back, you know?
It was inside. No criminal would write a letter like that ransom note inside the house. Snazzy says, I'm a producer on my friend's 30-year cold case podcast. That's awesome.
That is cool.
Scarlett, many of us have been saying that for a long time. I know Mark, and he's creepy. Wow.
I think her death was an accident, but I don't think I don't know. I don't know if the parents necessarily did it, but I think they were there, if you will. Yeah, she was strangled with a garrote. And the garrote was made with a broken paintbrush of Patsy's from her little craft kit. The shoelace thing was from their house. Everything was from their house. The notepad. Yeah, the pageant scene has been discussed. because there were pedophiles that were watching those pageants. Isn't that sick?
No, I mean, that's everywhere. Just like you have all these family,
what is with
and mommy podcast things, and what do you think's watching? What do you think? Who do you think's saving those videos? They're all amongst
Right.
us.
Like toddlers and tiaras. Remember that?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean,
People, you know what I found out in researching the John Bonet is that they were actually selling VCR, copies of those pageants, and a pedophile was purchasing them to watch at home.
Shocker.
Fuck, it's sick.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Love Stud Lark, thank you so much. That was really sweet of you. I don't, there's it's so easy now when they have, again, that's why I don't understand why people use their children to climb up internet fame, knowing what the audience is. Not everybody's like harmless. Their church is the base where it's organized plan. They know who was in the basement. It was an accident. Ugh. Good golly.
Yeah. What else is weird is they went to their friend's house for a Christmas party the night before at the Whites, and they said that John Bonet slept in the car the whole way home that night, and people have often wondered, did she even arrive home alive, from the party?
Right. Nicole, I don't ever look at her shit. Somebody's going to have to send it to me. I refuse to even click her fucking name. I'm not looking. I don't give a shit. I'm not looking. It was going to be another fucking lie. Another what was me. Just fucking done with it. Since watching true crime shit, I will not post pics of Evie on social media anymore. Too many freaks. It does make you realize. I mean, I love the Dad Challenge podcast. Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Oh, no. He's great. He calls out family podcasters and like the
Oh, he
harms.
does?
Yeah.
Family fucking bloggers are so weird. And have you noticed a lot of them are Mormon?
Hey, SG. Yeah.
And did you know that they have groups where they all get together?
Well,
all these YouTube family vloggers in the Mormon community, they have like outings and shit.
Oh, I didn't know that, but I do know that one group. Brittany never called my doctor. I never said Brittany called my doctor. Brittany didn't call my doctor. No. People called my doctor. Never Brittany. I didn't say that. What Brittany did was she put my medical papers on the screen. I never said Brittany called. She put my medical papers on the screen. Go back and re-listen. Like, don't fucking defame me, Brittany, because I never said you called my doctor's office. I said you put up my medical papers and people called my doctor's office. That's what I said. Oh my God, she just lies. Right, what is it? A guilty conscience? Right, wrong, go. Pageants are horrible. Putting all of that makes up and fake hair, lashes, teeth. Why can't they at least just have them looking like little girls?
Yeah, the cutest pictures of John Bonet are the ones where she has no makeup and all that crap on. She was a beautiful little girl.
Yeah.
Why are you pacing, vibrator?
It's the people that run back and forth. I seen them. Yeah, but that's not true. I never accused her of literally calling my doctor. That's not what I ever said. Yeah. TLC show about Mormon couples and the husbands identify same-sex attracted, but don't consider themselves gay because of religious views.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah, it's what they do, and Brittany never checks for herself. She just doesn't.
Yeah, they did tell her, B. Tim said that your kids were in the car, and she went on for like an hour about B. Tim saying her kids were in the car, and he never even said her kids were in the car, and it wasn't even B. Tim. It was some other guy on the panel anyways that was talking.
Right.
Ugh. I don't
She's
know.
like,
If that chick goes off the deep end, she can thank her own fucking supporters because they
they're the
egged the
ones
shit
driving her
on.
nuts. Yeah, she's surrounded by, she got rid of mainly the true crime people. She's now surrounded by the crama, the dumps, the dumpsters I climbed out of. That's what she's surrounded by now. And they will take her down just like they did every creator they lashed on before her. Absolutely. If
Well,
you're
I mean,
saying
even the
I
woman
showed
that sits
us,
on the panel with her, like,
yeah,
she fell asleep for like 5 minutes and that woman just sat there.
right.
Like, dude, have your girls back. Fuck.
Nope, they don't.
Why you just sit there? Like, if it was you and you like zonked out, I'd be like, holy fuck. Like,
Yeah.
I'd start
Hey
talking.
guys, sorry,
Mhm.
Granny must have fell asleep, meanwhile trying to wake me up. Right.
Do
Right. That's all
something.
I was saying, April Wine. That's exactly what I was saying. I was saying when my medical papers were leaked and I told everybody how and who did it, that people started calling my doctor's office. And then I said the one woman literally called while live trying to impersonate me, but many people called. I never said Brittany. And Miss K, if you're talking about me, I never once showed my medical papers here, ever. Ever. Why would I? Point blank lies about what QB said. Well, that's, and then she listens to it and she makes a post and she looks like an idiot because that's not what was stated. Like, I don't recall ever saying Brittany called because I don't think Brittany ever did call. But I do think her putting my paperwork up there led to calls. Yes. Of course she ignored it because she can't do her boo-hoo, ironically. Super tears. Anyway, that's
Well, she
enough with
blocked
her.
the person that gave her a $50 super or timed them out. They timed them out again. $50 super chat, and she posted it for like 2 seconds. But this
Right.
person wasn't even rude again. It was that muddy pause again. And all they said was, being honest, I was concerned with your driving. And I was concerned about the other people on the road as well. Like, but she got timed out for that. That's why this chick is gonna crash and fucking burn.
Right.
That's exactly why. People
'Cause
that
she
are
doesn't
trying to
want the
give
facts.
constructive criticism, saying,
Right.
hey, I like you. However, you had me a little concerned today. That was all it was. And she paid $50. And then her mods laughed at Muddy Paws. Sin, nice.
This
Yeah.
is what Brittany wrote. I have never called anyone's doctor, school, job, home, court, significant other, child, etc. Not once. You people are being lied to about numerous things. If you even question the possibility of me doing something like that, ask for proof. The lies are piling up by the day. Can somebody please give me a timestamp where I said that Brittany J called my child's school, where I said that Brittany J called my doctor's office? What I said was, and I will play myself saying it, that Brittany is the one who lied and said that I called her children's school, which led to my child's school being called. That Brittany is one of the people that put up my medical papers on her screen that led to my doctor's office being called. I never once said Brittany J fucking did it. I never once said it was her. She caused it by her hate, but she didn't do it herself. Let's make that very fucking clear. She can't even lie about the fucking shit that is being said. I'm going to take a quick breather because I'm going to fucking snap. I am so done with this fucking pathological liar.
Go take a little break. The bitch ain't never going to change. I mean, that's the way I see it. People like that don't change. Yeah, she did, Tammy. That was the night when it got all weird. She gave Justin one and then she gave Brittany one, and the message was almost identical. You know, she really could have made a difference in people's lives, I think, KNS, if she took accountability last night. She could have actually used her platform and made a difference. But she's not in it for that. She's obviously not in it for that. Or she'd take her platform and her life experience and she would share that and try to help people. But she doesn't do that. I clicked in last night for a minute to see what she was booing about and I see comments about your looks. My looks? Why go after someone's looks? Yeah, I don't know. Because that's what they do. I don't care. What they think of me, I really don't care. I mean, I really don't. I used to, but I don't anymore. BJ drastically went downhill, in my opinion, after associating with Nick. I just think she really got inflated, like puffed up. I just had a thought. If BHB is still in the area, they could put a warrant out on her and arrest her for the hundreds of times she went against the POs. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, puffer fish. Sammy, BJ is sending people in, so you guys will speak on it.
But regardless, she's lying. She is lying and saying, I stated she did those things when I didn't. That is not what I said. So she's once again twisting the situation to make herself a fucking victim. Right.
She knows that's not what you said.
How about somebody go ask her?
And she loves when you're worked up, too.
Play when Granny said that.
She wants you to be worked up.
Yeah, wait how worked up I get in PA courts. How about that?
I would handle it right there. That's what I would do.
Exactly where it's going to be handled.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that she thinks she's got the backing of all these people. Like, she's got the backing of Nick and all these highfalutin people he's put as plaintiffs. And then she thinks she's got Tony and Seth. And then she thinks she's got all these creators that are backing her. Thank you, Miss Robin, and you're welcome. Thank you for being here to watch it. I'm so glad that we could cover it today. You really are. I agree, Cricket. But I understand. I understand. It is a lot. But you know, it's like this, okay? So I've spoken on Brittany. Let's talk about this for a moment. Let's talk about petty ass bitches. Let's do it. Fuck it. We'll do it. So let's see here. Remember Truth and Transparency, Lana Oriani, the one who filed in Ohio court against me just so she could show all of our personal messages. Remember that petty bitch? Remember her? Well, it looks like she has stepped into this too. And check this out. This is what petty people do, and they never fucking change, right? This woman did this to me in 2021. It's 2024. Okay? Here's a comment. I don't know if Granny's going to be at the computer to share it. She is. I asked her to share it, and she did. It says, chin up, Britt. Don't pay them any attention. And expecting anything more out of Jay is unfortunately not a reality. Take it from me. I have first-handle knowledge. Sorry you had to see these type of comments. Get the fuck out of here, Lana. Take that sweatshirt off your fucking nose and get the fuck out of here. Give me a break. Give me a break. And then you've got this stupid bitter pills down here. Truth and Transparency. How long has Jay been on YouTube? She's never done a thing for anyone but herself, which is why our channel exists. We actually featured you in one of our clips. This is what these fucking people do. They never change. She's my Brittany J. Lana Oriani is my fucking Brittany J. And she can fuck directly off then, and she can fuck directly off now. I don't give a fuck if she's a lesbian or not. Who gives a fuck about that? What does that have to do with anything? Maybe I'm a lesbian. Why the fuck are you saying that? Weird. She's a fucking troublemaking bitch is what she is. I don't give a shit who she sleeps with. Yeah, she has first-handle knowledge. She is. She's a fucking nut job. She pisses me off. So I get it. I get it. She did the same thing, filed this fucking frivolous lawsuit. Yeah, low lives. That's what these people are. Low lives. They have nothing better to do. And that's why I don't go to their fucking communities and I don't go to their channels. But look at all of the people that hate all of us cozying up to Brittany. Oh, chin up, Brit. Chin up, Brit. And then Brittany commented, oh, thank you, true transparency, Lana. Thank you.
Hey, Darlene, you can turn your camera off if you don't want to be on camera, hon. You don't care? Okay. Let me put a box up here for you. A camera slot.
She'll like her now, Tammy. Oh, thank you, Lana.
Right.
For your support.
They don't like Lana. They think she's psychotic. I could put out messages after messages of Angela trashing her. Hey, Darlene.
Hey, Darlene. How are you, honey?
All right. How are you, sweetheart?
Oh, it's good to see you, babe.
Well, I can say plenty of things about this pain medication shit.
Yes, you can.
I was burned at 2 years old. I am 80% burned. My last surgery was a fucking nightmare.
Bless you, Darlene.
Many surgeries. I just had the last one last year in December for burns on my legs, which I will gladly show you. I look like I was attacked by a fucking shark, but see,
Yeah. Wow.
my whole right side, left eye, and across my abdomen. I suggest everybody, does anybody remember or old enough to remember Dave Rothenberg that was taken to California by his dad from New York and was set on fire?
No.
Oh, girl. I knew him personally. I gave up my surgical procedure so he could go in and get his emergency done.
Oh, my God. Some people in chat remember it very well.
Well, I knew that boy personally.
Wow.
And his stepfather was a New York City cop.
Damn.
So I met John Wayne when he had his open heart surgery. Remember when Richard Pryor decided to do boom to himself while cooking acid?
Well, cooking what?
Cooking acid.
No.
Yeah.
Did he burn himself?
Yeah, that man is lucky to be alive.
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, I used to go to Shriners in Massachusetts.
Wow.
I would go from Long Island, where I lived in Suffolk County, to Massachusetts and Boston to go have my surgeries. And that was from the age of 9 till I was 17, where they drop you at a certain age and you're left to your own vices to find some help. Now, I'm not a pill popper. I can't stand the crap. Okay, but it took me 6 years to get pain medication.
Oh, my goodness.
I have spinal stenosis. I have lupus, connective tissue disease, polycythemia vera, which is AKA a form of cancer. There is no treatment for that except for bloodletting, AKA donating your own blood, but you know, who the hell wants my crap? Anyway, I was burned since I moved down here in 2019. I've had over 25 surgeries from my burns.
Wow.
And
Everybody's sending you lots of prayers and
my
positive vibes.
husband was in Manhattan the day of 9/11. 5 months prior to that day, we lost our daughter, full-term stillbirth accident, port accident. But it was 2 days before I even saw my husband. My husband, being a medic in Manhattan, he was. We didn't see him for 2 days because of that mayhem from 9/11. So I didn't know whether he was dead or alive. But he's got all kinds of freaking issues. He's got PTSD, like I have PTSD. He also has a lot of cervical spine issues. He's has surgeries just like I have. We still need more, but it only covers a certain amount. Anyway, it took me a long time to be able to get pain medication.
Wow.
My husband, being what he was a medic, a paramedic. So, and I worked in EMS in New York City as well. So, I have seen all types of ugly from pain medication. I take the very least amount of pain medication I can tolerate. I do not like pain medication. I don't like any medication. I took myself off all that crap, and big mistake. I ended up worse. But anyway, I take as little as I can. And I also have, my husband also has same issues as I do, except for he's not burned. But he ended up becoming an addict because his doctor did not wean him off the pain medication.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That is the fault of the doctor. When you're on that shit for years before you get approval for a surgery, they didn't wean him off, and he ended up getting addicted. Now, being a paramedic, he was able to hide that shit real well. He was a closet one. I didn't even know it, and I worked EMS all my life, just like him. So there are responsible ways to do medication, and there are irresponsible ways. So you just need to know where, and my husband has an addictive personality as well as my oldest son. Thank God they're all good, but my husband is in recovery, has been. I will be the biggest supporter of a recovering addict. I'm not gonna give you money for your shit, but I will be there to listen and be an inspiration and give you the pickup that you need. That's what these people need. I don't know if anybody agrees with me, but that's how I know it to work, in my opinion. So,
Well, thank you for sharing, Darlene. I appreciate you.
but
You're a
read,
true survivor.
but what you need to do, I suggest watch Dave.
Yeah.
He's on, you can find it on YouTube. He ended up actually passing away because he got off the pain medication and then he went back on. And when people fail to realize, when you go off, stay sober, and then go back on pain medication, they think they can tolerate the same level as when they came off. No, it don't work like that. That's how you end up overdosing. It's common sense. And common sense, we know these days ain't so common. So.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
But give your grandbabies hugs.
Oh, thank you, hon. Thank
And
you.
do me a favor. Have you had number 2 yet?
No, yeah. Uh-huh.
What just happened?
A boy, baby Ace.
Ah!
Yeah.
I'm a
Thank
first
you.
time granny myself, so
Congratulations.
best fucking thing in the world. Let me
It
tell you.
really is.
If
They're
I
such a
knew
blessing.
grandkids was gonna be so much better than my kids, I would have had them first.
I hear you. I hear you. I know why they say that now, right?
Well, that's why the old saying goes: if your kids weren't so cute, you would have ate them a long time ago.
Hey, Darlene, I want you and your family to have a great Thanksgiving. And
Yes, you as well.
Just
And
just before Doreen goes, I just want a quick word.
Sure.
Doreen, my son, he was born with a vascular malformation. So when he was born, his face was purple. I actually said, "Oh my God, I've given birth to a beetroot," right? I just want to know how do you feel when people stare and look at you?
When I was younger, it would bother me. But once I hit 13, I told him, if you don't like the way I look, don't fucking look at me. I still walk around a goddamn bikini down here in Florida, and I'm 55.
Good for you.
What? My son's 27. He's never had a girlfriend. He's shy. He stays in the house. He has got a group of friends. But as a child growing up, I'd say, look, everybody's different. No one's perfect. And
that's why God
you're
made
beautiful.
races for pencils.
Well, I say you're beautiful.
Like I said,
I second that.
I personally think I'm beautiful. I don't care what anybody thinks, because you know what, beauty's only skin deep. Your true beauty is your soul and your heart.
Yeah.
And if anything, I think Jay has my number and my email. She's more than welcome to give it to you, and you can give it to your son, and I will be more than happy to help him through his whatever he's got.
He had all this confidence as a child, but so when you get to like 11, 13, and you go to a bigger school, kids are cruel, but not just that, adults are cruel.
Kids are cruel, adults are cruel. And all their problem is, I'm going to tell you right now, I've had four, possibly 5 near-death experiences. I can see auras. I'm not a fucking Looney Tunes. I am an empath to the max. And my job after losing my daughter, my job is to lift people up, not put them down. You need encouragement? That's my job. My sole purpose now in life is, if you need an ear, I'm here. I'll be the first one online. And I always told Jay that. I always ask Jay, if you need anything, give me a buzz, give me an email, whatever. I'm here.
You know what? I love to give good advice. I don't like being in someone's ear, being the negative, and find the good way through it. Like I've said to Granny, like with that BJ keep jumping up, just ignore her because she doesn't know how to handle it when being ignored. She likes the tit for tat. She likes the drama.
My grandmother, my father's mother, who I could never stand. When I was burned, she was so embarrassed of me that she literally wanted my mother to put me away.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh! What an evil woman!
Sign rights over. My mother
Do you know?
said,
Do you know what? It's not the embarrassment; it's the amazement that you're still alive and you're still here.
You know what?
Blasted my medical papers.
Calling your doctor?
They were calling
that would not.
You call that?
True.
You know what?
Yes, they did.
This is the link.
So just turn Kristen off of it. That's not at all what happened. I went to the doctor's office. The doctor, whatever. They said it's cancer. Your cervix. Yeah.
Weird.
It actually is.
Hello?
Not edition,
Hello,
Shannon.
I'm
I
here,
told many.
honey.
Can you guys
I
hear
will-
a video?
Yeah, what the
and
hell is that?
yeah.
You could hear my video even though I was muted.
Oh,
Oh, because I have it
yeah.
on the back screen. I'm sorry. I was pulling up the part. I didn't
Oh, I
realize it
thought I was
on
losing my mind. I
there.
heard myself talking. I'm
I'm
like,
do you know-
what?
That was me. I didn't
Granny-
realize I had it shared.
Granny
Granny,
just
I
punked me with 2 Jennifers.
I'm so sorry.
If you remember, I was there through that. I was there when you said you were having tests and you were worried. And I was there when I actually donated and your daughter
I
went on
remember.
holiday. You didn't even have enough for your all to go on holiday, so your daughter went.
Exactly. So I
Um,
took from the family fund and I sent my daughter with a family friend for a week on vacation down to Florida with the money. And guess what they did with that? They turned around and said that my daughter was being brought in and out of men's hotel rooms being
We hear it
gangbanged.
again.
Yeah, but if you remember, at that time,
They
they
sure
were
did.
collecting for Christmas and stuff.
Yes.
And tires for the cars.
Yep.
I just got so confused. I thought you were playing a video.
No, but Captain Kurt is here.
I'm
and
sorry.
I'd love to hear what he has to say.
Well, I'm gonna jump down, Jay.
Thank
if
you, Darlene.
anybody needs my email or anything like that, more than welcome.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
don't-
Darlene.
I only want to
But
be
you know,
in a
darling, you're
situation.
a survivor, love, and don't let no one put you down.
I never claimed myself to be a victim. I'm a survivor.
You're a survivor. Yeah.
Amen to that.
And you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Scars
Happy
as well.
Thanksgiving.
It makes you unique.
I am, like I said, my job
Amen.
is to help people out if they need an ear. I'm an empath. I can pick up energy, like I can
Thank you,
feel the
Darlene.
energy through the screen. I'm here if anybody needs me.
Thank you. That's so
You're a
sweet of you.
blessing.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a
Jay,
great
Have a great
afternoon.
one.
Yes,
Yeah.
you
Bye.
all
Bye.
take
Bye.
care.
You too.
You too.
Love you guys. Bye.
Much love, Darlene. See you
Bye,
later.
sweetie.
I'm gonna help you, Darlene. I knew you're having trouble. Hey, Kurt.
What up? I don't know my audio. I'm in my car, so I'll have to try. I had to make sure I pulled over because, some people on these YouTube lives are swerving all over the road.
Thank
Anyway,
you for being responsible.
yeah, I had to. Anyway, this is really interesting to me, and I'm going to tell you why, because I've been around for a while in this true crime community, but I don't really say much. I just kind of observe and do my thing.
Right.
Well, like 18 months ago, when all this really started popping off, I think it was probably about a year and a half ago, maybe a little more. But I remember when you and her were going at it, like you would be in her chat, and she had me. I went up on her live one day. I don't know if you ever seen it, but she was basically like trying to get me to get her funding because she lost her monetization. I think it was her first time she lost her monetization. And she's crying about you. And like, to be honest with you, I didn't really know. I mean, I knew who you were because of the true crime community, but I didn't like know the full story. So I was like, oh, just let it ride, just ignore it, do your thing and just keep moving along. And she's like, oh, but my funds, I don't have no money. And I really started paying attention to what she was doing. And every time Ryan would share my stuff or I would be over there, I would see her in my chat.
She would appear. Yep.
She would just randomly appear. Oh, hey, Kurt, I haven't seen you in a long time. How you doing? And I'm thinking,
hey, Kurt.
Yes. And I'm like, wait a minute. How come you only show up when Upchurch is in here? Oh, that's why.
Yep, that is why.
That's why.
Yep. That's
So
exactly
Bing
why.
bong.
Yeah, so she was like, without completely trying to say it, she was trying to get me to go in on you. And I'm like, I don't really even know Granny, but if she's fucking with you, obviously just do your thing and ignore her. And she was like, but my money. That was all her argument was. Her money.
She did the same thing with T-Rev. She went to T-Rev, brought up my whole, Granny's watching and these people, and I don't know what to do. And he told her the same advice. Just go on, Brittany, ignore her, don't get involved in this shit. People talk about me all the time. So Brittany has gone many places trying to have me attacked by people. Yeah,
and
thank
that's my
God you were
point.
smart enough to be like, my money.
Yeah, well, that's my point.
Money.
She should make that "Give me my money" video. They made that shit for her.
Dude, I crack up when you guys start talking about the 25 cents because that's like how she was. I got $4 in my account. My kids got Christmas coming. It was around when she was competing with you on the Christmas list.
Yo, did you see that I just played the video again, proving that she lied about not receiving pay that month?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And it's funny because she kind of met, like when I was talking to her about that, it was, I want to say it was like the 13th and she was supposed to get the money on the 17th. And she was like, I think it's pending, but I don't know. They tell me I can't keep it. And I'm thinking,
if it's pending,
then it's in your account.
Right. Yes.
So that's why I kind of I'm pretty good at playing dumb, especially because of the situations I've been put in. So I just was like, oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. And then I noticed her moving like she was trying to get more people on board with it. And it's just crazy to me. The main reason why I'm telling you this is because you're right. This lady is not going to change. She wanted me to co-sign her bullshit in order for me to be in her chat and to try to gain some monetizational value off of Upchurch. I know what she was doing.
Yeah, she wanted because Upchurch gave her then friend at the time Voices money.
Yes, I know.
So she wanted to get in on, she wanted you to bring to, here's this poor single mother and she was demonetized and this big bad bully wolf made her demonetized. Meanwhile, it was reused content and her backup channel was demonetized because her boyfriend used a slur. Had nothing to do with me.
Exactly. Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. I was just kind of testing the waters with her. And then like all that shit with the cat. And like I've seen her do so many things that just
oh my God.
And I'm not even
thank you.
Can you remember when she showed her backstage that time with all the money that she'd made? And then she deleted it, but the Clippers had got it.
She was nearly $5,000, yes. And she fucked up last Christmas and showed her money then too, after trying to lie to everybody. It's just so refreshing that somebody who's not normally involved in this shit, like you hear him. This isn't what he does. He covers up church music. He covers like the country rap type of scene. That's what he's a reaction to music person. He's not knee deep in this shit like we are. So it's so refreshing to have somebody who's not fully invested be like, listen, I see it.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm in here. Like I'm watching all the updates on the parole hearings. I mean, I'm in here. I just don't comment.
Right.
Yeah, I don't comment on a lot of other videos. I mean, because I know how people start acting when they see certain people in chat. So I just want to see how they act just as their normal streams and doing my own thing and minding my own business. And I've seen some stuff that's made me shut off the stream. Like I've just shut it off. Like, man, this is so cringy. Like I can't even watch this. I don't know how you're doing this.
Right.
But
normal people be humiliated. Normal people would have some type of self-awareness and some type of, I don't know, dignity to not sell their soul. Right.
It's the grift. She sees the money and that's all she sees. She doesn't
exactly.
She doesn't see what she's doing to her personal image or all of her fans' image.
Yes.
Like all of her supporters.
And then to top it off, she files this lawsuit against me, right? And then has the nerve to cry that my audience helped me raise enough to get an attorney to even look at it. She was envious of the money that I had to raise because of her. Like that's how little, I mean, the money's her bottom. That's all it's for. I'm telling you.
Well, it made sense. Like I knew about the Christmas list battle before it was even a battle, because she was trying to get me to share that thing so bad, her kids' Christmas list, and I'm thinking, I work a 9-to-5 job. Like I'm not balling out of control either, lady. Like
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna share my kids' Christmas list on Amazon before I'm gonna share your list. Like what?
Yep.
And I didn't even share a list on my Amazon or on my YouTube because, like you said, my supporters have already done so much for me. I almost feel like it's a slap in the face.
Right. And that's why I only posted it members only after so many people were asking me to, and I quickly removed it.
Well, not only
She's
that,
the
they've
one
already
that brought the
paid.
attention to it.
Yeah, well, not only that, they've already paid to support you. Like they have no problem
Exactly.
paying to support you. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't think she should be looking at your members area anyways. That's none of her damn business.
Isn't that some shit? And then she brags, and isn't that funny, Angela, how quickly that went down? That wasn't your sign that maybe, you know what I mean? Like well, thank you, Brittany, because you helped that wish
But,
list.
Granny,
That wish list would have never been public again. So I do
Granny,
have to thank her for helping my kids this year. Thank you, Brittany.
she was subscribed to your members, and you were showing pictures of Sebastian and talking positive about him, and so all of a sudden she jumps on and
Oh, yeah.
and she was vile, and it
made
weren't
it about
about
her.
Sebastian, and it was all about her and bringing up things that have happened over the years. And like the guy says about her fans, the people in the chat, that I don't know, that they must find it fun to just sit there and like.
Is BJ sleeping on this panel right now? Do you guys
I think
hear
it's
that?
the dog.
I know, I'm kidding.
Oh, it's my dog. Sorry,
I know.
this
Don't
phone.
apologize. It's funny. It sounds like when Brittany mic plants.
No, she's not even asleep. She's got bradycardia. She needs surgery on her throat.
Oh,
But I've adopted her. I've had she's much better than she was. Her allergies have gone. She's got no more bald patches and that.
our dogs had allergies this year too. I'm glad she's feeling better.
I just seriously, I hope people are hearing what Kurt is saying. Like, this is an outsider that Brittany tried to approach to, one, get to go at me, but two, for her own financial gain. Like,
dude, I even told her, this is the crazy part of me. Granny, you are worth gold. You must have like, you must walk around dropping gold chips out of your pocket all the time or something. Because I said, why are you not just doing your true crime shit and growing and making money off of that? Why are you driving your focus to Granny? Like,
right, it's an obsession. She's obsessed with me, is my
that
opinion.
is so. She could have paid in the last 18 months. She could have really paid attention to this true crime shit, and her channel would have been way bigger than it is now.
Yep.
She would have had a lot more monetizational value off of her channel because people would have turned to her to watch these cases and all this. Now it's just full of a bunch of junk, and ain't nobody even paying no attention to her anymore. It's very confusing.
Well, and it's really sad because the biggest thing is there is quick financial gain when you are a constant victim, right? People feel bad. She has convinced her audience that the only way to make her feel better is through money. When they don't, she has to let them know she only has 25 cents left in her pocket. Right. It's a short-term thing.
Yeah.
She prevents her own growth. You see true crime people begging her to stop, and she doesn't stop. She just keeps it going, but she does it with actual victims tagged or photos as the thumbnail. It's horrible. Absolutely. And she did the same thing to T-Rev. What do I do? There's this woman. She won't stop. And he said the same thing. Ignore her. And really, truth be told, she wouldn't even have to ignore me because I wasn't acknowledging her. I just want to be left the fuck alone, man.
Well, that's kind of how I ended up in your chat so much because she was saying all this shit, and I'm like, let me go check this lady out. And then I would listen, and I'd hear you kind of throw a jab at her, and then go back to what you were doing, and just minding your own business, really just commenting on what she's doing over there. And it was crazy to me to see her file a lawsuit on you. Like the grift is real, but she don't even know how to grift right. Like that's the confusing part.
Her issue was I think her issue was she was going in at Granny, and Granny was just totally ignoring her, not mentioning it, and people were saying things in the chat, and she was like, I don't want to know. She's not on my agenda.
But that's completely opposite of what she was saying. She was saying Granny was coming at her every day, and all she wanted to do is go back to true crime and focus on what she was doing. And I said, well, what is stopping you from doing that? And she couldn't tell me. She didn't know.
But then what she did was she started to bring nonsense into it. Oh, nonsense. She's doing this, and like to try and get nonsense to go against Granny. but then nonsense were like, I'm keeping out of it. It's not to do with me. But she would not let it go. And now nonsense are granny. The friends, yeah, your friends, aren't you? Because everybody can see what's happening, and she thinks she's going to come away with this big payday from this Vico. You know,
I mean,
A
to be
judge is
honest,
going to chew her up and spit her out. I'm telling
right,
you, she's stupid
right.
to even do that.
I don't even think she thinks she's going to go away with a big payday. I think she thinks just putting all that on that filing validates her fallacies against me.
She's crazy.
That's what I think.
What, lying under oath? Lying,
Yeah,
like
lying
lying
under perjury. Yeah.
Yeah, like what are you talking about?
And how can the file something in Pennsylvania for things, something that happened in Tennessee, and then add other people that it's not even in their jurisdiction?
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
You
There's
can't
gonna be a
do
lot
it.
of problems with it, but you know,
No,
something.
you can. You better have some money, and you better know the law, and you better understand. Like any judge or any attorney, they're going to take her money, and they're going to say sure, and then it's going to get in front of a judge, and the judge is going to go, "What is this?"
Well, listen to this. The
Well,
only
the
reason
fucked up
she
thing is
joined
she ain't paying a lawyer.
She's not paying a lawyer. She literally said, "I did it because it was free."
She piggybacked on the assholes.
Yeah, all behind a missing child.
And what's going to happen when that comes back to bite her? Then what?
Right.
And you know, the amount of pages that keep getting added, I don't think the judge will get through that, because I was reading it. Oh, the grammar is terrible, and I was laughing at parts of it. And
yeah, it's horrible.
All the evidence that they give aimed at one specific person. So how can
Right? There's a lot of messes. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what the attorneys are pointing out. It's stupid. And
Well,
Janae, thank you.
She's stupid because I don't know. She must not pay attention. She's in true crime, but she doesn't understand how it works.
I know.
The judge could turn around and order her to pay all of your attorney fees, all of the court costs, everything.
Bing
I
bong.
believe that's what's going to happen. That is
I
what
hope
is
so.
going to happen.
Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. Because that's so.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
So thank God we do have what's called an anti-slap law, which will make Brittany have to pay me back damages and you know, my attorney fees and all those things, and not just Brittany, but all of them. But really quick, I don't want to interrupt you again. I do apologize, but I do want to play this for you all to show you all what a liar Brittany is. Not that you guys don't know, you were here, but.
And I need people to be calling this office, and I need them to ask for a password. And I thought, what? Tell your doctor you don't trust them without telling them you don't.
Oh, I have it sped up. Holy shit!
Oh my god! I was like, holy fuck!
You can't speed us up. I know, and I already sped us up to begin with, and that was like wicked. Did Queen come in? Hey, Queen. I'm sorry I didn't see you come in, but I see the chat saying hi.
Hey, QB.
Check this out.
Doctor today, and explain that I was live streaming when I pulled into that parking lot.
I mean, you
and
were all here,
I need that people are going to be calling this office, and that I need them to ask for a password. And I thought, what? Tell your doctor you don't trust them without telling them you don't trust them. Your doctor's not going to talk to fucking anyone.
Here's the thing with that. There's two things I'll say to that. She thinks people will do that because that's what people did to me after her and Natasha Cooper blasted my medical papers.
Calling your doctor?
They were right there after her and Natasha Cooper blasted my medical papers. That was what was done to me. They didn't blame Brittany, say Brittany called. They were calling my doctor's office, impersonating me. Yes, that did happen. So I will say, I'll go as far as say maybe that was smart of her to do.
I would have never, I mean, that would not cross my mind.
But at the same time, why would you call that place if you just got done trying to convince people for hours that that's not what you were doing?
True.
It gets better.
Okay, this is a 1 minute, almost 2 minute clip. Let's listen to this really quick.
Yes, they did.
This is the length of gaslighting and lying.
Oh, really quick, Jay. Mm-hmm. So I can explain this, Mr. Blue. I'm sure many of you have heard this. Granny faked cancer and grafted off of it. It's not at all what happened. I went to the doctor's office. Oh, yeah. The doctor, whatever. They said it's cancer. Your cervix is friable. Do you have a living will? Blah-de-da-de-da. Right away, and Ma that was mad at me brought it to the internet. So I addressed it amongst my community. I was not officially diagnosed at that time, but I was told what I was told. My dumbass sent a copy of the paper I received from the doctor that day to one of the Ma's that I thought was my friend and said, why the fuck would I ever lie about this? And I sent her the paper. She then, for whatever reason, she sent that paper around to Natasha Cooper, who plastered it on her screen, and all these people were reading my shit, and they didn't even know what they were reading. They were making fun of me for what it said, and they couldn't comprehend what it was there. But when they did that, they doxed my doctor, they doxed the phone number. People were calling my doctor's office trying to get my information. And Brittany, not just long ago, pulled that same medical paper up on her screen, violating my HIPAA, and she couldn't even read what she was reading. Does that sound like I just blamed Brittany for calling my doctor? I don't think so. Here's Kurt's. I dropped it in the chat. Somebody just asked.
I appreciate it.
There's more, Nash Native. That's just a short story because I've spoken about it ad nauseum now. I'm never going to convince people who don't want to believe me, but that's what happened. Natasha put it on her screen. Natasha actually live streamed, called my doctor's office. It was a huge fucking thing. Others then tried calling my doctor's office, and I had to put a code in with my doctor. So when Brittany went and showed my same medical papers, yeah, the same thing. And when Brittany said that I called her child's school, the very next day,
and then
called.
Granny, when you were on the live and you got a phone call from the school.
That's what, yeah. And I had no idea. I had no idea that Brittany's child's school was allegedly called.
No, you didn't find out till after because
after
you were
my
doing,
child's school, right?
Yeah, you were doing the live. I was listening to the live. You said, "I've got to go. I've had a phone call from school. I'll come on the live later." Then when you came on the live later, you said that is it CPS and what have you been involved? The school needed to speak to you, something to do with some man ringing.
Yeah.
Hold on. Before you finish that, I'll tell you how much I pay attention. Isn't that when they took your kid out of the classroom and questioned him? Okay, so I was in Brittany's chat when she supposedly had her kids, had CPS calling her kids or whatever, or called their school.
Yep.
And there was a whole ton of people in the comments saying, okay, we'll call Grant. We got you. And they were basically saying what they were going to do. And she never once said, no, don't do that. She allowed them she gaslighted them.
What it is that one we BJ was after Granny had been called into school. So that was after.
No. Brittany's was first.
No, Brittany's was first. Yeah.
Yes. Brittany went live and made the accusation that somebody called her children's school, and she implied that it was me and or my moderators. I had no idea because at this time people knew, don't tell me anything Brittany's saying. I'm done with it. You can't beat the bitch. She's always a victim.
Yeah, that's when you were deleting chat. You were telling people to keep it out of your chat. You didn't want it in your chat. Yeah.
Not to bring children in.
Right. The next day I was live, and as I'm live, I get a call from my kid's school.
Yep. I remember that
end the live stream to go rush up there and hear a male neighbor called in concerned that my child's being abused, and they wanted me to come up there while they checked my son for bruising. That's what happened. And after that happened, that's when Megan came to me and said, holy fuck, Jess. Brittany just last night claimed that this happened to her and she blamed it on you. And I fucking was crying to Megan, saying, why the fuck would she ever say that I would ever do some shit like that? And now my child was invaded. That's what happened.
And then you went live really upset right after that. Yeah, you were really upset. And that's around the time she tried to drag me into it. That's right around the same. It was either right before that or right after that.
Wow. Unbelievable.
That's what made me think that BJ's was after, because someone told you it had happened the day before.
It was right before Christmas. It was like this time 2 years ago, I want to say. It was right before Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was.
I had no idea that it was done to Brittany at all. This was right around the time that Heels in the Air had passed, because I was live giving my condolences to what happened with Heels. And that's when I got the phone call. I didn't know about Brittany's situation until after my own.
I never. So, has anyone heard that happened to Brittany before we knew about you? Because I've never heard her say anything, and then that happened with you.
Put a 1 in the chat if you remember Brittany making that accusation, blaming me, and then it happened to me after. That's the way it happens, honestly. Yes, exactly how it happens. Because I was shocked. I right away, I'm like, why? Who the fuck's calling my kid's school? Like, why is this happening?
I can
And
tell
that's
you,
yeah.
I can even, I was standing at a saw. I was standing at a saw cutting, listening to Brittany do all this. And then
Blaming me.
I want to say it was she either went live in the morning and did it, and Granny had it happen to her in the afternoon, or it was the very next day. It was either the same. Yeah, I was going to say it was either the same day or the very next day, because I want to say you were on the stream crying. You were so upset about it.
Yeah, I remember it being the very next day after it happened to Granny.
No, it's the opposite. It happened to Brittany, then it happened to me the next day.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I immediately after, you know, I went and cleared everything up, I came on here probably in a place I shouldn't have, but I was fucking angry and I was hurt because it's like, dude, we fought for years and I've never, ever gone real life on you, and I would never, ever put harm your kid's way. And you just made that accusation to an audience, and look what just happened to my child. And why isn't that in her filing?
I don't know, but I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you. If it comes down to it and you need to phone in a witness, I seen all that shit. I watched it with I ain't got no dog in this fight. But to see somebody do all this like trolling on the internet is one thing, but once you take it real life, like, nah, man, that's where the problem arises. So, Granny, I appreciate you letting me come up here and speak my truth. And I'm serious when I say, if you do need to phone a friend or something, I'll reach out to you. I don't know if you got Instagram or something, and I'll give you my phone number, because I think it's crazy that this lady is going to scream victim and grift off of all these people. Like, she's literally trying to support her lifestyle off of the internet, and then turning around and going to go try to sue you or do whatever she's doing to you, all because of what? Because she sees other people be successful at it on the internet. Like, no, I'm not okay with that. That's what it is.
Thank you so much, Kurt. Thank you.
Thanks for being a stand-up guy.
Yeah, I truly appreciate it.
Granny, I never heard anything about the kids until I watched you on your live, and you went off, and then that later on that day you come on and you were really upset, and you were crying. Kathy P came in as well to try and calm you down, and then it was the next day that I heard BJ saying, well, that happened to me. It wasn't me that phoned the school, but someone's done that to me. And
maybe that's just when you heard it, but she made the accusation first. That's what led to my child's school being called.
I didn't hear that bit.
Yeah.
I just heard her responding the next day.
Right. Vibrator remembers I was live. Everything was good. I was paying homage, respect. And then next thing you know, yeah.
Look, you want to be real? I'll be real with you. If somebody called my child's school, the last thing I'm going to do is put another kid in the middle of it. I'm going to call the authorities. I'm going to say, look, this woman is calling. And if the cops say, no, it's not her, then I keep moving. That spiteful shit to call and put another kid in the middle of it, that just shows you the type of person that woman is. Like,
yeah. Well, and to be honest with you, Kurt, I don't think Brittany called. I don't. But
no, I know you don't. But it was somebody in that chat. I watched her cry and whine about it and get all upset, and then see her chat start saying they were going to call your kid's school, and she didn't stop it. She actually was like, oh, I appreciate all y'all's support. Thank y'all so much. Like,
well, I've said that all along, and I've said to Granny, if people come in your chat and start telling tales, just boot them. Don't listen to them.
As a mother, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but this does make me mad. As a mother, you're going to allow other people to call a child's school? Like, that is so confusing to me. Women and mothers are supposed to protect children at all costs, no matter if it's your kid or not. To throw another child in the middle of this is crazy.
Right, and she knew what she was doing by blaming that on me. She knew what reaction she was going to get. She wanted people to believe that I did it. What do you think your audience is then going to do? And she knew what they were going to do because they were telling her in the chat. That's what I mean. And thank you, Kurt, because a lot of people that are currently with Brittany, they don't know all of this. And she's hidden all these streams. So they don't know the massive amount of insight she's put against me. They don't believe people when they say she allows her chat to talk about kids. They don't believe it because she's censored herself since then.
Their eyes are closed then. They're not paying attention, because you could spend 20, 30 minutes scrolling around and see that it doesn't make sense. Like, you can't scream victim, but then start making other people victims like that. That doesn't work. Like, that's why I'm saying I can't wait I wish you could record the court hearing, because the judge is gonna love this.
I
He's
know.
gonna
I
love
know.
it.
You see, in Granny's chat and that, she does not allow people to talk about children. And it's like, even with Seth, she's never ever blamed him or said he's anything to do with Sebastian going missing.
Granny can admit when she's wrong. That's the coolest part about Granny. That's why I'll rock with Granny, because she will call her own self out when she's wrong. I love that about her. And a lot of people won't. They're afraid to admit they're wrong and say, "Hey, I fucked up. My bad," and just keep moving. They don't got that in them.
I spoke to you on a live, Granny, didn't I? And I told you you're making some mistakes there, and you came straight on after you calmed down and apologized, and you're not letting them upset you now and make you cry, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to rile you up, and when you're angry, you say things you don't mean. So that's when
things
you
I do
take
mean
a
that I
step back.
shouldn't say. Is
It's an energy drink. It's an energy drink, because I'm sure some of you
it
don't
looks
see
like
that
a beer.
Tomboy.
I'm not gonna
that's
lie.
what-
Listen, this is the way I thought about it. I'm like, hey, if he's kicking back having a drink, then I'm like, shit, he's in his car. The
Yeah,
guy's
that's
got
why I
to
did
work.
it.
Okay,
That's why I
thank
did
you.
it. I'm used to the troll attacks. I got it. Thank you though.
That's so funny, because I thought this. I'm like, oh, he got himself a
Well,
little.
because
Good for him.
I drank this and then I drank the bottle of water, and I'm like, man, people gonna think I'm washing down some whiskey or something. And look, I ain't drinking 7 years. I don't want that persona anymore.
Oh, congratulations!
And
Good
I've
on
got
you.
to say, with Brittany J there, she's been a brilliant support for you. She has. She's been lovely.
Brittany has been lovely.
The one outside of you.
Oh, Jay. Kurt's face was like my face. I'm like, what? What is happening?
Sorry, what? Jay for Justice. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I was for a second.
One moment.
I didn't know she was being like a smart ass. Like,
No, for a second I was like, well, it makes sense why she thought Brittany was attacked second. Now I was like, oh, okay.
I'm on back, Jay. She's been a rock for you.
Yeah, she has, and I truly appreciate that.
Yeah.
Jay's been amazing.
Jay is for justice. Oh, I remember Jay. I knew that voice.
Oh, I was muted.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Shit.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, I just go for what's right. You know what I mean? And what Granny didn't do anything wrong. She didn't deserve any of this shit. And the more that I hear from people like Kurt, the more, it just solidifies it.
Dude, if I would have told her, listen, I'm not even kidding when I tell you, if I would have told her I was going to share that, she would have never left me alone. I know what her goal was. Zap Girl was told she was getting a new computer. Ryan was running around dropping $500 super chats to all the true crime creators. She seen an opportunity. She was like, oh, Ray's picking on me and I'm broke. Can you help me? And it didn't work. So then she just moved on to the next person. And it's funny that she moved on to T-Rev because T-Rev at one point a couple years back got a shout out from Upchurch, and a lot of people believed that he was still close with Upchurch. So it was funny to me to watch her bounce from me to him, and I seen it. So it ain't like she did it behind my back. She did it right to my face.
Wow.
So for people not to realize what she's doing, they're not paying attention. They don't care. They're literally, like you said earlier, the drama community that has infested her chat room.
Yep.
And they're good staying over there. It's a lot more peaceful in the true crime community that they're all over in that area.
And I'll tell you what, they're like bottom barrel too, and she knows that because she's had falling outs with each of these people, and she knows what they are. And honestly, as much as I have a strong disdain for Brittany, even I have tried telling her, like, you need to wake up. Yeah. Like, she knows these people are bringing her down. But I've always said this is Brittany's heart. Drama is Brittany's heart. She will always resort to drama because there's a quick listen. When we're covering true crime and all, you don't get as much super chats. You don't get as much PayPals or Cash Apps. You just don't. But when you're selling your victimhood the way Brittany does, it sells. Drama sells, and apparently for her, victimhood sells.
That's why I didn't stay over here. That's why once that Kylie Rodney shit got stale, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm out of here, because I realized that everybody was in it for the dollar. Not everybody, I take that back. Majority of the people are in it for that dollar amount, and they're grifting off. They're basing who they're trying to help based off of how much money they're gonna make, and that is not okay.
That's
Not okay at
exactly
all.
what it is. Yep.
Did you ever see that live where the people that had gave BJ money and been ripped off by her, lent her money for things and never got it back?
Oh
They all
yeah,
come
there's
on
been a few of
and
those.
cried. Yeah, and they came onto your live. I thought that were endearing. They were lovely, weren't they?
Wasn't she the one arguing about the billboards too? Wasn't she bitching about that?
I'm not sure. I honestly don't watch her. Maybe Jay would know, but I don't watch her
No,
enough to know that.
didn't Clue pay for a bunch of billboards, digital billboards or something, and she was in there crying about everybody giving her money and why ain't somebody donating her? That's what I'm saying. Like
I wouldn't doubt it.
I just remember her grifting hard. Like I never even really considered her true crime. I just
No, she's
considered
always
her a
been this
grifter.
way. Right.
Yeah.
This is what she's always
You
done.
have to actually
and,
cover a case to be true crime.
right, not just put the victim's, name in the title and in the hashtag and perhaps
Hand
a
a
photo
wrench,
in the
wrench.
thumbnail. Right. Yeah, and maybe do some research and look into things.
Or play
and know
other
what you're-
people's shit. Like
and fall
actually know the
asleep.
case.
Have more respect for the victims than to start snoring while talking about their horrific crimes, maybe. And Crystal has a great point. If Brittany's been so terrified of me, she's trying to sell to all of you. She's been so terrified of me for a long time. Why did she come up on my panel? Why did she come to my channel and come up on my panel? Why did she come over to Queen's panel where I already was and come up there with me? Think about that. Your dog is very distracting, Angel. I'm not going to lie. The snoring's like really distracting.
I'll get off. I'll just say this one thing and I'll get off. When she jumped on that chat that day, I was horrified. I just don't get why she did it. Because it was someone in her chat had said you were talking about her and her name weren't even mentioned. I hope you've got that live anyway. Right, I'll let you go anyway. Take care. Keep doing what you're doing. Lovely meeting
Thank you, Angel. Thank you so much.
It was nice talking to you. I kind of like the dog snoring.
Have a good one, Angel.
It's triggering people to think that we're like in
It's
BJ's chat or
noisy,
something.
Mine that's being quiet, man.
Bye. I hope your doggy feels better, Angel. Thank
Bye,
you.
Angel.
Bye.
So
what kind of dog is that? What kind of dog? Oh man, because I watch a weather guy, Mike's weather page, and when he does his weather reports, his dogs sit on there and snore. And sometimes they snore so loud you can't even hear him talking.
That's hysterical. I'm sure she'll tell us.
That's funny.
I didn't know that Brittany was a mod for TM, and TM was one of the first people to come out here and read that filing. That's interesting.
Hey, Sophia.
That's so sweet. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I know a lot of people kept saying the snoring's distracting me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. It was actually quite fitting in a way.
Yeah, it was.
As a listener, I was kind of like sitting back. It was quite fitting. But I
Okay,
thought we're
now-
going to be blamed for like doing it on purpose or something.
Oh, I'm sure that's coming.
I'm glad that got brought up though, because I seen the nodding happening the other day, and I just want to say I am in active recovery. I am a recovering addict every day, a day at a time, right? And I've never, thank you. I know you are too. Congratulations to you. But I know that in my experience with this working the program and being around recovering addicts, the amount that she talks about it and like brags and boasts, and it makes sense why her trip ended where it ended.
Right. Yes.
It's
thank
all
you.
a front. It's a front. That's where the grift comes from. And when you start putting all that together, Granny, you understand why she's so stuck on you. She's so obsessed with you. That is a
Part of the
telltale sign.
active behavior.
It's a part of addiction.
Yep.
100%. You don't see things for what they really are. You play victim. You deny everything. Your accountability is out the window. it's just obvious. I mean,
That's what I said the other day. As somebody who's actually gone through the program, active in the program, done the step work, I see
fell down a
active.
few times. Yeah, that you.
Yes,
Yeah, that's why I see she's definitely understands it and has been around it, but I believe that she's back in it, and it's just a front because I don't know.
or
And
the
this is just my
mentality.
speculation. I don't want this is Captain Kurt's speculation based off of what Captain Kurt is seeing, not anybody on this panel or not anybody in this chat.
Right. That's not true, Scarlett. That's a cute quote of the book, but that's not necessarily true because people in active recovery are also human. So I like
Right.
that you tried to use the whole quote thing, but they actually say that to you when you're getting to a place that they don't want you to get, right? So that you're not quite right on that, but thank you for your,
Yeah,
you dropped that
that
line
quote
right
is
there.
used. That is a perfect quote for somebody that's relapsed or that's going
Right.
through time in their life where they don't know who they are. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Right. And being in recovery, we can see active behaviors. And and I don't
100%.
know, I'm not saying she's actively in addiction. I'm saying I don't believe she's in actual recovery. I don't believe she's working steps. I don't believe she's ever gotten rid of the
Right.
addict mind state where woe
Right.
is me, the world is against me, victim of everything, zero
Yep.
accountability. That's all
Yep.
active addiction speaking.
Playing the blame game. Yeah, exactly. Like not that she's still actively using, but she's still actively acting like she is like she's still
She has
doing
the
the thing.
behaviors, right?
Yeah, the traits, the if a counselor's looking out, if a drug counselor's looking at the situation, he's gonna label it based off of what he's seen. And I'm just being real with you. That's how I mean,
Well, Kurt, like I've said, and I'll say it again, we don't have to deny our reality to condone her lies. We don't have to do that. People can
I
be
think
mad about it all day.
I think everybody in the entire face of this earth should work a 12-step program because, like you said, everybody has an addiction somewhere. So you might not realize it's affecting your life until you sit down and work those steps and admit that you're powerless over certain situations in life or certain
Yeah.
substances. Like that,
Well, and
that's
But
real. Like you're right.
her comment, like her statements in that lawsuit saying that because she's so scared of what Granny's behavior has done to her, that she's not going to family events,
yeah,
that she's, waking up. She says it three different things, three different ways. She's waking up in a cold sweat. She's unable to sleep, right? And
Get off the
and
internet.
then she has and then she has depression
and
and
then she
can't get
wakes
out
up
of bed.
with knots in her stomach.
Yeah,
Get off the internet.
that's what it was.
Well, and
Right.
that was my whole thing too. Like I'm responsible for my well-being. I'm responsible for my children's well-being. I don't get to say that everybody who criticizes me on the internet is endangering our lives. That is asinine, and especially when I mean, when she's driving, right? And she's all loud and proud and she's all, okay, boo boo, and blah, blah, blah. And I hope she rips her and she's all Billy Badass. But if anybody responds, you are now endangering her and her loved ones.
That's crazy.
It's insane. And there might be people in her chat that are going to coddle her and send her a few dollars to make her feel better. But I promise you, the PA courts will not.
I know me sitting here doing this, there's a good chance I'm gonna have a bunch of her little minions run over and try to mess with me. I know that. So
I promise you, there's more of us to support you.
no. I'm saying like she has to know when she gets on the internet and starts running her yap, somebody's gonna run their yap back at her. Like I don't that if you try to use ignorance in the court of law, they're gonna laugh at her, dude. They're gonna be like, yo, ma'am, have you ever thought about like turning off your computer or
Right.
changing your YouTube name or going a different
Imagine that.
direction?
Imagine calling that a career and then stating that you lost you're not making money, you're not able to do sponsorships, you've lost collaborations and all that, and yet your entire life is at such risk that you're not even able to sleep at night. The first thing any reasonable adult's going to say is, then get off the fucking internet.
Yeah.
Hell, when I was in a bad place because of Brittany and her fucking cohorts, that not this summer that passed, the one before, guess what I did? Fuck the money.
Yeah.
My mental health came first, and I logged off for an entire fucking summer.
Yep.
And this is my sole income too. But the money didn't matter because I needed to make sure that I stayed safe, that I didn't get to a position of wanting to unalive myself, and most importantly, that my recovery was in place. I didn't
That's
get to
fair.
turn around and say, oh, you're all doing it to me and I'm going to stay on here, but don't you dare respond to me. No, you have to remove yourself.
Hey,
I'm
Granny, ain't
tired.
that congratulations to you? Because ain't that a beautiful thing? Because in that moment, you know what we used to turn to. So
Right, exactly.
congratulations to you.
Yeah,
That takes a
thank
lot
you.
to figure that out. Hey, Brittany, if you're listening, that's what you need to figure out. Step away for a little bit, shut your mind off, and come back and do what you need to do, and quit going
Right.
after Granny. Like it's so cringe to see you day in and day out. Like no disrespect, Granny, but pick a YouTuber that's got some sort of clout that you can really chase. Like
Right. Stop.
you're not,
Right. Punch up higher.
yeah, it's great. She's
mean,
punching
honestly.
down at the same. She's trying to gain 600 people that don't like her. That's the confusing part to me.
Right. Like, and she doesn't, and again, Brittany's lost over 130 moderators. She has groups of people prior to me that didn't like her. You can't blame me for every little thing that's happened on YouTube, but she does. And the fact that, I mean, she filed litigation about me and she still can't shut the fuck up about me. Does that not tell anybody anything?
That'll tell the judge everything he needs to know.
Exactly.
She ain't trying to stop, because if she was trying to stop, she wouldn't say your name not one time at all.
And she was terrified of me, but then she went on stream and said, I ain't afraid of nobody. What, because I cried a few times?
She's letting her nuts swing, and she's mad somebody keeps checking if she's got a cup on. That's what the problem is. She's out here trying to swing them out, and then she's getting mad that somebody keeps kicking her in the nuts. Like, that's so weird to me.
Right. Like, you're literally, and honestly, I think she's doing it on purpose at this point, Kurt. I think she turned on her camera knowing she was too tired on purpose. I think that she drove and had her camera up to her location on purpose. I think she is trying for that Christmas money, honey. And that's what I think she's doing. And that's why she went live and spoke about everybody that day. It wasn't just me. There was about 3 other creators. And guess what? When each of them respond, I'm being dogpiled, y'all. I don't even know why. They just keep picking. It reminds me, it's like, I'm sorry.
Well, listen, I didn't mean to kind of derail what you guys are doing, because you guys were doing something cool. And I confused John Benet Ramsey with Lunsford, Jessica Lunsford. I think that was her name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember that one though too. Oh, that was awful.
That's why when I said Mark, that I was thinking of Mark Lunsford.
Lunsford. Yeah.
But no, I appreciate you letting me come up here, Granny, and it was good.
I appreciate you. Oh my goodness,
yeah, it was
I
nice
appreciate
talking to
you
you
so much. Like, Kurt is married. I'll never forget Kurt. So when you first kind of like appeared in our arena and we saw you, the amount of people that were messaging me, I'm like, if you people don't back the fuck up, we are so hungry for men over here. I'll tell you. Even when PsyOps gets on a panel, all the women are like, woo, calm down, ladies. Kurt is happily
I'm
married.
telling you, there's too many women on this platform, because when
I
dudes come in,
you get yourselves in control, ladies. Knock it off. Have some decorum.
I know.
Well, that's what a lot of these men take advantage of, though. Like I've listened. They take advantage of it. There's a couple. I ain't even gonna say the names. You know who they are.
I know
who they are. Take advantage of the women. They got the women in their chats. They got the women dropping all the cash. They play that same. Yeah, they play that same victim mentality, and that's why it was funny to me to watch Brittany come and try to play it with me. Like, no, come on, lady. No disrespect, but she's like, she doesn't seem even close to being what I would even consider. And I am married, but I'm saying, like, she was trying to make it seem like she's just, her shit don't stank, and I'm like, come on,
that
dude.
is well,
it's embarrassing.
There was a time when Brittany's channel was doing really well. It was off of Kylie Rodney and the conspiracies, but she had men up there that held the panel down, and they did fantastic. I used to go up there. We were friendly at the time. And actually Angela was pissed that I got friendly with Brittany. She said it's a slap in everybody's face. And I said, well, it's a business move. And Brittany found that out, got all pissed, and used that as an excuse as to why she joined the same people she cried to me about, said they were attacking her, but whatever. That's a whole nother story. But she at one point was doing really well because of those panel guests. She lost all those people. You know why? Because drama is her heart. That is why. And she's doing the same thing again. She gained in all these new viewers off Sebastian, led them to believe that they're actually true crime and blah, blah, blah. But it never takes long for her to go to the roots, to who she is at her core, which is drama. And I will always, always be her fucking fall guy until the PA courts tell her enough is enough.
I know what it is. She doesn't really even know what she's doing. This lady, she could say she's interested in this shit. She's not. When she
No.
runs out of the group for a missing person, she doesn't know where else to go. So she runs back to the drama community
Thank you.
until something else comes back up. Then once she sees something she can grift off of, she acts like she's super interested in it. That's why me and Queen Bee got into it. That's why I made a video about Queen Bee, because I thought that all was a big grift. I thought Tim and all them motherfuckers were grifting with that Brittany chick. So
No, see, she misguided you.
well, she did, because she was always over there. She was always in the chat. She was, and Queen would be like on the fence with me. And I was always like, man, these guys are just what were you guys calling them back then?
Tragedy pimps.
Tragedy pimps. That's what it was. I was like, these are a bunch of tragedy pimps. And then I seen dudes wearing Ninja Turtle masks and running around town. And dude, I seen people going to jail. I seen other dudes showing up and wouldn't act. They were one way on the camera, and then when they were in face to face, I just was like, what is happening? I told my wife, if I go missing, don't tell anybody. Keep that shit off the internet, because I don't want these people looking for me. I will stay hidden in the bushes if I see one.
Oh my God.
I'm hiding from them.
It's so true, though. It's so true.
Please don't come over here.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I'd rather lay in this hole into my demise rather than one of those idiots find me. Like,
well,
that's
they're
how
not going to find you anyway. They're going to find your deepest, darkest secrets. They're
Well,
going to find your
no,
relatives.
they're just
not
gonna
really
make
gonna
money
find
off of you.
They're going
Right.
to find all the monetary value they could get off me, and they're going to milk everything. They're going to talk bad about my family. They're going to talk bad about my friends. They're going to make me seem like a bad guy. And then what do you got left at? Like, that's what I think. Like, what if these kids, like, I hate to think like that. Like, what if these people were found after they dogged them out and treated them like this for however long?
I know. I know.
Like,
yeah.
I don't even know what to think about that Sebastian Rogers case anymore, because they've done corrupted all types of
I know. It's the weirdest thing.
with dogged about. I'm
I've
like,
heard
what?
I've heard people say that if they saw, and I disagree with it, but I've seen people say this. Excuse me. If they saw Sebastian today, they would say to him, "Are you okay? Maybe you should call one of your parents," and they would walk away because they understand. They understand why he doesn't want to be home. And I disagree. I'm not saying don't ever do that. Honestly, I'm not agreeing with it.
No.
But that's the climate that they have created. That
I can see why they say that, though. No, I can see why they say that, but no, like, at least call.
No, you call TBI immediately. Call the local police, whatever, immediately.
Say, hey, buddy, come stand over here real quick. You need something to drink, and call somebody. Don't, you know what I mean?
Don't ever but I've seen people say that because they feel that way. But you nailed it. And I said this 6 months ago. I said, give Brittany 3 months. When there's no longer a trending topic, she will be knee deep and this new audience will see it. And they did. They do.
Yeah, but it's not. But the thing is they're just gonna sit there until she starts talking about true crime, and then they're gonna act like she's the greatest person ever. That's the sad part about YouTube, is that it's literally just a name. Like, nobody gets, like, we're content creators, so our face and our name is an image, right? They don't care. They just make a new screen name and act like, hey, what's up? We don't realize they've been over there sitting there hanging out for 6 months with all the drama, talking shit about us, and then they come over here with a chicken nugget name and they act like the sweetest people. That's
the truth. They get just a new identity. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Well, and the biggest thing is, I think a lot of people also get insulted because there are, like, I get passionately into a case. I was passionately into Madeline Soto. Like, when I really care, I care. But I do my research. I don't have a Discord of people doing it for me. You can ask my mods. They've asked, can we please help you? But I like doing it. It makes me feel good. I feel like I'm earning what my members are paying for when I am doing this research and stuff.
Granny, have you ever went out and searched, like, and I'm only asking because I'm really, like, have you ever went out in your area when somebody was missing and went for, like, a search? Like, has somebody
not like
went
a missing child, but there was an escaped convict.
Okay, the reason I ask you this is because, do you remember when that 2-year-old boy went missing in Brooksville, and he was missing over the night, and he walked away from his parents' house? Do you remember that? It was in Florida. It was probably almost 2 years ago.
Was that the one that Betty got involved in?
Yes, that's
The little
exactly.
curly-haired
Yes,
kid?
yes. So check this out. This is perfect. That's when the 2-year-old, he was like 3 years old. He walked away from his house in the middle of the afternoon and they couldn't find him and he was gone all night long. Well, that was right down the street from where I lived. So I left work the first day that he went missing and we went out there walking around and we couldn't find him. Well, the next day they had like an organized search or whatever. Dude, I watched so many people go live on the internet, say they were going out there to search, literally sit in the dude. I'll say the initial. Well, I don't even have to say it. The guy that travels all over following blizzards and hurricanes and going wherever.
JLR. Yeah.
Yes, I know he's got support over here, but I seen with my own eyes him take a bottle and a bag of like treats and put them in the ditch. I watched it with my own eyes, and then the cop even said, "Bro, you can't be over here doing that," and he shoot him away. And it's like, are we out here looking? Are we out here looking for the little kid? Are we out here
Looking
trying
for
to make
clicks.
content? Yeah.
Wow.
And then the old man that found him, the old man literally stopped. He was taking his boat fishing, drove through the area, seen all the stuff going on, asked people what was going on. He was ex-military. He canceled his fishing trip and started walking in areas that other people were too afraid to go in. And what do you know? He found the kid. Soon as he found that kid, all these content creators that were looking for the kid in their cars were out running to get an interview with this guy. And it's like, I had to just pack up my shit and leave because, like I said, we all have an image, and I felt disgusting watching people look for a kid while they
That
were
weren't
sitting in
really
their car.
looking. Wow.
They weren't. I
Well,
mean,
that's
Betty
like
was
Betty.
not looking at all. Betty was too worried about getting where her car was parked and make
That's why
sure her
they don't
vest
want
was.
cameras on searches, right?
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. That's
That's
the truth.
exactly why.
And you know what? He is telling the truth because I know, like, they look for something that looks like it's a happening area to make it like a thumbnail, and they
Yeah.
overhype what's actually going on there. I've witnessed it.
Dude,
But yeah,
there was a train track. Like I on everything I love, this is what happened. There was a train track in a ditch. The cops had went up and down this ditch for hours upon hours upon hours looking because the grass was super high and they were worried maybe he got hit by a car and fell in the ditch and you couldn't see him because he was so little and the grass was so high. So the cops roamed through. I mean, they were on their hands and knees looking through this sawgrass, making sure nothing was in there. Well, this dude comes out there with one of those Dollar General sippy cups and a little Ziploc bag full of those little num little dissolve in your mouth fruit.
oh, baby trees.
And he crumpled up the bag and he stuffed the cup and threw it into the grass and started videoing like he had found something. And the cop was like, "No, bro, get out of here."
Oh my goodness.
And that was, yeah. So,
Wow.
but anyway, I got to get going. I'm supposed to be riding home and I've been talking to y'all for a long time.
Well,
The
be
wife is
safe.
calling, like, "Hey, where are you at?" No, I appreciate you guys. And Granny, I'll reach out to you. I'm on Instagram. It's Captain Kurt _reacts. I don't know how to find you. I don't know if you're on Instagram or anything. But
I'm not on Instagram, but
you on Facebook?
Yeah.
You could probably find me the same way, Captain Kurt Reacts on Facebook.
Okay, perfect. I'll send you a message. I sincerely appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Or if you can't find me on Facebook, if somebody you know has got Instagram, just have them reach out to me and say, "Hey," and I'll check my request or whatever. Because I really think it's bullshit what she's doing to you. And if I can help in any way, I definitely will.
Thank you for saying that.
For sure. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate
Chat.
you. Have a good
Thank
one.
you. Nice
Thank
talking
you.
to you.
Hey, you too. See ya.
Take care.
So Tara, do it, Jay. Do it.
Do what?
Tarlene.
Tarlene. I haven't heard her talk in so long. I can't.
Tarlene is the latest up on Nick's chopping block. He's actually he made a bold. You're right. She does fucking. Why are these bitches growling? Can we get some holy water? Oh my goodness.
Some sage and holy water.
But
yeah,
yeah,
I
Nick,
saw the pants thing. I was like, oh.
well, isn't that weird that he was listening yesterday while I was live? Because it was after I said things like that he tweeted that, which you're welcome, Nick. It's probably a lot more you're unaware of, bud. But yeah, so he actually made a bold accusation against Terry Lynn. For those who are unaware, he wrote, "The same person who lost the poker game miraculously planted and later found the purported pants. That table tells all." Now, I find it ironic, though, that they put in their filing about people planting evidence, that we accuse people planting evidence.
Mhm.
And here's Nick accusing of the same evidence being planted.
Yeah, it's almost like those things point to people, but not you and not barbecue. Like
Right, because it is.
you
Everything
could
goes
almost
back.
dissect that thing and appropriate people to certain sections of it.
Yep.
Because you know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Like, I
Down
don't
to
think Nick even
actions.
realizes. Right.
Mhm.
It's insane. It is
It
absolutely
is.
insane. Yeah, fuck her, Kraken. I guess she didn't learn if they're being served by one other creator and then her husband being contacted by another. She still hasn't learned. So blessed be her heart. But I know Wispy Jay, this is the longest live I've done
Oh my
and
God.
like forever. And
I know,
that's
it's
how
really long.
easy it is just to flow with you. So
I know. It's been cool.
yeah, it has been. 777, maybe that's my lucky number. Wow. Thank you, Crystal. If you haven't, please consider hitting a thumbs up.
Look at
If
Jammers.
you're
Blessed be the cooter.
blessed be the cuter. Oh, I like that. Blessed be the cuter. I love that show, Handmaid's Tale. And there's a new season coming out. I'm excited for it.
Oh, I've never seen it. Reminds me of Brian Koberger, though.
Right? Why?
Hey, because I don't know. He went to I don't know what he did with it. Something along those lines with that book.
Mm.
And it's really like erotic and like weird, isn't it?
Well, it's basically about like the government kind of shutting down and they go all religious and the women become handmaid's tale and they have to
Mhm.
pregnant for the wealthier. It's a whole thing. It's
Yeah.
actually fantastic.
He was, I can't remember. Maybe somebody in chat remembers what he was. I don't know what he did. Something in school with
Yeah,
it.
they're forced to have babies. They want to make it back about religion and God. It's a fantastic show. They show you how like they're able to do it overnight. It starts with like, oh, women aren't allowed to have credit cards, then they're not allowed to work. And before you know it, it's a completely different world. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's about the government completely taking over, and then people are trying to escape over to Canada. It's a fantastic show. 10/10 recommend. Many series and seasons to go through.
Interesting.
Yeah, the US turned into like a religious cult, and it's a really, really, really interesting show, and they did great with it. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here today. I did make that video to prove that Brittany once again is listening to a shit stirring potato who lied and misguided her just to incite hate against me, Brittany. You are inciting hate against me every time you lie on me. It's all being documented. Here's the video. I dropped it in the chat. I dropped Kurt's link as well. Oh, interesting here. Brittany ran to him as well. How many other creators did you run to, Brittany, to try to get against me? Truth comes out in the, what is it? In the wash, the rinse?
In the wash.
In the wash. Just like we are now hearing that Terry Lynn planted pants from a intelligence agency. Yikes, are we all validated or what?
Isn't that crazy?
I mean, surely they wouldn't just write such a big accusation against somebody if it wasn't true. I mean, they investigated that, right?
And then Julia comes out talking about the medication again.
Oh my gosh, Julia and that medication, girl. You are not getting in their medicine cabinet. Stop that.
God,
Stop it.
it's all
her
just
her
crazy.
rambling and mumbling too. She's like,
It depends on what's in the medicine cabinet.
Max. Like what? Really?
Max
That's all
did
you
get
ever hear.
to the pond.
Narcotics. Peanut butter and jelly. Like she didn't even really answer
God,
any
the peanut
question.
butter sandwich. I can't.
Yeah, and she did not answer any questions that were really asked of her, and like made like she had all this inside information. And she's like, "Well, I heard, but I don't know if it's true. It was a rumor, but I heard." And the best. And I have to make fun of this because on motherfucking Mother's Day, shortly after Julia entered the scene, we sat up here and coddled her grown ass as she cried and whimpered and da. And yet she goes on there and says, and at first I was getting really personally involved. I had to take a step back and I was like, no, you are still personally involved. I'm sure Jennifer is well aware of your RICO attempts, Julia, but you are still personally involved, which is not very professional. And that is my opinion. Oh, there is a book about Handmaid's Tale. Is that what he read?
Yeah, it's based on a book. It's a book.
Oh yeah, and her being all weird, like we can't throw batteries in our trash. Well, fucking somebody called the trash company on me because I just threw away some bad boy double A's.
She said there could have been a lithium ion dog at the landfill. I can't even anymore. I know.
And then she did that whole. First off, they also said that they did report that there was a barefoot print and there was a shoe print. And she's like, well, if I was on that, I would have put that there was a footprint because it was a flare. And Jennifer's like, oh, okay. And then the chat, what was up with CJ freaking out in the chat? Like, is he not getting enough baby powder on his ass? Are you guys not patting him
see
enough?
what he said? I couldn't believe it. I was floored.
And
he
then
was like, we searched before it was, and then he put quotes, cool.
Right.
I'm like, what is this?
And then he also put, oh, I'll be live. Like he was like self-advertising shit. And it made me wonder, and I'm not knocking him if this is the case, but he went to the vigil and he was told that he was not allowed to record, but then they allowed Betty to record. And it makes you wonder, made me wonder if he's a little salty about that. I would be like, wait, I'm one of your team people. I've been out here searching for your son. I can't.
No, they didn't let him go live. They could all record.
Did he make a video though?
Oh, I don't know. I just know they said no live streaming.
But only Betty was allowed.
She didn't live it though. I think she just made a video.
Huh.
So she actually followed the rules.
Anyway, he was throwing a whole fit in her comment section. It was a bit bizarre.
Weird. I was surprised to see that. Like we searched before it was cool, and we're coming back there to search whatever they were talking about.
Yeah.
Just weird,
man. Yeah. He said he's going out front to search the drain pipes that dog was talking about.
Yeah. That's what it was. The
Good
dog
luck to you
pipes.
for that, buddy. Which may I add, they were already checked. Like it wasn't just that they put a drone down there. If there's not 3 feet of mud, there's like a little bit of water. At that time, there was barely any. They actually went in and crawled hands and knees. Like all of that was checked. Tony met Betty in Idaho, in my opinion, allegedly. He did Olivia drone work. Oh, wouldn't that be some shit? If we knew that Betty was connected to Tony previously, we know that Betty sold footage of dog to Nick to sell to TMZ and owes him money.
Lord only fucking knows at this point.
Oh, Vibrator, I'm sorry. Me and Jay just wasted away for hours on here.
Oh my gosh, not. We may as well make it an 8-hour day. Fuck.
Might as well close it out on a lucky number 8. Yeah, that was didn't see.
Well, I'm
Jay
glad
receive
that
a
you at least got to talk to Kurt, because I think that that, I mean, not that you need validation, but it validates what you're saying.
No, and it feels good. It feels, and not only that, but this is somebody who isn't actively involved in any drama bullshit, coming in from like a outsider perspective and being like, no, I've witnessed all this shit. Yeah. Wild.
By vestiges.
Have a great night. Yeah, CJ did receive a cease and desist, and he said, I searched for your fucking kid. Yeah. That did happen. Which is weird because I never received one at all. But yet now they're all back on the team. I guess Tara Lane's kicked off the team again. That's interesting.
Well, she won't speak on it.
Yeah, that's what she said. I can't speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because her and Julia are behind a lot of these rumors?
Dude, with all those deleted texts.
Yeah, remember she was scrolling her text and we saw that Julia was doxing me. She was doxing nonsense. She made that weird remark about she likes kittens, but not my cat or something.
Oh my God. Yes, that was weird.
That was weird. And by the way, Julia, neither of my cats would ever like you. Weirdo.
Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah. I know you don't think she was talking about a physical cat.
I know.
I know.
Already.
Weird. Me too, vibrator.
It's creepy, isn't it? It's not fun when people talk about your cooter.
No, it's
Betty.
invasive and weird. I've had many
Especially when
people do it.
when she makes hand motions and signals that it should be closed and then signals that it's open.
Like this big gapping thing.
I mean, and
Ew.
then has this crazed look in her eye as she's talking about it. It's like
unhinged.
Unbreaking hinged.
Completely unhinged. It's almost like I don't know. It's like I always say that people project a lot. So when she's like making the cooter this wide, you have to wonder, like, is everything okay? Speaking of granny cooter, did you see White Boy made a post that he's gonna have to sue me? And he called what did he say? Morgan and Morgan.
Oh, swollen cooter.
Swollen cooter.
Swollen cooters.
When she's been passed around and never claimed. Ooh, that is very upsetting. I would imagine that's very insulting to spend months and months and months dating somebody and then never publicly claiming you and then turning around and coming out with Magnolia. Younger, prettier, helped get him all the way to where he's at right now. They're successfully living. He got her the cutest little puppy. What's going on with Betty searching in Tennessee right now? Anything happening?
Crickets.
Yeah, right. I expected as much. Oh, and my cat loves Luna.
I like that name, Luna.
Luna.
Is that must be Luna? Look, I love black cats. Hi, Amy.
Yeah, you're having steak. Oh, a steak night for her.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, ooh, that sounds good.
Me too, but you know what I'm really in the mood for?
What?
And I gotta see if I have it. I love Rosa sauce.
Who?
Rosa, like Rosa sauce instead of like marinara sauce, panini and Rosa sauce. Oh my God, I've been craving it.
I'm not familiar with Rosa sauce.
Oh, it's like a mixture of Alfredo and regular marinara. So it's like a little bit creamier and it is
okay.
amazing.
I mean, I didn't know that was a thing. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm just in the mood for some pasta. How's your week going so far? Pretty well, Aries. How are you? Aries is also a former. I remember Aries told me to watch myself in dark corners or some weird shit. I'm like, why the fuck is Brittany's Mount Maz threatening me?
I know. I've kind of gone off on a couple people this week myself.
I think. Well, we did have a full moon.
Well, sometimes I just misread people's comments and take it out of context.
Yeah, you've done that twice with.
I know I have.
My people, and I'm like, no.
I fucking know. Your people are probably like, don't. Dude, this chick's a bitch. She fucking chews our ass, man.
No, they got it. They get it.
She chews our ass.
I bet she's got a pooter cooter. JLR left her at that Applebee's. It was Chili's. Chilling at the Chili's. What? Who even missed that? Why do we know that?
Because Betty said, "Oh, is she sitting behind Chili's with you now?" Remember?
I mean,
she was all upset and she was like thinking she was replaced behind Chili's with Magnolia.
She was replaced behind the Chili's. Lord. Oh,
I'm not sure if she insinuated that I was there too with penises in my ears, but I'm not sure. But I do know that she was out of jealousy, was like, oh, he used to be with me behind Chili's or whatever the fuck she said. And I don't think she realized like how that was going to not age well.
Well, especially when she put in a lawsuit that a creator lied about her having relationships with JLR. And then in December, that police report thing, I don't even know how that came out, where she said to the police, she lied that she had a wellness check or that she was swatted. When truth was, she had a wellness check by one of her subscribers who were genuinely concerned. And she said at that time that she believed it was her ex, Jonathan, and they said it wrong. They said like Jonathan Lee, they said whatever wrong, but we all knew it was JLR. And that's when we discovered that she was one of his hoes in different area codes, according to her. She made JLR out to be a pimp. Put a 1 in the chat if you were just floored when you found out via Betty that JLR was out here being some type of alleged pimp. I'm not saying he was one, but just
she also said about him, she said, that he was so abusive before all the body cam came out
Oh
of
yeah, that's
her.
right.
She was like, he was physically and emotionally abusive to me.
I remember that. And then didn't she say something about the one time he like grabbed her arm or something?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
And then
But
come
yet,
to find out she was the one that was abusing her ex, like what the
right. And I'm sorry, but in my opinion, she's kind of like she's built bigger than JLR.
right. I mean, I've just never seen anything like JLR is pretty like always calm, even in
Yeah.
situations that are like you've seen him live and they can be edgy. He's never been like an aggressive type personality. Like we've never seen that.
Yeah, and then she tried like saying it was validated because somebody that went to the Trump rallies remembers that he was abusive to an ex-girlfriend there or something. Oh my God.
Yeah, just a bunch of bullshit after bullshit story.
And then yeah, really. And then you see her record and it's like, okay, Miss 42. Freaking wild. People are wild. Girl, I'm being accused of Rico. You think I'm gonna play the Rico King's fucking wop wop wop?
No, that's not the Rico King. That's the other one.
No, I know. I'm being a smartass. That he's the Rico King.
Oh,
I was
yeah, you
throwing
can't
two
put him
together.
on the screen.
Right. No.
Wop, 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 wop.
The way he was like, you better never go to A block 1. I died. I died. Cell block 1. You better never go to cell block 1. Number one. That's how he said it.
Cell block number 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. She's a career criminal with domestics. Yeah, and then we find out she's calling all of us like junkies and Fallons and all the horrible, horrific shit she says about Queen. And then we find out via the police reports that she was addicted to the cocaine. Oh, the King's here.
Oh, there he is. Now you're on fire. King of the Rico. I can't.
Yeah.
The
really
Rico.
can't. The Rico.
The
Oh my gosh.
Rico.
Check email. Let me see. Let me check the
Christmas
email.
parody.
It's probably another. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Oh my gosh. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Sebastian's army morons are in town. They're making a list. They're checking it twice. Gonna find out if the prophets are naughty or nice. Sebastian's army morons are in town. They drive by as you're sleeping. They know when you're awake. They know if you've been good or bad. So be vigilant for goodness sake.
We need a drum in the background.
I know, that was like horrible. I didn't want to give out
Marching
my
band.
best singing voice because then they'll accuse me of guiding the marching band and, didn't want to do all that.
I love it. Andy,
Where's
very creative.
We're supposed to get snow tomorrow.
Ew.
Say
Hey, what are you
Christmas.
talking about? Ears bleeding. We're gonna do Carolyn for you,
Christmas.
tattoos.
I
We're gonna do Christmas Carolyn just for you.
She's just jealous of my unbelievable singing skills.
Oh, I know. Mine's just as good. We'll make a good duo for Christmas.
Clue me a shirt that says fire on it, like just fire. Well, I'll be honest. I don't know how they fucking came for me and not Clue. And I'm not
that
saying
says
that to throw her under the
fire.
bus, but I'm a little bewildered
How
by that.
It is a little odd, the Pickens, but
Yeah.
the Pennsylvania thing. I think, like
Right.
you
Well,
said.
that's what it is. The Delaware County more so. But you know what else? They could have used Seth being in Tennessee and went after those actual people.
True.
So Christmas Carol CD. That would sound like two cats dying.
Hey, come on now. We could do better.
Well, maybe
than
not
that.
Jay. All right, be one.
No, I think both. I don't think you were that bad. I've heard worse. We get some little music behind there. It wouldn't be too bad.
At least I can stay on tune and not fall asleep.
I can't play it. I can't play it, y'all. She's in
You guys.
control.
Well, what are you trying to get me? First off, I don't even have it on standby. Do you?
I might.
Can they no, I wish that was me, Cabot. That was a beautiful. I wish that was me. I don't know if that would be smart of me to play.
Well, I mean, what's the difference? You talk about it, or you know what I mean?
Or actually play it.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
mean,
Hit the audience. Let's get them.
I mean, I
Give the
can play
audience
it.
what they
I
want.
can play it and share it. That way, it comes from my end.
Yeah, it's not me.
Let's
I've
do it
been
that away.
since
Let's do
July.
it that away. Okay, hold up.
Purple. I don't know if I could do since July. Like now, I want to listen to Christmas music, but July. Does anybody else still get like emotional at certain Christmas songs? Oh my gosh, I am.
Yes.
They just make me fall apart.
Well, a lot of them probably like because they remind me of like, you know, my mom and dad and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Like certain songs I know like are their favorites.
I'm sorry, Jay.
Yeah, it's hard.
So Captain Kurt says he can understand Julia. Wow.
What do you mean?
He said I can understand gibberish, like legit gibberish.
Oh,
So
so he
maybe
can
he can
understand
translate.
her. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm shocked we're getting snow because it was like 61, 71 degrees. I think we even hit 80 last week. I got to start going back to the gym though, because this is when my seasonal depression kicks in on top of everything else. And it's fucking horrible. Horrible. What's everybody's favorite Christmas song right before we listen to JLR? My favorite is Drummer Boy, which I know Titanium said was the worst song ever. And I'm still baffled
Aw,
by that.
that's one of my
Titanium.
dad's favorite Christmas
I
songs.
love it. Makes me so. I probably love it because it was my grandma's favorite, and then it was my
Aw.
mom's favorite. So, but yeah, that. Ba-rum-ba-bum-bum.
Yeah,
Just
my dad loved that one.
yeah, and then whatever it says, it's just it gets so powerful.
Yeah, I
Aw,
don't
Darlene.
get sappy with my favorite Christmas song. My favorite is like
Me
the
too, Rubber.
like the rock like rocking around the Christmas tree or like
You like the yeah.
more upbeat like old ones. I like
Yeah.
those.
You know what I can't so Silent Night, White Christmas. You know, I do not want to hear Mariah Carey anymore.
Oh yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Great
No.
song, overdone,
Done.
over it. Oh,
The
Holy
one where
Night.
the guy, you guys might know who it is. I think it's I don't remember the guy's name, but he says
vibrator.
Santa Claus is na, coming down the chimney tonight. You know that one?
Yeah, but I can't. I don't
Probably
know
didn't
why.
do it right.
I kind of feel like you might have
Perry
just mixed
Como.
two songs together. Okay.
I probably did. Perry Como.
I
This
like
is 50s.
Santa baby, hurry down the chimney tonight. Who wrote the hippopotamus? You. I have it highlighted. My kids are obsessed. I wanted hippopotamus for Christmas.
Yeah, that one's an oldie.
Some of these bitches need to be singing they want their two front teeth, but you know.
Bing Crosby. It was either Bing Crosby or Perry Como. It was one of those two. My parents had like a big record player, and we had like Christmas albums, and I remember playing those.
Speaking of Como, that Como, the reporter guy, I just seen he was like making some big like, I'm so sorry.
Oh, he's apologizing for something.
Yeah.
He's a
The Nutcracker,
schmuck.
White Christmas. I used to like him.
Yeah, I liked him at one
like
point
his
too.
brothers too, but oh. Bing Crosby?
Bing Crosby, yeah. Run, run, reindeer, whatever. What's your favorite
Yeah.
Christmas movie?
I don't know. I guess I mean I'd have to. You know what a movie I really love and I've always loved? I Am Megan. I've always loved the movie Jack Frost, where the little boy's father dies and he comes back as the snowman. I've always
I've
loved
never even
that.
seen it. That sounds fucking heartbreaking.
And it was, and ever since I was a little kid, I loved it. Loved it, loved it. That's a good one.
I've never seen that one. I would have to say I have a tie between the original Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, where they're like furry. You know, like
Thanks, Wheels.
the original.
Oh yeah, like the little cartoony one, the OG.
Yeah, the OG Rudolph, and then National Lampoon's Christmas and Home Alone. I guess I have 3.
I've been binging Hallmark Christmas movies already. I just watched a really cute one, Tucker for Christmas, or Christmas with Tucker. It was really cute. But yeah, The Grinch. People are saying the classics, of course. Elf. Yeah, Elf's a good one. I remember my son wanted so badly to eat the spaghetti that Elf ate with the syrup, and he did. Ugh. Muppets Christmas Carol.
I can't stand that Christmas Story movie. I know people are going to attack me for that. I can't stand it.
Is Christmas really canceled in Australia?
What?
I can't tell if they're being serious. Polar Express is adorable. I agree. Love that one.
Never seen it.
There's a lot of cute ones. They come out with really good ones, like cute little newer ones. My son wants to see I wanted to take him over the weekend, but maybe this weekend, but he wants to see there's a new one called Red One or One Red. I don't know. And it's basically like Santa gets kidnapped and it's kind of like superhero aspect to it. He wants to see that. Nutcracker. All right, let's hit us with some JLR.
Let's do it. Oh, I was waiting for you to do it. Jesus Christ. It's been a long. It's been a long. You've been in control of the stream all day, dude. I was waiting for
Yo, Seth Rogers, I heard you like him young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us.
Did you guys get your fix?
Yeah. Do you have his Rico one?
No, I don't.
Oh my gosh.
I've seen it. I just don't have it saved.
He's like, I'm the king of the Rico. The Rico. Steph's the king of the Rico. Who's the king of the Rico?
Steph's the king of the Rico. The Rico king. Oh my god.
That's the funniest. And oh my wow, blessed be. Yeah. And then when I was looking for a Rico song, of course, that's the only one I could come up with too. And I'm like, yeah, forget it.
I still can't believe it's Rico.
Rico. I like Krampus. I like the Krampus movies. Yeah. Rico. Well, somebody sent this to me, and I think this may be why. So I got sent this, and it says on the UFFU, high intelligence agency, whatever. They have a statement on there that says strategic disruptions. We don't just observe criminal networks, we dismantle them by targeting their lifelines, communications, finances, logistics. At night disrupts operations at their core, rendering these networks ineffective and vulnerable. Sounds like they're admitting to targeting my freedom of speech, which would be my communications, my finances because of this frivolous lawsuit.
Weird.
Yeah. They have elite operatives or whatever. They're not just skilled, they're exceptional. Drawn from the ranks of elite intelligent units. They thrive in environments where others falter. Equipped with the acumen to navigate and overcome the most daunting challenges. Meanwhile, dog can't figure out how to get into a fucking drain pipe. Covert infiltrations. When access is denied and information is guarded, at night operatives slip through the cracks like ninjas in the night. I told you they want to be ninjas. Whether it's securing critical evidence or gathering intelligence from high-risk zones, our infiltrations are silent, swift, and effective. Dun, dun, dun. I hope you've infiltrated Seth Rogers because I think you got the wrong direction. Wow. Do you guys know on November 20th, today, Nick wrote, Tennessee, you taught me how to be brave. Are you
Mhm.
realizing your interactions are really low, bro? Tennessee, you taught me how to be brave. That is so bizarre. Nick has 21 thumbs up. Can we get higher? I saw. Yeah, that's very fucking interesting. You didn't see that one? Yeah. Tennessee, you taught me how to be brave. Didn't they say like Tennessee is like the worst? It's interesting. You taught me how to be brave.
You know, you try to decipher his fucking riddles to drive yourself nuts.
Well, once again, the same way they led people to believe that dog was in Tennessee searching for Sebastian, we found out he was there for a wedding. I personally don't believe Nick was in Tennessee because I can't imagine his parole officer granted him permission, especially when he was recently reprimanded for his behavior. So I don't believe he was in Tennessee. I believe he writes these things so people believe he was in Tennessee, but he's also just playing semantics. He's a wordsmith. He's a puzzler. We should might as well just call him the Joker. Everything's a fucking puzzle with him. Yeah, I don't believe.
It
Seriously,
is. It is.
I don't believe he was there. Right? He's straight up a nerd trying to seem stealthy. Like, bro can barely hold the phone steady as he's walking in circles with the Red Bull in the other hand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know why people put so much. I don't know. Maybe they never looked them up. I don't know. I was thinking of Riddler too, but the Riddler sounds cooler. Must fancy himself a wordsmith. I agree. I don't know. But I think he's right looking at Terry Lynn. So I give you that. I think that's the most intelligent thing I've seen you do. Die Hard. Do you remember that? Anyone? I never seen Die Hard. Yeah, right. I agree. Next thing you know, he's going to be, instead of a Red Bull, it's going to be a cane. Right? I think that was intelligent. It was the most intelligent thing he did was question Terry Lynn and her motives. And he wants to talk about people like making money or getting money off Sebastian. Don't forget, Terry Lynn spent over 4 hours on the phone with Chris Proudfoot flirting, and then grew up with his family and shit. She might be the one you're looking for because it ain't me. She might be like a I don't know. And then the way she would trash Seth in private, but then publicly like act like she's cool with him. She might be the op. She might be the op. On December 2nd, I'm heading to Tennessee for an unknown amount of time. There's still time to provide families answers in 2024. I love that. December 2nd is my birthday. That's when my response to this filing is due. I have another personal situation on that day, and then my briefing for the appeal for the PFA is due on that day. So I don't know if that's a good, like, if that's a sign of good things or I'm off to a shitty birthday. Yeah, remember Terry Lynn called the tip line? They're talking about wasting resources and calling tip lines. Terry Lynn called just to repeat what her chat was saying, including weird things.
That was despicable.
That was. All that weird, like, shoot, like
Over and
Minecraft
over.
stock and, oh, let me
Tony's
get a pizza.
peen. A
Yeah.
sock.
And
All
then
the things that she found.
And then you had all that weird shit with like, oh, at the cemetery, I seen a little girl and I gave her Sebastian. And then we're like, oh, well, it turns out Sebastian's the plushie she keeps in her fucking trunk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Weird.
dildos. She was saying a lot of weird shit.
Yeah.
Inappropriate shit. Didn't she say use condoms?
Yes, she did.
She did waste a lot. And then, remember, the police pulled her over because she was creeping out the businesses that she was stalking around for hours on end. And what did their license plate come back to?
Yeah, a fucking Mercedes.
A fucking Mercedes. What type of vehicle do people believe was caught on the quote-unquote trash truck video? A sports car.
And what was in the dispatch audio?
That was just released.
They ran the plate of a black Mercedes.
And how about when they thought Sebastian was at a hotel room? What type of car? Wasn't that a sports car as well?
Uh-huh. A red sports car. And Taco said that their friend's name was Mercedes as well, the one that was sitting on the bed.
Oh.
That was wild as fuck.
Wow.
Yeah, Turlin was like, I wish I had a damn Mercedes.
Yeah. Well, it's a little odd that the cops run your plate and it comes back to a Mercedes. How many times have the cops ever ran your plates and it came back to a whole different vehicle?
Right.
And then she popped up out of nowhere.
And then
Oh.
she tried to tell me that Mercedes probably was going to come back to Danny Guy's daughter. And I was like, what the fuck? The one that
And
had the poker game.
That's the one she claims had the poker game. Did Terry Lake claim
Yes.
to be at the poker game?
She did not.
Huh.
Not to me. She said she heard about it.
She's off to me too, Miranda. And the way she and the way she kept saying, I'll never stop searching for Sebastian. I made a promise to find this kid and I will. It was weird. She's weird. Something weird about her. And she was a registered private investigator, but my understanding, I don't know if it's true or not, she lost those privileges because she was caught doxing people on YouTube, using her resources to dox people on YouTube. It's just what I've been told. I don't know if that's true. And the way she'd be up for like 24 hours driving around and shit.
With 72 hours.
I channeled a message from Sebastian March, and he told me the female podcaster with long hair knows where he is. Well, my hair's short, just for, but now it's weird. And then she would go on with that. Whatever.
Well, allegedly, did she say something about going to Canada? Because that one psychic is from Canada, the one that Robin was in her live, like saying, "Oh, we talked to Sebastian, like he's dead."
Yeah, that's
okay. Remember that woman? I can't remember MMOA or MM.
Yeah,
I don't remember the fucker name.
My mental health's declining, so I need to go remember. Yeah,
that chick is from Canada, and she was like, "Terlin, you can come here anytime. You need to get away. You need a break." Da da da. And then Nick tweeted also before the pants, or maybe it was after the pants. Why do you lie? You're not in Canada with a pair of pants and a pointed finger.
Oh, is that woman really not from Canada?
I don't.
She appeared out of nowhere. She's also the one that came out with that fake audio.
Yes.
Weird shit, man.
No, not MM. No, not that one.
Oh.
You're thinking, no. Wait, is it the same lady?
It's the same lady.
Oh,
Yes. The one that was like, oh, I have a headache. So he doesn't want to tell me because he doesn't want his mom to think. And Terry Lynn's like, I got a headache too. Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
That audio.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, why are you lying about not being in Canada with a fucking pointing finger and then the pants?
Maybe you're a little more smarter, just a tiny bit smarter than I gave you credit for, Nick.
Maybe he's starting to pick up what everybody's been laying down.
Yeah, maybe you should have just reached out and had a cordial conversation, and I could have helped you.
I could have helped you.
I could have helped him. Now I'm being serious. Like, I could have updated him on things that he likely wasn't aware of. I could have told him where a lot of these rumors and speculation started from. Rumors that I defended against.
Mm-hmm.
I defended against people calling his parole officer. I defended against racism. I defended against whatever. And yeah. But instead, now look at his team. You got Betty, Julia, and Brittany.
Wow.
Oh man, talk about instant regret. People are tripping out that you say that. What? Why couldn't we be friends? Obviously, I'm being a smartass. The guy fucking filed RICO against me. I don't really want to be Nick's fucking friend, guys. Relax. Did you just see Julia in person last night?
Max is coming back home. Wow, that was wild. That was fucking wild. She straight up went on Coffin Daffer yesterday and said that she provided all the paperwork to the TBI. I work with the TBI, I work with, Sumter County. She's even quoting Craddock. She says, we don't know what we don't know, to quote Sheriff Craddock.
Yeah. The quote. Yeah, no, that I'm totally joking, Andrea. The invitation to Nick is a complete joke. Do you think the guy would ever really click my link? And I'll be honest. I mean, honest to God, I was joking with him. If he would have came up, he would have came up. But I was clearly messing around because he was watching. I was being a smart ass. Like, hey, why don't you just come up and have a conversation instead of taking what I'm saying and tweeting about it? Just come over and talk. I was being a smart ass. I would never actually platform Nick. I wouldn't even go in and entertain anybody platforming Nick. If I saw Nick on a channel, I wouldn't even go in and chat. And if I was subscribed, I'd likely unsubscribe. I think that guy is such a menace, a disgrace. I think he is a LARPer, and it's absolutely despicable what he has done using Sebastian's name. Oh, that's that stupid Moon. She can't even figure out her ass. I can just guess it's Moon. I don't know if that's true. But it was a fucking joke. People who know me know that. They're not used to any humor, though. They're used to tears and fallacies and what was me-isms.
I don't even know what the fuck Moon is, so.
Yeah, well.
I'm good.
Thank your lucky stars. A woman's a menace.
Yeah, yeah, I can only take 1 menace at a time.
Yeah, we got enough loons. All right,
For
loons, we
real.
don't want you back.
Fuck, we got new people popping up too. Weird.
But I mean, obviously, right? Like Raven, people know. They knew. Think I'm going to entertain a man who's accusing me of something so fucking serious and trying to financially drain me before the holidays? I mean, fuck.
Yeah, no one needs this kind of fucking stress.
Yeah, I was subscribed to him because of Nilo Kamikaze, where he was normal. I unsubscribed as well. It's a shame. He really lost a good, large amount of support. Rightfully so, though. On after award was issued. He spoke about Sebastian in May. Yeah, he spoke about Sebastian back in May. Remember that, Jay, on that TikToker?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get involved, didn't share Sebastian's poster, nothing. It wasn't until the FBI made the reward that he actually, quote unquote, searched or joined the team.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know what changed within the investigation at that time either. Like, did something change? Obviously, the FBI decided to put out this reward. What prompted that, I wonder? You know what I'm saying? Like, was it the 6-month mark? Was it?
Wouldn't even tell Seth, remember? He was like, they said they have an update for me, but I have to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, that was when they were protesting. That's why. Because no one, I mean, I don't think he was reaching out to them, but I could be wrong. I just get the feeling.
I have more downloaded of hers than she probably realizes, so it'd be a good idea not to rewrite history. Yeah, I don't know the reason either. And then all of a sudden he was listed as missing kid/kidnapped.
Yeah, that whole thing, it was bizarre. Because like we've all heard that the case kind of took a turn 72 hours in, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But I've never, I mean, was it that they said, okay, if it gets to the 6-month mark, then, you know, we're going to decide what to do at that point. And then they decided to put a reward out for whatever reason that they'd gotten to. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, because there's no rhyme or reason to FBI rewards. They're sometimes issued, they're sometimes not. And
it's weird.
We don't know why they issue them. You know, it's just, you just wonder what's going on behind the scenes because something's got to be for them.
But imagine them to keep begging the FBI to get involved, even though they put out that reward. Like,
right.
Oh, was that your first one? Oh, sorry, bud. All right, Jay. I gotta
skedaddle.
Oh, he clapped at me. Like a let's go clap. Oh. Oh, yeah, it was a cheering clap. Okay.
He's like, come on.
Yeah, like let's go. I got it. But yeah, I gotta
tell him just don't scratch his butt today, okay? We won't laugh.
Don't laugh.
That was cute. Thanks for sharing that stuff. That was cute.
Yeah, well, and same to you. It was nice to, you know, we don't usually get to see more personal sides because people are such freaks out here. So it's nice when we can feel safe to do so and open ourselves up a little bit. So I do appreciate that too.
Yeah.
We need
Thanks,
to go
everybody.
for the night. Yeah, I got to go be an adult. Thank all of you that have stayed here with us. It's been quite some time. One of the longest streams I've done in a long time.
Same.
And yeah, it's been fun. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up on your way out. Visit each store. And yeah, see you all
Thanks
back
so much,
here next
everybody.
time. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Granny. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, Jay. Thank you for coming.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, Gammy. Thank you, everyone.